Hey guys, welcome back to talking about video games because everything else right now sucks. So last month I made a video comparing the current state of the PS4 and the Xbox One, and a lot of people commented that it seemed like I was sponsored by Microsoft because I thought the Xbox One has made some improvements. I just want to say that's ridiculous. I'm not sponsored by Microsoft. One of the main things to compare between the two consoles is their on-demand game services, Xbox Game Pass and Sony's PlayStation Now. And I realized that maybe I didn't give enough credit to PS Now at the time. There are some really fantastic games on there. I just personally think it's funny to scroll through the massive A to Z list and see how much disparity there is. They've had like award-winning titles on here. Uncharted 4, God of War, Horizon, and then you'll scroll just a little bit further and see something called Super Stacker Party.
Oh boy. Oh yeah.
That was pretty fun. So with that in mind, I've decided to take it upon myself today to scour the depths of PlayStation Now and tell you all about some of the good games and then make fun of the ones that aren't. In my opinion, Wolfenstein is one of the most underrated series of the past decade. I always see Doom get a lot of love, and rightfully so, but now imagine all the fast-paced gunplay of Doom, but instead of aliens, you get to shoot a bunch of heavily armed Nazis in a dystopian alternate universe led by one of the best villains I've ever gotten to encounter in a game. Now what if I told you that there was also a story full of ambitious twists and turns and shocking moments that left my jaw dropped multiple times? I don't want to spoil anything, but there are so many times when you think, well, surely that's not about to happen, and then it does. Overall, I think the first one has a more cohesive story, but the second one does a lot of great things too. I would tell you not to even bother with this spin-off, but lucky for you, it's not on PlayStation Now, so I have no obligation to acknowledge it as part of this list. 9 out of 10. Moving on to the bad, this game came out in 1997, and oh, hold on, sorry, I read that wrong. This game came out in 2012. So the goal here is to be a firefighter for as long as possible without losing your job. Seems simple enough, but I skipped the tutorial, which is probably what led to my undoing. I was too busy looking over the shoulders of my colleagues and trying to get a soda out of this vending machine to realize that there was a fire I was supposed to be putting out. Whoops. But even once I grabbed what I assumed to be a fire extinguisher off the wall, I realized I didn't know which car was mine, and so I had to trek out on foot. Turns out that was the wrong thing to do. All right, let's try this again. I'm feeling pretty confident this time, so the first thing I did on day 2 was take a nap. Wonder what all my friends are up to. Pacing around aimlessly again? Keep up the good work. This time I paid attention when they told me which car I'm supposed to use, so now I get a chance to check out this game's awesome driving mechanics and sprawling open world. Yeah, not a whole lot going on out here, but I have to give them credit for something I've never seen in a driving game before: turn signals. What is this, GTA but better? Now I can finally signal to the no other drivers on the road which way I'm about to turn before instead bolting into an open field because who's gonna stop me? By the time I got to the scene of the fire, I was worried I had somehow gone to the wrong place because I didn't see any smoke. Turns out it was just one of those tiny fires that you can put out with little to no effort. The town is saved. Unfortunately, I was unable to parlay my heroic deed into a successful romance with this female bystander, as she seemed totally unaffected by both my enduring charm and all physical objects. On my way back to the station, I realized I was getting thirsty, and since the vending machine back there doesn't work, I decided to solve this problem by taking a quick detour into the lake. I guess I wasn't supposed to do that because my shift just ended again, goddammit. Even though I saved the entire city from a raging electrical fire, I was awarded no points and lost my job. What is this, GTA but better? 2 out of 10. I feel like most people who have a current generation console have probably played Rocket League at some point, but I still feel like it's flown under the radar. This game has provided me with some of the most satisfying moments of my life, and I've had sex before. But even after almost 5 years of playing this game, there's almost no better feeling than hitting the game-winning shot in overtime or coming back from what seemed like an impossible deficit. To me, Rocket League is the ultimate sports video game because there's almost no luck involved. You don't have to hope you get the right catch animation or get mad when your shot should have gone in but didn't because the game decided it wouldn't. If you make good decisions and hit the ball the way you're supposed to, you're probably gonna win. And when you lose, you almost always have no one to blame except yourself. Rocket League also has one of the largest skill gaps I've ever seen in a game. There are people who effortlessly do shit like this with their eyes closed, and then there's people who probably are playing with their eyes closed. More likely though, you're like me and you've played hundreds of games but plateaued a long time ago somewhere in the middle. Either way, it's one of those simple to pick up, hard to master games that has a little something for everyone. When something exists seemingly just to advertise an entirely unrelated product, it probably doesn't bode too well for the quality of that thing. Regardless, I was excited to try out Monster Energy Drink, the game. Once again, I skipped the tutorial, not realizing how insanely difficult the next 5 minutes were gonna be. The major advantage that the AI seems to have over me is that their movements are programmed by a computer, so they don't have to deal with the shitty controls like I do. At least the Creator Writer system is pretty fun, with 10 different faces to choose from and a number selection system that will surely make you give up on whatever you initially had in mind. I named my guy Motorcycle, thinking it might give me some kind of edge over my competition. It didn't. At least I didn't get last place this time. I'm not sure why this game exists, it's bad at almost everything it tries to be, and joke's on them, I stopped drinking caffeine, so I will not be buying a Monster Energy drink. I'll give this game a 2 out of 10 because sometimes it's kind of funny the way the bikes run into each other. Overcooked 2 is one of the most fun arcade games I've ever played. Every improvement over its predecessor is much appreciated and will provide you and your friends with so many hours of entertainment that you'll forget you've been doing unpaid kitchen labor this entire time. Don't let the cartoony appearance of the game fool you, there is a steep but satisfying learning curve here. After the first few cakewalks, you'll find yourself having to focus harder on not burning rice than you ever have in your life. If you're looking for a fun co-op arcade game that gets progressively more challenging and will either bolster or absolutely destroy your friendships, Overcooked 2 is well worth your time. 8 out of 10. I guess I'm just confused by the concept of this game. I get why people would play paintball in real life because they get to shoot guns at their friends without any real consequences, but isn't that also what video games are for? Am I missing something? Why not just play a regular shooting game? This just seems like the equivalent of a driving simulator where you have to wear a seatbelt and obey the speed limit, otherwise you'll get pulled over and get a virtual ticket. It's video games, you can break the rules. 1 out of 10 for being totally pointless. If the first hour of The Last of Us doesn't get you fully enthralled in the experience you're about to go on, then maybe video games aren't for you. Unlike the much more controversial sequel, it's hard to find a lot of people who didn't enjoy this game. The only reason I didn't bring it up until now is because if you have a PS4, you've probably played it already. But if you have PlayStation Now and you want to know what all the hype is about, take a break from your firefighting duties and throw some bricks at a zombie. 9 out of 10. So this is a game where you're a toy car and you have to drive around your house and knock over toys, I think. The best grade I got was a C, so I'm not exactly an authority on how to play this game good. The thing that ruins this otherwise flawless experience for me is that you steer the car not by using the sticks, but by turning the controller. I didn't even know that was an option, which is why it took me almost a full minute before I even tried doing it. On the surface, this is a totally fine gimmick, but like with a lot of other PS Now games, the problem is the input lag. There are not nearly enough games on PlayStation Now that you can download before you play them. The rest you play by streaming them, which means that even on the fastest internet connections, your button presses will always be slightly delayed. Trying to physically turn my controller to move a car that's responding a full second later is disorienting and reminds me of that Tom Scott video. So in that way, maybe it is worth it to play one time. But for me, it reminds me of when I would play Mario Kart on the Wii and my friend would tell me to just use the arrows to steer because it's easier, but I said I'd rather use the motion controls because of how excited I was by the technology, and then I'd lose because it actually was way harder. Only now there's input lag. 3 out of 10. A lot of people seem to think that Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas are better than Fallout 4, and even though they're right, if you've never played a Fallout game before, I would start with this one and work your way back. At least that's what my experience was. Bethesda may get almost everything wrong these days, but man are they good at music. Everyone loves a Skyrim soundtrack, but Fallout 4's ambience can be just as beautiful, and that's not even mentioning the perfect selection of mid-century blues and jazz music that truly makes you feel like you're in the apocalypse. I think I initially sunk about 100 hours into this game and still didn't see every corner of the map. Probably because about 20 of those hours were spent trying to build a giant treehouse that I was really proud of until I went on YouTube and saw what other people were making. The AI can be inconsistent and another settlement needs your help, but even through its flaws, Fallout 4 is a fun-ass game and may ultimately prove to be the final relic of a company that has since completely lost their way. 8 out of 10. I have to confess something, guys. I have no idea who Bubsy is. The game seems to think he's my favorite Bobcat, but if I'm being honest, that seems like a pretty low bar to cross. I guess by default, yeah, he currently would be number 1, but the moment I meet any other Bobcat, they will be taking that spot from him because Bubsy won't shut the hell up.
What could possibly go wrong? What could possibly go wrong? Take that, you cotton goblin monster! And pound! I win! I'm unstoppable! Take that, you cotton goblin monster! Is he Bubster, the pound master in the game? Yeah! What could possibly go wrong?
Ugh, this game is worse than getting my teeth pulled at Jerry Garcia's house. 1 out of 10. Finally, the crown jewel of PlayStation Now games is none other than Go Sports Ski. Unlike other games, they don't bog you down with endless customization options. You get one face to choose from, regardless of skin tone, and I like that. The gameplay itself is just on another level. For a second, I actually forgot I wasn't really skiing. It's that immersive. And just when you thought the fun ended at the bottom of the slope, the replay feature lets you relive your most exciting moments from a brand new perspective. My one gripe with the game, if I had to pick one, is when I try to take my experience online only to be devastated when I found out that for some reason their servers were down. Damn. Well, regardless, Go Sports Ski gets my first and only perfect rating on the list. Borderlands 2 is a pretty good game that turns into a great game if you can find someone to play it with. Just be careful not to develop a gambling addiction like I did. Something about getting iridium from these slot machines made me want to sink every last dollar I had into it and not even regret it when I was broke. Another gem from the 360 era, Arkham City is my personal favorite of this series. It's kind of like the Spider-Man game, but older, and it's different because it's Batman. Like a lot of open world games, it certainly can get repetitive after a while, but who cares if it's repetitive if the thing you're repeating is fun. Between the color palette, tone, and sound design, Sly Cooper has a distinct charm to it that I personally have yet to see replicated in the decades since these games were released. The age can be very apparent at times with some of the awkward dialogue and clunky game mechanics, but there's something about Sly 2 and 3 in particular that make me feel like I'm putting on a warm blanket. Maybe that's literally just the definition of nostalgia, but I still think anyone can enjoy these games whether you've played them before or not. Overall, I think it's worth saying that the PS4 is still a far superior console to the Xbox One. It may not always function as well as the Xbox, but the selection of original games make it not even a competition. I was reminded of this past month while playing Ghost of Tsushima. Xbox ain't got shit on Sony these days. I think that's a big reason why their Game Pass has to be so significantly better than PlayStation Now. Sony doesn't even need to make a good on-demand game service because they have enough good games and enough people buying those games to not even worry about it. It seems that the common theme of the good games on PS Now is that most of them came out a long time ago. So you're in luck if you're someone who hasn't played any games in the past 17 years and you just bought a PS4, you got a lot of catching up to do. But if you're like me and you've already played most of these around the time they came out, there's really not a lot of value in PS Now. Every once in a while they'll get your hopes up by adding a newish AAA title, making you think that that's what they're gonna do from now on, but just as soon as they add it, they take it back off and replace it with nothing worthwhile. If you ask me, you're better off just outright buying Firefighter Simulator and trying to beat my high score, which is currently 0. 2 videos in 1 month about video games? What am I, a nerd? Yes. Honestly, I think with everything going on in the world this year, it's become harder and harder for me to give a shit about some of the more trivial drama that goes on from time to time. Video games have been the only thing keeping me from falling into a massive depression, so at least for now, I'm gonna keep talking about it. But also, I feel super lucky to have such a supportive audience. Thank you guys for coming along for the ride with me. Every time I post something that's slightly branching out of my usual content, I always expect it to tank, and that usually performs about the same, so thanks. But thank you again for watching, thank you for your support, and I will be back tomorrow with a live video of me extracting my own wisdom teeth. So, see you then. You remember the first time you ever went to an arcade and you saw all the incredible, life-changing prizes available and your mind started running wild with possibilities? Shit, alright. I'll take the electric guitar, the skateboard, the PlayStation 2, 1,000 Tootsie Rolls, that stuffed animal that's taller than me. Hey Toots, would you mind wrapping them up in plastic for me? I'll wet the bed. And then 2 hours and $47 later, you realize you've only earned enough tickets to buy 1 whoopee cushion? Well, not to brag or anything, but I'm old as fuck now, and I'm pretty good at games, or at least better than I used to be. So for this video, I decided to test out an idea that I've wanted to do basically my whole life. I want to find out if you can profit at an arcade. If I just play the one game I'm best at over and over and over again, can I ultimately earn a prize that's worth more than the amount of money that I spent on the tokens? I didn't need to say all that. You read the title, you know what I'm gonna do. So I headed to the second most touristy part of Orlando, Florida, to a place called Main Event, which is somewhere in between Dave & Buster's and Chuck E. Cheese. In spirit, I should say. Geographically speaking, Dave & Buster's is in the middle. This place has everything. Bowling, laser tag, a weird obstacle course hanging from the ceiling. But I don't have time for any of that right now. The reason I dragged my wife here at 3 p.m. on a Friday is to figure out the most efficient game to play and the best prize to buy. Now, this isn't like the old days anymore where you gotta lug around a 75-pound bucket of tokens. The first thing you do here is preload cash onto a fun card, which holds all of your credits and then also the points you earn from the game. And I gotta say, I immediately got overwhelmed from the onslaught of numbers. Okay, so 200 credits is not $40, it's $35, and 300 credits should be quite frankly, $60, but it's not, it's only $50. And everyone keeps saying that 500 credits costs $100. It doesn't, it's only $75. You save $25 when you buy that, which you can use to buy 140 credits, which is actually $28. And plus, I don't know what any of that means. If I buy this one, does that mean I can play 200 games? No. Most games cost anywhere between 7.5 and 8.5 credits, which are such confusing numbers to keep track of. Why even include a decimal at all? Who thought of this? The last time I came here in 2019, I remember each machine just telling you how much it cost in terms of dollars. But if I had to guess, I'd say they changed it to be purposely confusing so you don't realize how much money you're actually blowing through with every passing game. It's kind of like how if I saw a Fortnite skin that said, this costs $20, I would be like, hell no. I'm not spending $20 on this. I'm gonna buy $20 worth of V-Bucks because then the costume is free. As with most arcades, there are pretty much 3 types of games here. There are the fun ones like Basketball Connect 4, Air Hockey, Flappy Bird but big. Typically these are the ones you earn the least amount of points for playing, but if you're just here to have a good time, that doesn't matter. Then there's the luck-based games, which can, in theory, earn you a whole bunch of tickets, but you have no control over that because it's essentially just a giant slot machine with SpongeBob on it. And then lastly, there are skill-based games where technically you could earn the jackpot every time. The only thing stopping you from doing so is your own ability. The only downside is they're usually tedious and stressful and the least fun options out of all the games in the arcade. So in other words, they're perfect for this video. Let me tell you, I was ecstatic when I walked in and saw that they still had this ball cup game. This is the machine I had in mind when I was planning this video because I used to abuse the hell out of this. While the rest of my friends were playing skee ball and enjoying themselves, I was just standing on this machine for 1 whole hour, hoping to earn the best prize out of the group. See, I was playing the long game. Sure, maybe you guys had more fun that night because you got to play Mario Olympics and Vin Diesel Simulator, but I get to have this forever. So, who actually came out on top? Anyways, back to the ball game. So the goal with this is to get all 50 balls into these spinning cups without losing any of them, and you have to do so before time runs out. You really gotta try to be perfect with this one because the difference between getting 49 balls and getting all 50 is massive. But once you get the rhythm down, it's possible to start stacking jackpots and become the queen of the arcade. When I started out though, I was blowing through tries so fast. I'd started sweating immediately. I got very tense and nervous. I think the pressure of the video was mounting on me. And every time I would be just 1 ball away from the jackpot, the disappointment and frustration would hit me like a ton of bricks. Or a ton of feathers. They both weigh the same. But I managed to calm myself down, gain my composure, and on my 10th try, I did it. Give me that jackpot, baby. That'll be 711 points, please.
I love you now.
Now I just gotta stand here for 4 minutes while the machine counts up all my points one at a time for some reason. Why does this take so long? Is there a little guy in there trying to count them up by hand? Just use a calculator, dude. It's like they're trying to discourage you from winning the jackpots by making them inconvenient. Well, while we're waiting for that, I do just want to say, unironically, I was so relieved when I won this. I think I had built this video up so much in my head over the past couple years, and I just felt it all falling apart before my eyes. When I started losing again and again and again, I started to freak out and think, did they make the game harder? Or worse, am I just dumb now? Am I gonna have to go to Chuck E. Cheese? They'll never let me in there. I'm almost 30. Oh, hey, my points are done. With the satisfaction of 1, that's right, a single win in my belt, I decided to just enjoy the rest of my night with Amanda, knowing I was gonna have to come here by myself later in the week anyway. We went bowling for the first time in about 5 years, which reminded me that I am possibly the worst bowler in the entire world, including babies. I think a baby would do better than I did. The second game though, I was like, wait, who are we trying to fool by doing regular mode? Let me just throw the bumpers up and then we'll have way more fun. Just kidding, I sucked at that too. Then we ate dinner, which was, It was fine. There's just something about cubed meat that makes me feel like I'm being given my rations for the day. When we were done eating, I decided to try out a few other games, but I quickly came to the conclusion that nothing was going to be as productive or efficient as Quick Drop. I should probably talk about the prizes, because that's the other thing I have to figure out. The single most expensive item in here is, for some reason, a minion named Turbo Dave. Just below that are some random kitchen appliances, some extremely cheap looking electronics, you know, the kind of headphones you buy for $3 at a CVS checkout line and they stop working before you even make it back to your car. There's a bunch of vlogging and podcasting gear. Then they've got a few plushies, which range from Among Us to terrifying. A fake wad of gum, you know, for pranks. And then finally, a whole bunch of candy that you throw in when you don't have very many points left. I always find it interesting to see how they price these things because it's not like there's a 1-to-1 ratio of points to dollars. Like, I don't think that the minion on a hoverboard is worth 14 Marvel mugs or 400 blow pops, but I'm not in charge of an arcade. All right, babe, let's see that haul. That's just what Amanda got with her entree and tickets. I found out you can save your points for up to 5 years. I don't think I'm gonna be saving them that long, but I am gonna come back in a couple days. I've got about 1,700 points stocked up. $37 in, I believe. So yeah, not off to a great start in terms of profiting, but I may have discovered a loophole. You see, anytime you buy something at Main Event, they give you the option to fill out a survey on their website in exchange for a free 30-minute game card. If I could stand on this machine for 30 straight minutes, I could win thousands of tickets without having to spend even $1 more. It's the perfect plan. So I headed back to the second most touristy part of Orlando, and I swiped my card again, and I dropped those balls. And turns out you don't actually get any points from the free plays. So, 'twas not the perfect plan. But I still had fun. Not that that matters for this video. I did get to play possibly the funniest game of Deal or No Deal in its entire history. Obviously, I couldn't risk ending up with only one ticket, so I decided to accept his offer of one ticket. Anyway, after farting around for half an hour, I decided to just suck it up, spend another $35, and I headed back to my favorite stress game. Took me a few tries to get back into the swing of things, but on my 5th game, I won the jackpot. Then 3 games later, I won it again, and 2 games later, I won it again, and at this point, no one could stop me. I won twice in a row, then 3 times, then 4 times before capping my streak off at 5 consecutive jackpots. If this isn't poggers, then I don't know what is. Grandma, if you're watching this, poggers is a gaming term for when someone does a good job. So, can you tell Grandpa too? Also, do you like how nervous I look filming all of these shots? I felt like the biggest idiot every time I picked up my phone to record myself winning this stupid game. The thought of someone watching me be proud of this is so embarrassing. Just looking at me from across the room like, does this guy have a job? It's Wednesday, go home. Well, sorry to break it to you, person I made up in my head, but this is my job now. The arcade is my office, and I'm gonna give myself a raise. Just when I could feel myself starting to get a little bit too cocky, the universe sent another obstacle my way. Maximum payout? So now I'm getting punished for being too good at the game? At this point, I'm pissed. At least warn me ahead of time when I'm getting close. Like, hey, you might want to slow down there, big guy. This machine's almost empty. Also, what? You ran out of virtual tickets? Just make more of them. I thought about it, and I think this might be why they count up your points so slowly. So that by the time they've arbitrarily decided to stop giving you points, you've already spent $8 more on the machine, all for nothing. I even had to watch them count up my unawarded tickets one by one, and at this point, you're just taunting me. Anyway, when the dust finally settled, I had lost about 1.5 jackpots. Very upsetting, not gonna lie, but I don't think this completely ruins my plan. I'm pretty sure this is only a temporary limit. I think it's just there to keep you from hogging one machine during peak hours, which is fair, by the way. If I had a line of kids behind me waiting for their turn and I was just like, sorry, I'm making a video. That would be pretty selfish. But I came here in the middle of a school day and there was nary a child in sight. Since I wasn't sure if I'd ever have this many points at once again, I decided to cash out on day 2 and buy myself the hot dog toaster I had my eyes on from the moment I walked in the room.
Now, I'm not sure I would say that this is the best day of my life, but it's definitely in the top 5. I actually feel kind of bad because I had to get one of the employees to not only grab a ladder from the storage room, but also get like a special key to unlock the high value prize section. And he seemed really confused. I was hoping he might be like, oh, that's funny, you got the hot dog toaster. No one's ever redeemed this before. But I don't think he really said more than 2 words.
All right, babe, I know you had a long day at work. Close your eyes. I know work's been crazy lately, but I have something for you. Open your eyes.
Thanks.
It's not for you.
If I open it and there's like crumbs in it, I'm gonna laugh.
I'm gonna cry. Oh, it's smiling at us.
Was that a thing? Was hot dog toasters
I
a
doubt
thing?
it.
All my baby boomers in the chat, sound off. Was hot dog toasters a thing? Let me know.
With enough credits left to play 9 more games of Quick Drop, I headed into day 3 with a very clear goal in mind. From all the Googling I've done, I'm pretty sure this Marvel mug has the best points to potential resale value ratio of all of the redeemable items here. If each attempt cost me about $2, and I think I could reasonably sell this mug for $10, that means out of 5 tries, I only need to get 2 jackpots to turn a profit. If I get really lucky and win 5 jackpots in a row like I did yesterday, then I'd have enough for 3 mugs, at which point I could be potentially making a $20 profit. And so on and so forth until I've sold 1 mug to every human being on the face of the planet, and I'll finally have enough money to buy my own private island that no one's invited to. Also, fine, I'll explain my strategy with the game so you too can try to win at this specific machine in Orlando, Florida. The secret is to just drop 4 balls at a time. That's pretty much it. They even show you that in the little tutorial video that plays, and yet I still see so many people try to drop all 50 balls in 1 second like they're in a hurry to lose. If you drop exactly 4 balls every spin, which is pretty easy to do, you will end up with 48 out of the 50 balls with the time that you are given. That means at some point during the 12 turns, you only have to drop 1 extra ball twice to end up with 50. Personally, I like to get those 5th balls out of the way early so I know how hard I need to focus for the rest of the game, but if you'd rather save them for the end because you'll have the rhythm down at that point, I can't blame you. I'm just impressed that you flew all the way to Orlando to play this game. As usual, I got off to a bit of a shaky start. Probably didn't help that I forgot to take my Tom Brady brain pills like I did on day 2. I hope they don't consider that an illegal substance here, and it's not like the arcade equivalent of steroids in baseball. But after a few tries, I was able to win the massive jackpot that everybody else had graciously accrued for me. You see, every time someone loses this game, the jackpot goes up by 1 and resets when someone wins. So this means there had been about 300 losses in a row, and I got to benefit from that. That's another variable to throw into the math here, but even without that, 600 points is nothing to sneeze at. Anyway, after 3 days of mashing 1 button a million times and a hot dog toaster already sitting pretty in my kitchen, I headed to get my reward. Lucky for me, I got to ask the same guy from yesterday for help grabbing the LED sign that was just out of my reach. Instead of using a ladder though, he just kind of climbed on top of the shelves, and I really admired the creativity. Am I gonna somehow profit off of this sign? No. But to me, having a man cave that's open all day, every day, is priceless. Oh, also I grabbed the mug that I came here for. I keep getting distracted by funnier prizes. As much as I wanted to race home and enjoy a celebratory cup of decaf coffee out of my new mug, it was time to get down to business. And I threw that bad boy up on the world's worst commerce website, Facebook Marketplace, and I waited and waited and waited. And just when I was starting to lose hope, my friend Cody offered to buy it from me with real American money. Sorry for the abrupt exit, Cody, but I had to rush home and count my earnings.
10?
I couldn't believe my success. I earned enough points to buy that mug with 1 game of Quick Drop. These kind of profit margins are unheard of. Jeff Bezos who? There's a new guy in town. Why did I even bother going to community college for 8 months when I could have been investing that tuition money into the school of video games? Let's go ahead and break down the numbers, shall we? So I don't have a regular dry erase board, so this calendar is gonna have to do. Day 1, we spent $37. I still don't know why it was 37 and not 35. I guess the card itself, it cost $2 because when I refilled it, it was exactly 35 the next day, but I don't fucking know. We also spent $48 on bowling and $70 on food and drinks, but that doesn't count. That's not part of it. I'm just saying that that's what we did. Okay, but $72 spent on game credits, and here is what we earned. Number 1, a state-of-the-art hot dog toaster, a relic of simpler times, a rare and priceless artifact that is currently being sold on Amazon for $25. But let's say I was gonna buy that anyway, and in doing so, I saved $25, which is almost like earning $25, because penny saved, penny earned. Benjamin Franklin? Last I heard, he's the guy who electrocuted himself on purpose, so I think he knows a thing or two about math. We also got the man cave sign, and again, let's say I was gonna buy that anyway. Well, currently, that's being sold on eBay for an average of about $40. At less than 2,000 points, that's a bargain. If you're wondering why I didn't just try to sell that one instead, that's because I didn't think anyone would buy it. But maybe I'm wrong about that. Finally, of course, we have the mug, which I sold for $10. Now, if you have a calculator at home and you're playing along, you may have noticed that this number is bigger than this number. I'm trying to think if there's a word for that, like a math word, you know, for when you make more money than you spend on something. What's the term again? Oh, that's right, I think it's called a profit. And that's not even mentioning the fact that I practically threw away half my tickets on day 1, and the machine stole over 900 points from me on day 2, and I forgot to get my parking validated on day 3, so I had to pay for that myself. Also, I guess if you factor in like gas and stuff, because I had to drive a lot, that's probably another like $15. You know what, on second thought, I think we're just gonna call that part a wash. I made a $3 profit, and that is a success. So to answer the question of can you profit at an arcade, the answer is technically yes. Obviously, it depends on which arcade you're at, what prizes they have, if there's a machine that you can win consistently. But for this specific ball drop machine, I have learned that if I just win jackpots over and over and over again, making sure to take breaks so I don't hit the payout limit, I can absolutely redeem my points on something that I would have wanted to buy anyway and save a few bucks in the process. Am I gonna somehow turn this into a full-time job? You never know. I mean, I would pretty much be actively crashing the blue Marvel mug market by increasing the supply so much. Absolute best case scenario, I could see myself locking in minimum wage, but I would run out of people to sell mugs to eventually. Or, before any of that happens, the arcade might just run out of them, or they'll catch on to what I'm doing and nerf the machine I like, or raise the price of the prizes, or put a photo of my face on the wall that says, "Do not let this guy play quick drop, he is bleeding us dry." I guess if I had to pick one thing that I learned in this video, it's that unless you have a concrete plan going into it, and you've already done the math, you're probably only going to lose money at an arcade. Also, don't do what I almost did in this video and get really excited by the idea of selling something for a profit, because I almost got like a bunch of mugs before even seeing if they would sell, and then I barely sold one of them. Remember, the value of a product is only what someone is willing to pay for it. This isn't RuneScape. I can't just throw my Avengers mug into the Grand Exchange and get a bunch of gold coins for it. I have to use Facebook Marketplace, and Facebook Marketplace is the worst. All right, well, I'm gonna go toast a hot dog, which apparently is a thing that people do. Hello and welcome everybody to the first annual hot dog taste test. Before me, I have prepared 2 different hot dogs, one of which I grilled, the other one I, of course, toasted with our novelty retro hot dog toaster. Also, both buns are toasted in there. They've got a nice even burn on the bottom. So I'm excited about that. But what Amanda's gonna do is she's gonna mix them up, and then I'm gonna close my eyes and try to guess which is which, and then also say which one I like more. And we'll see if the hot dog toaster is superior.
Wait.
Bottoms up. It's hard to even taste the hot dog because the bun is so burnt and dry. I think that was a toasted one because that didn't really taste like much. I guess we'll see. That tastes way better. That's gotta be the grilled one, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
The Office premiered in 2005 to mixed reviews from an underwhelming number of viewers. Shrinking in the shadow of its acclaimed British counterpart, the show narrowly avoided cancellation after just 6 episodes. About 15 years later, it would go on to become arguably the most popular sitcom of all time. The legacy left behind by The Office is truly inescapable. You'll find GIFs and references from the show in just about every corner of the internet. And that's just for the general public. For the actors that were in this show, forget about it. These people are going to get called by their characters' names for the rest of their lives. Imagine going on a podcast to talk about a TV show you were on 20 years ago, and all of the top comments are like, man, it's so weird to hear Kevin talking normal. Why is he doing that? Make him stop.
I want to kill Kevin Malone.
I guess the thing that happens when you cast as wide of a net as The Office has managed to is that you're gonna pick up a lot of different kinds of people. And I think nowhere has that been more apparent than in the reactions to the new Office sequel series, The Paper. I want you to think of any opinion that someone could have about anything. And I promise you, there is someone out there who has that opinion about this show. There are people who think it's too much like the original. There are people who think it's not similar enough. I've seen people call it a lazy cash grab, and other people say it's the best show they've seen in years. Some people are already asking for fan fiction, and other people are complaining about DEI. Surprise, surprise, another show with women in it. Yeah, I'm out. Wake me up when they make something that's just a bunch of dudes. Young, hot dudes with their shirts off. This person is mad that their husband doesn't kiss them like the guy on the show. This person asked and then answered their own question, and all they had to do was look at the video they were responding to. And this person called Peacock poopcock. And that's just not nice at all. But the most prevalent opinion I've seen about the show, almost everywhere it gets mentioned, is that it will never be as good as the original and that Hollywood has no new ideas. Now, while I agree that this show probably won't be as good as The Office was, and I am also fairly tired of sequels and spin-offs in lieu of fresh new ideas, the show you're talking about literally was a reboot. The pilot episode of The American Office was a near word-for-word recreation of a show that already existed. Yeah, reboots can be kind of annoying, but this is not the time to make that argument. Also, I think we're revising history a little bit here. Season 1 of The Office was not that good. Season 1 of Parks and Rec was even worse. It took a while for those shows to figure out how to best utilize all the characters and even just find the overall tone. In the case of Parks and Rec, that show really didn't hit its stride until season 3 when they hired Adam Scott and Rob Lowe to replace this guy whose name I could not tell you if my life depended on it. I guess what bothers me about this is that a lot of the people who complain that nothing new gets made anymore also won't give new things a chance because they're not immediately better than the thing they already like. I think an important distinction to make about The Paper is that it's not trying to be The Office 2. Yes, it's made by one of the original creators, it's written and directed in the same style, it takes place just a few towns over from Scranton, and there is one single character from that show that is also in this one. But it's not a continuation of the same story or any of its characters. It's very much trying to be its own thing, and I think does so pretty successfully when they're not slamming you over the head with references to the old show.
It's giving me PTSD from a old boss.
I know who he's talking about.
Maybe too easy for you, Stanley.
I know who he's talking about.
Nobody wants this.
Every time one of these would happen, I would get unreasonably upset. Obviously, I get why they do these, and I do seem to be in the minority with this opinion, but it just feels so pandery. I also think when you lean too much into these references, you're shooting yourself in the foot, because the more these shows are connected, the more it invites comparison. And if people are constantly comparing the two shows, there's gonna be a clear winner. And that's kind of the double-edged sword of a show like The Paper. A lot of people are only going to watch it because it is tangentially connected to The Office, but then they're also going to spend the majority of its runtime comparing the two. And honestly, it's kind of impossible not to. Throughout the pilot, every time a character would come on screen, I would be like, okay, so that's the new Jim, That's the new Pam. And then that's sort of like Angela, and she's like Italian Michael, and that's the new Stanley?
Did anybody hear that?
Oh, sorry. My prejudice is showing. That's Black Creed. Mostly because I was so curious to see what this show was gonna be. I watched all 10 episodes of it, and I have pretty mixed feelings. Unfortunately, I'm blanking on what I was gonna say. Something about Oh, yeah. So there were parts of the paper that I legitimately laughed out loud at, followed by lines that would make me want to set my TV on fire. The pilot specifically is kind of a mess. Structurally, it's just all over the place. So we open on the old office building and we hear from Bob Vance. And we like that because we remember him from the other show. And then we cut over to a different part of the building and we hear this person talk about Dunder Mifflin, which we remember from the other show. And then we cut to the new office, which for a minute I thought was in London because this guy's British, but it's actually in Toledo. And we learn that this place sells toilet paper and regular paper and newspapers. And then we hard cut to this old documentary about how the newspaper used to be good, and then we cut back to see that now it is bad. And then the theme song plays, and then we're introduced to a second boss, and then she introduces us to everyone else, including Oscar, who we remember from the other show. And then we meet the main character who is coming in to be the third boss, and this is just like the first 9 minutes. It's so disjointed that it almost made me think that the cold open, a scene that has zero actual connection to anything else in the show, was a Peacock mandated insert demanded by some executive who walked into the writer's room with a Google Gemini summary of the script and said, but how will people know that this is The Office if we don't show The Office? Now, if you guys need me for anything else, I will be on a spaceship with Katy Perry. I listened to an episode of the Office Ladies podcast about this pilot, and I felt like it was kind of telling that the very first nice thing they said about the show was just how long it was.
This episode is 33 minutes and 18 seconds.
And how much fun is that?
It kind of felt like when someone shows you a movie that you know they love, but you weren't really into it, so you have to just think of anything positive at all to say about it. Yeah, dude, no, the aspect ratio is crazy.
It's called Eat House.
Mm-hmm.
Get it? Eat House.
Eat House?
Mhm.
Yeah.
And, hilarity ensues.
I also think it's funny just because the length is something I did not like about the pilot. I felt like it was way too long. This is a criticism I've had for years with other streaming shows where they leave too much in because there's no mandated length, but then the pacing feels off because of it. Like, one thing that's great about a lot of older network comedies is how they just fly through the episode. It's airtight because it had to be. And I think that if they had just cut out a couple of minutes of the weakest jokes in this pilot, it would have been received a lot better than it was. But instead, a lot of people just gave up on the show altogether. I probably would have too if I didn't force myself to be patient with it. Most shows aren't incredible right out of the gate, and pilots are difficult because there's a lot of things you have to get right. You have to establish the plot, introduce every one of its characters, tell a story that's somewhat wrapped up in one episode, but that provides enough intrigue moving forward so people want to keep watching, all while trying to be funny and interesting with dialogue that needs to exposit but cannot seem expository. It's rare for a series to nail all of that on its first attempt. So I didn't want to hold it against the show that the pilot is a little underwhelming, because at the very least, I do think they set up a really interesting premise, and that's probably the best thing the paper has going for it. A show about how a once great newspaper has been relegated to just being a clickbait factory whose only purpose is to generate whatever ad revenue it can for its parent company feels super relevant. By far the funniest parts of the pilot are the scenes that satirize the state of modern journalism. I love when Esmeralda proudly shows off her favorite article she's written, and it's just like the kind of thing you'd see at the bottom of a news page with some sensationalized title and a crappy AI thumbnail.
And then you keep learning about colors of cars. There are so many colors.
To me, this is what gives the paper a much stronger hook than it would if it was just another workplace comedy about a job that sucks. Because even though that premise worked great the first time they did it, if that's all this show was, it would feel completely pointless. This premise also gives you something to root for as you're watching it. There's a goal that everybody's working towards. The main guy, Ned, comes in with this Leslie Knope style passion and determination to turn this company around. And if you can buy into it, his enthusiasm starts to feel infectious. But I think it definitely takes a few episodes to get to that point. And part of the reason is because early on, the vibe of the show is kind of atrocious. It feels like everybody's an antagonist. The other bosses are trying to sabotage Ned. None of the employees give a shit. Oscar's pissed off whenever he's on camera. The industry itself is antagonistic. Like, it's already such an uphill battle for them to try to turn around this struggling newspaper that to add in all these other elements on top of that make it incredibly frustrating to watch. It's almost the inverse problem the first season of The Office had. In that show, you had to watch a bunch of people deal with one shitty guy, but in this show, you have to watch one guy deal with a bunch of shitty people. And it makes you not really like any of the characters in a show that is only going to work if you like the characters. But for the first couple episodes, it feels like everyone is just a slightly different flavor of stupid. This guy is stupid, but has kids. This guy is stupid, but old. This woman is stupid and loud. There would be funny moments, but it just felt like something was missing. Like there were some interesting ingredients in the pot, but it wasn't melding together into a good meal. In episode 2, I really liked the dynamic they were setting up with Adam and Adalola as a comedic duo when they go out and try and fail to do some investigative journalism. It had a real Parks and Rec vibe, you know? There were a couple lines I chuckled at.
I'm not buying any of this shit. You can answer questions here, you can answer them down at the station.
And it made sense that because they're so gullible, they would believe these teenagers who lie to them about the new craze that everyone is doing, and then they naively go write a story about it. It felt like everything was setting up for a really solid sitcom B-plot. But the specific lie they told them was that all the kids are acting like dogs. So then they start barking. And then later on, the episode ends with the two of them getting arrested for barking. And it just felt like there had to have been some other funny specific they could have put in. Like that was maybe the placeholder, and then they just never replaced it with a better idea. In episode 4, they established that one of their biggest competitors is a blog run by a local high schooler. And it's fun because even though there's this rivalry there, at the end of the day, it's just a random kid. As things go back and forth, you feel like it's all gonna lead up to something big and funny, and then all of a sudden the episode just kind of ends. They trick him into putting out a fake story to damage his credibility. They write their own article about it, and then Ned is like, maybe we shouldn't have done that. And then it's over. So like the climax of the episode is just a quiet reaction to something that happened off screen. The ending of every episode doesn't need to be some outlandish over the top moment, but I feel like it should at least crescendo. You know, that's what you tend to expect out of a sitcom. That they're gonna set up 2 or 3 different storylines that'll each slowly build up until they all converge in a satisfying way. And almost every one of these early episodes just kind of fizzles out at the end. Like we're kind of getting close, but we're never all the way there. And that was my biggest opinion about the show through the first 4 episodes. But then for whatever reason, suddenly in episode 5, everything kind of started to click for me. Maybe it was just more consistently good writing. Maybe it was that I had now had enough time to understand the characters. Maybe it was the Sawyer from Lost cameo. It was probably that. But if I had to narrow it down to just one thing, I think it would be that this is when the Esmeralda character finally makes sense. By far, the most polarizing thing about the show is Esmeralda. People hate her. A lot of viewers have said she's the reason they stopped watching the show altogether. They say she's annoying and too much and that she's trying too hard. And if anyone from Peacock is reading all of these comments, I am begging you to ignore them. They are wrong. She is hilarious. This show would be so fucking boring without her. She's kind of the only character with energy, and it's such a fun energy. Her performance feels completely unique. I feel like I've never seen this exact character on TV before, and I love it. Is she annoying sometimes? Absolutely. But she's supposed to be. That's kind of her role on the show, is to cause chaos that everybody else has to deal with. But it's not because she's just a terrible person, it's usually out of self-preservation. She feels threatened when Ned comes in and is potentially better at doing her job than she is, so she tries to make his life more difficult. And because her motives are always so transparent, I feel like you can empathize with her. Sometimes she does way too much because she's so desperate for approval. It's fun to watch someone who wears their emotions on their sleeve and is incapable of hiding how they feel. And I don't know if you noticed, but almost everything I just said is also how you could describe Michael Scott. I'm not saying that this performance is as good as Steve Carell was in the prime of his career, but I like that it's different enough to stand on its own. Michael Scott was lightning in a bottle, and the thing they say about lightning is you can't catch it twice. So I'm glad they didn't try to. That they didn't try to replace that character with someone doing a lot of the same things with the same look and the same mannerisms. Like Tim Key, also very funny in this. From the moment he steps on screen, it just kind of feels like he's doing a Ricky Gervais impression. He's doing a great job, but it certainly doesn't feel new. Whereas Sabrina Impacciatore feels very refreshing. And I'm just hoping the showrunners are aware of what they have in her and aren't going to lobotomize the show in an effort to appease a handful of angry reviews. It's more than a handful, but still. Overall, episode 5 is when this show really started to gel for me, and it only continued through the rest of the season. Each character started to become more defined and not just like interchangeable dumbasses.
I just can't have any more kids. 4 is just about manageable because you get 1 per hand per adult, but 5, I've been thinking like, how do you even do that? Do you use a foot? And then people think you're kicking them?
Once Ken and Esmeralda realize that their goals are aligned and they become more of a team, their dynamic gets so much funnier. Also, as a longtime fan of Eric Rahill, it's just really cool to see him get more opportunities, both as an actor and a writer. His character, Travis, is someone I'm intrigued by, but I still think has a lot of untapped potential. My favorite arc in the whole show starts in episode 7 when they introduce their new product, a flushable glove that you can use to wipe your ass, and ends in episode 8 when Esmeralda takes her son to audition for the commercial.
Do my rewrite. You know, I'm a journalist. I like writing, so.
I was born filthy in sin, so it'd be
Not that one.
It's baseball season, and the only stains my single mom should be getting out of my pants are grass stains.
This specific tone and style of comedy is something I missed from the Greg Daniels cinematic universe, and I'm happy to have it back. The second half of the season isn't just funnier than the first half. In a lot of ways, it kind of feels like a different show. It's significantly less pessimistic, so it's not as draining to watch. For me, it started to have that comfy sitcom feeling where it's like, is this the greatest show in the world? No, but if there were 80 more episodes of this, I would happily watch all of them over the course of a month. Unfortunately though, right as things are all coming together for the paper, it ends with a finale that just felt so forced and rushed. Just a few hours of screen time ago, Ned came into an office with no journalists and no skills. The first paper they put out had the headline, "No news is good news," because everybody messed up so bad they couldn't even publish something in time. And then in the season finale, just 8 episodes later, the Toledo Truth Teller wins a bunch of awards. And also Ned and Mayor profess their love for each other, and everything works out for everybody at the end. And I think this is where the show needs to decide what it wants to be. Do they want it to be about a bunch of incompetent morons failing to do their jobs in an entertaining way? Or do they want it to be a kind of feel-good story about the scrappy underdogs making a comeback? Because you can't really do both. You can't have 7 episodes dedicated to how stupid everybody is, and then 3 episodes later, they're winning journalism awards. It's not a satisfying ending if it doesn't make any sense. Like, I'm not saying you should have to drag everything out just for the sake of making it longer, but a feel-good story is really only gonna feel as good as the amount of time it took to get there. In Parks and Rec, Leslie wins the election for city council at the end of season 4, about 70 episodes into the show. In The Office, Jim and Pam had all this tension and chemistry through the first 2 seasons, but they didn't kiss for the first time until 30 episodes in. So when those things finally happened, it felt like a huge deal because we'd spent so much time building up to it. I understand from the showrunner's point of view, they were only given 10 episodes to work with, so they probably just wanted to give it a nice happy ending just in case Peacock didn't give them a season 2. But I really hope going forward they can get that number closer to 20 or 25 episodes to give everything a chance to breathe. They've already renewed it for a season 2, and they're planning to air the current episodes on NBC, so maybe it'll get more of the network sitcom treatment going forward, which would be good because I think that's how this show would best thrive. Like I said, the paper made me realize how much I missed being able to casually watch a new sitcom. The kinds of shows that you can watch a few episodes every night over the course of like 3 months and have it serve as this cozy distraction from whatever might be stressing you out in life. It's like the comfortability of a familiar set and a group of people you just get to spend a bunch of time with. Clearly, people still yearn for this type of show, and there just aren't nearly as many of them made anymore. That energy is more often put into the high quality prestige dramedies, you know, shows that are funny sometimes, but also stressful, and we can't put a bunch of episodes out because we're trying to win Emmys. There are a few network sitcoms that have received a decent sized audience. I just started watching Abbott Elementary, and I like that so far. I've heard St. Dennis Medical is pretty funny, but every time I look at the title, my red dead ass wants to call it Saint Denis. And judging by the number of commercials I've seen for Ghosts every time I've tried to watch football the past 6 years, it seems like that one's doing pretty well too. But the most watched shows continue to be comedies that wrapped up over a decade ago. It's kind of funny that because of the way TV has evolved, the best case scenario for these sitcoms is that they garner just enough of an audience to keep making it. And then once all 7 seasons are done and it can be thrown onto Netflix 8 years later, that's when it becomes the most popular it's ever been by a mile. But I also wonder if it's only going to get harder for sitcoms to even get to that point because of how different our approach to entertainment has become. Historically speaking, every sitcom needs some amount of time for the pieces to all come together. But the amount of time that people, myself included, are generally willing to give something is shorter than it's ever been. If you go on TikTok or Instagram somewhat regularly, you've probably gotten used to the feeling of, if this video does not interest me within 1 second, I'm getting the hell out of here. Make me laugh right now or stop wasting my time. My precious, precious time that I spend 9 hours a day of melting my brain with the flashlight I keep in my pocket. The Office was an incredible success story, but I have to wonder, if that first season came out today, would people be willing to give the same amount of time for the show to figure itself out? Or because of our increased impatience, would we be much quicker to just write it off? I don't know, because this is a hypothetical scenario I made up in my head. Anyway, I'm optimistic about the paper. I think they've planted a lot of interesting seeds, and I'm curious to see what it can grow into. And at the same time, I understand the frustration from people who don't even want to give it a chance, because it does seem like yet another reboot coming along to dangle something familiar in front of us so we stand and cheer. But as long as they continue to make the show its own thing and lean less into all the nostalgia bait, I think there's a lot of potential here. In the same way that Parks and Recreation was successful without ever needing to have its universe tie into The Office's, I think this show can succeed on its own the more it moves away from the original. But no matter what they do, they're gonna disappoint someone. If they keep Esmeralda around, some people are gonna stop watching. If they get rid of her, I'll stop watching. And for some people, it seems like they're only gonna keep watching just in case more Office characters pop in. What if Dwight had a son? And what if Jim had a son? And then they could be friends. And then we could just do the same exact show with the same exact characters, but played by different actors. What is this, HBO's Harry Potter series? Move on! Nothing you ever watch is going to immediately be on par with the show you've watched 100 hours of. You gotta open your heart up first, brother. All I ask is that you try not to develop a strong opinion about something before you even give it a chance. Try to go into everything with a clean slate, and if you like it, awesome. If you don't, that's fine too, but at least you've figured that out on your own. Just don't let some stranger on the internet tell you how you should feel about something. Unless it's me, of course. You can trust me. Anyway, thank you so much for watching this video. I know that a random ass Peacock show is not exactly the most pressing thing going on in the world right now, but lately my brain has felt like mush, so for the time being, this is the best I can do. Be sure to subscribe if you want to see my next video, where I will be ranking every number in order of how big they are. Bye.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hey guy. Gender reveal parties are the world's stupidest tradition. What probably just started as an innocent excuse to throw a pregnancy party with your friends has transformed into this never-ending competition to try to find the most destructive and dangerous way to announce that your child is gonna have a penis. Now, I'm not normally one to shit on people's innocuous hobbies, unless it's pretending to do magic or listening to Kids Bop, or cutting a bagel weird. Okay, maybe I do that. But in general, if you're doing something and it's not harming anyone, I'm not gonna take up too much issue with that. And for the most part, I think gender reveal parties tend to be pretty harmless. Maybe you just eat a pink cake with your family, or you all huddle around your dog waiting to see what color his shit is because you fed him some food coloring, and then everyone cheers when he finally poops, and he's confused, but he likes the attention. I'm sure there are plenty of ways to celebrate your fetus child that don't involve the destruction of property. The problem is, like a lot of things that end up on social media, gender reveal parties have turned into this quest to one-up everyone. Whenever an idiotic stunt goes viral, most people probably look at it like, wow, that was dumb that they did that. But some people look at it as an opportunity. They got 1 million views for making a piñata explode? I'm gonna set my grandparents on fire. If the smoke is pink, we're having a girl. Don't get me wrong, I love my family, but the only thing more important to me than their well-being is the possibility of becoming a Twitter moment for 4 hours. Now, I'm sure you've already heard about what I'm referencing, but it just makes me so angry that I had to come on here and talk about it. There is a wildfire in California, not was, because so far they've only been able to contain like 7% of it, that's burned about 10,000 acres and forced people to evacuate their homes, all because someone set off a pyrotechnic device at a gender reveal party in the middle of the woods. Because everyone knows the best place to set off fireworks is next to a bunch of trees. According to a surveillance video, the family could be seen afterwards scrambling and grabbing water bottles, which, believe it or not, was not enough to put it out. I am continually shocked by people who underestimate how quickly a fire can start and immediately become out of control. Especially in California, during a heat wave, the air is as dry as it can be, you're surrounded by foliage. What did you think would happen? I'm sure the family will try to plead that this was an accident, but I don't know if this even counts as one.
I am upset that people are stupid.
As idiotic and as preventable as this wasn't even the first time a giant fire was caused by a gender reveal party. A couple years ago, an off-duty Border Patrol agent shot a target he made that said boy girl on it, and because it was filled with an explosive illegal substance and placed right next to the world's most flammable plant, things went a little south. It took over 2 weeks to extinguish the fire and cost the city about $8 million in damages, but the good news is, it's a boy. I was curious what ended up happening to this guy, so I did a little bit more digging. Turns out he got off really easy. He didn't get arrested and was only fined $200,000, which is a lot of money, of course, but a pretty insignificant fraction of the damage that he caused. Like almost nothing in the grand scheme of things. Now, I don't feel bad for this guy at all. But apparently someone did because they started a GoFundMe for him. Help Border Patrol Agent Dad. He said it was the worst day of his life. Aww. Man, I hadn't even considered that. Order in the court. All right, I'll give the defendant one last chance to plead his case before I sentence him to 100 years in prison. Oh, well, one thing I forgot to say was, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to steal the school bus and run over all those people. I was just having a bad day. I can't stay mad at you. All right, I'll give you 45 minutes of house arrest and this coupon to Bath and Body Works. Court dismissed. I don't know if you guys have noticed this or not, but there's actually a lot of fires going on already. It's just kind of one of those things that happens now where every summer the entire west coast of America has a different color sky than the rest of it. You know what we don't need right now? More fires. What was it that bear used to always say? Only you care about the gender of your baby, please put down the explosive device. It's just so infuriating to me, all of this unnecessary destruction of wildlife, so much damage that is caused by the selfish actions of one person. Now, you might be thinking, well, at least no one died, right? Well, you wouldn't even be right about that. Last year, someone actually did die at a gender reveal party because they didn't realize how powerful the bomb they made would be.
Marion County Sheriff Jason Sandholt describes the device designed to explode colored powder into a puff of smoke revealing the gender of the baby.
You were right. It's a girl. Hey, so Grandma's funeral is this weekend?
A horrible accident, something that's really just terrible. Who can expect such a terrible loss to happen when somebody's trying to celebrate and welcome a life?
You know, it's a real tragedy what happened. They did everything right, too. You detonate a homemade pipe bomb from not that far away. You don't expect no one's head to come flying off, but I guess crazier things have happened, right? Wait, this ain't going on TV, is it? So that means in 2019, at least one person was killed by a gender reveal party. I was doing some research. You know how many people were killed by dinosaurs in 2019? 0. And they're giant monsters! Gender reveal parties are statistically more dangerous than dinosaurs. Anyway, so this happened in Iowa, and it was pretty big news at the time, but apparently not big enough, because the very next day, in a town 20 miles away, someone else almost died at a gender reveal party. What the fuck is going on? Now, if you're like me, you might be wondering, how are so many people getting access to explosives? What is there, like a website you can go to where you can just order one for yourself? Yes, there is. For the low price of just 99 American dollars, you too can order your very own Tannerite gender reveal boombox. It shouldn't be this easy. No wonder this keeps happening. You can't trust the average person with this kind of power. Most people can't even handle a party popper. How do you expect them to handle real explosives? Knowing this, I'm actually surprised more people haven't died at gender reveal parties. Apparently last year, shortly after these instances, a plane crashed at one after a pilot dropped 350 gallons of pink water. Miraculously, both people on board survived with very minimal injuries. I guess they're invincible. And I haven't even shown you guys the gator reveals yet.
Oh, yeah.
Can you guess what state this happened in? That's right. The one where I live. I think this last one really sums up the attitude that people have about these kinds of things.
Gender reveal party in Boardman leads to a call to police. Officers were called to the Applebee's restaurant Monday night for a fight that broke out between staff and a large group of customers. A manager told officers a group of 20 people came to the restaurant with confetti poppers, and she asked them to go outside so they wouldn't disturb other guests. The manager says they left a mess behind, and when she asked them to clean it up, a fight broke out and menus were thrown. The incident tonight remains under investigation.
What do you mean I have to clean up all this blue confetti that I shot on private property? I'll kick your ass! I feel like this is so indicative of the problem that America's having right now, where people are just so self-absorbed that their celebration is more important than your convenience, or even worse, your safety. Sorry I burned down your house, Deborah. Can't you just be excited we found out about the genitals on my baby? Again, I'm not here to stand in the way of your weird little tradition. If you want to pop a balloon to see what color smoke comes out so you can start imposing a personality on your unborn child, then do it, I guess. But if you knowingly take part in something that has the potential to put other people in harm's way, and you still do it because it's kind of fun for you, you are selfish and you suck. I think I would attribute some, but not all of the blame to family vloggers who, when they're having their own gender reveal parties, probably feel this obligation as content creators to make it as extravagant as possible. For them, the gender reveal party is just one of the many pieces of content you get to milk out of every pregnancy. When most people find out they're pregnant, it's like, oh shit, we're gonna have to spend a lot more money. But when family vloggers find out they're pregnant, it's like, oh shit, we're about to make a lot more money. As an example, here is just one family's pregnancy content journey. Mom's pregnant. Mom still pregnant. Looking at the baby. Guessing the gender. Gender reveal. Gender reveal part 2. Baby training. Another gender reveal. Baby name. Baby doctor again. Baby name again. Baby got feet. Side note, this is some extremely ominous clickbait. Belly getting big, belly at the doctor, belly on the bed, the baby's coming out, baby shower, baby hurtin', the official baby mama dance, and labor, birth, baby, you get the idea. No shade to this family, they're just living their lives. I'm not saying that they're having babies just to get content out of them. That would require an almost impressive amount of commitment. All I'm saying is it probably doesn't hurt knowing that every positive pregnancy test comes with 4 videos and about 20 million views focused solely on whether it's a boy or a girl. And this is why, in spite of the destruction that often gets caused, I think gender reveal parties are not going away anytime soon. For content creators, it's money in the bank, and for everyone else, it's the spectacle of it. If we're trying to get a video that people are gonna go crazy for and share with their friends, a little bit of confetti just ain't gonna cut it. So honey, grab the camera, grandma, you light the fuse, and everybody else, buckle up, because we're getting Facebook views. So I guess that's pretty much it. With everything going on in the world, I decided to donate the AdSense money from this video to that one guy's GoFundMe. I think he really needs our help. Just kidding. I'm gonna try to find some relief fund for the wildfires that are going on the West Coast. I'm not sure which one yet, but when I do, I'll put the description in the link. Put the description in the link! I'll put the link in the description, and if you have any recommendations, comment those down below. Although now that I think about it, this video probably won't be monetized because YouTube doesn't seem to like it when I talk about current events that have tragic aspects to them. Thank you so much for watching today's video, guy. I do want to say, if you're having a baby, that is absolutely something to celebrate. I'm very happy for you. Congrats on becoming a parent. That's a big deal. My whole life I've been looking forward to becoming a dad. Even when I was a kid, I'd be like, you know, I suck at everything, but you know what I would be good at? Being a dad. I can't wait for that day. And when it happens, you better believe I'm gonna be just as excited as every single one of these people. But all I'm saying is, you know, maybe channel that excitement into something that isn't arson. That's all. Well, anyway, thanks for sticking around to the end of the video. You have a great attention span. I will see you back here first thing tomorrow morning for a brand new video where I teach you how to remove your fingerprints and put them on your toes. All right. Bye. Hey guy, I want to start this video by telling you about something very dumb that I did recently, and I'm going to preface this story by saying that this was entirely my fault. There are probably 50 things I could have done differently to avoid what ended up happening, but I didn't, and that's on me. So I got a new car last month. For most of my adult life, I've been driving a 2012 Honda Civic that I bought from CarMax in 2015. I'll never forget the day I rolled up to my job at Popeyes and felt like the coolest guy in the parking lot. Took the Max part of the sticker off so it just said car on the back. Had a lot of fun back then. And even though this car was very reliable for pretty much the entire time I had it, it was starting to show its age, and I got to a point where I kind of just wanted something that felt nicer to be in. So I splurged a little bit, traded it in for one of the coolest sports cars on the market right now, a 2021 Hyundai Sonata. Now that's not the dumb part. There are so many things about this car that are massive upgrades over what I had before. There's a rear view camera, there's blind spot indicators, I don't have to plug my phone in anymore to play music, it beeps at me if I move 1 inch in either direction on the highway. It's a great car. But there are also things about cars made in the past decade that aren't necessarily better, they're just different. For one, why as a society did we get rid of the Prindle? I have spent the past 15 years of my life building the muscle memory of yanking around my car's joystick to tell it where to go, and now it's just buttons? And I don't have the muscle memory for that. I'm starting to develop some due to time passing, but for the first couple weeks I owned this car, I would have to stop looking this way so I could look down and see where the backwards button is. So that brings me to my story. 6 days after I bought this car, I was leaving a U-Haul storage facility and the exit gate was open. Now I've been there enough to know that sometimes, even though the exit gate is supposed to close, it'll just not. So I gave it a couple seconds, decided, yeah, it's gonna stay open, and started driving forward. And you will never guess what happened the exact moment I made that decision. Yeah, gate started closing. So naturally I'm like, uh-oh, this gate is going to hit my new used car. I should move out of the way. So I hit the reverse button, start accelerating, and my car moves forward. Now, if you've ever been operating a motor vehicle that starts moving in the opposite direction that you intended it to, you probably know about the panic that sets in. And I was running out of time. I could feel the gate inching nearer and nearer. So in the heat of the moment, I very wisely decided to do the exact same thing that didn't work the first time. I hit the reverse button, hit the gas pedal, and once again, my car moves forward. At this point, the only thing I've managed to do is get more in the path of the gate. And before I could try my foolproof strategy a third time, it crashed into the side of my car and the alarm went off and it made a big old scratch that'll probably cost a couple $100 to get buffed out and repainted. I don't know the exact amount yet because I'm too embarrassed to tell anyone what happened. Anyway, I've had about a month now to process this, and I'm of two minds. On one hand, it is kind of hilarious that I waited 9 years to buy a new car and I couldn't even get through 1 full week without fucking it up. I would love to see the security footage of me stopping in front of a closing gate, quickly accelerating, stopping, accelerating again, stopping again, before getting out and yelling, "God damn it!" It probably looked really fun. But then, on the other hand, I am kind of like, well, what the fuck happened? Because like I know that I hit the reverse button 2 separate times, and both times my car just decided not to do it. I tried recreating this exact scenario in a parking lot to pinpoint exactly where I went wrong, and my best guess is just that I hit the accelerator and the reverse button at the same time, which triggered the car's computer to be like, hey, you can't do that. You're gonna hurt the transmission. Let's hurt the side of the car instead. And like, it's a good thing that there's a mechanism in place to prevent the car from changing gears when you're moving too quickly. If I hit the reverse button while driving 70 miles per hour down the highway, I actually would want my car to ignore that. I'm pretty sure there was a similar mechanism in my old car. The difference is, though, that if this exact scenario happened while I was driving that one, there would have been physical feedback to tell me it was still in drive, and maybe I would have been less likely to floor it twice. In order to get the same confirmation from a button, you have to press it, look down at the dashboard, find the part that indicates what gear the car is in, process that information, and then react accordingly. And even if you can do all that very quickly, it still takes longer to send that information to your brain than if you can just feel where your hand is. And again, I'm the dumbass here. There are so many things I could have done differently. If I had just immediately accelerated as soon as I got to the gate, I would have made it through with time to spare. I also could have taken 3 extra seconds to just type my code in. I even could have stayed in bed all day and never gone anywhere near this gate, and that would have been a better decision too. But unfortunately, I didn't do any of those things. I did this, and I'm gonna have to live with that for the rest of my life. But my funny little mishap got me thinking about all these things I've seen over the past couple years of people getting screwed over by like modern features in their cars. And it made me want to do some research about it. And my takeaway is that while it would be untrue to say that cars have gotten worse, I do think they've gotten dumber. I looked up why cars made the shift from the Prindle stick to just buttons, or a touchscreen on the ceiling, or a wheel that's right next to the volume knob that hopefully has never caused a hilarious but unfortunate accident. And it turns out the main reason is just that the stick is not necessary anymore, because you're not physically changing the gear, you're just telling the car's computer what to do. Which, like, I get it, you know, I'm not here to stand in the way of progress. I just think that if you have to create a new problem in order to fix something that wasn't really a problem to begin with, you're not being as innovative as you might think you are. Without a doubt, my biggest personal gripe with how cars are made now is touchscreen dashboards. Almost 80% of new cars in 2022 had some kind of touchscreen display built into it. It's just the norm now. And on the surface, it seems like an improvement. I mean, obviously this is more advanced technology than this. Gross. I bet this one doesn't even have 12 different menus I can flip through to try to figure out how to get my turn signals on. It just doesn't make much sense to me when there's already such a massive increase in distracted driving and accidents and deaths that happen because of it, that they're adding this thing into cars that you literally have to look at to be able to use. There's a Swedish magazine that ran this test a couple years ago where they had people drive 12 different cars down the highway and timed how long it took for them to complete the same series of tasks in each of them. And the winner by far was a 2005 Volvo. Now, this doesn't mean that 2005 Volvo is the best car. It just means that for basic tasks like changing a radio station or turning the AC on, physical buttons that you can memorize the location of are the quickest and safest way to do those things. You don't have to look away from the road to be able to find where the button is. I think ideally modern cars are built with the right combination of actual buttons for basic tasks and the touchscreen for more advanced features, most of which you don't really need to use while driving anyway. And it does seem like some of the companies that maybe over-embraced this technology a few years ago have started to peel back and find a happy medium. But what absolutely drives me crazy is cars that have consolidated the entire dashboard into one giant iPad. Windshield wipers? We put it on the touchscreen. Want to turn the air down a little bit? We put it on the touchscreen. I think the irony of these kinds of interfaces is that they give the illusion of luxury. This certainly seems like the more innovative option until you realize that the main reason they're so prevalent in cars now is because it is the cheapest way to build one.
It actually costs a lot of money to engineer all of these buttons and switches and to have the wiring. Doing all of that in software is a lot cheaper.
It is more expensive to produce actual actual knobs and buttons than it is to just throw every function onto one screen, make it compatible with Apple CarPlay, and call it a day. And then when something goes wrong, it's just a software problem. We'll figure it out. Or maybe we have to replace the entire thing and it's gonna be $4,000. Who's to say? And I didn't even mention the fact that if the screen does end up malfunctioning in a car that's entirely reliant on it, it's not just a minor inconvenience, it means you can't drive the car until it gets fixed. Some of the extra hoops I've seen people have to jump through in order to accomplish basic tasks now are mind-boggling. You know how sometimes you have the AC on, but it ends up blasting right into your hand, so you have to reach over and change the direction of the vent? Well, that's fucking dumb, okay? That's how a caveman would do it. It makes way more sense to go on over to the car tablet, find the AC control button, select the air vent you want to change, and then drag it where you want it to go, all while barreling through a school zone. While watching a bunch of videos of car dashboards, I happened upon this 1989 Toyota, and there's something so beautiful about it. Look at that subtle burgundy interior, the tasteful thickness of those buttons. Oh my God, it even has a seatbelt. But I'm aware that I'm over-romanticizing the past a little bit, because if I truly wanted a car that looked like this, I could have just bought one. Like, I do want modern features. I do want a car that's able to do the things that my phone can do. But if these things are implemented in a way that forces you to look away from the road in order to be able to use them, I think we should reconsider how we got here. Cars have been around for about 100 years now, and it kind of seems like maybe we figured out the best way to make them and ran out of ways to meaningfully innovate. But that doesn't really work when you're trying to get people to buy a new one every single year, so you have to find something you can add to make it seem like there's been a big improvement. Things like door handles that retract into the car, which I guess is cool. I don't know if I've ever thought of the handle sticking out 3/4 of an inch as being an issue, but I'll admit it adds some sleekness to the car, and it's not like it's making things worse, right? What's that? If it gets too cold outside, the handles don't work anymore? Yeah, no, I could see how that might not be great.
Tesla fixed this problem with a software update last October. You can just press this to pop the door open when the door handles are frozen.
Great news, everyone. We've updated the app so you can now get into your car during the winter. So consider that problem solved. But didn't you create the problem in the first place? We're actually not taking any questions at this time. My favorite thing about these door handles is no matter how many times I get an Uber driver that's in a Tesla, I don't know how to get inside. I'm sure it's very simple, but clearly I'm struggling enough as it is. One thing I haven't seen as many people talk about, but has driven me crazy for the past few years is headlights are getting brighter, right? Like, that's not just me. I cannot tell you how many times I've been driving down a 2-lane road at night and a car passes me with headlights so unbelievably bright, I cannot see anything for like 10 seconds. Hopefully I'm still in my lane. I guess I'll find out soon. Now, this is one of those things that's a double-edged sword, right? Because in theory, brighter headlights should make driving safer because visibility is improved. But I feel like it has to negate a little bit of the safety when those headlights don't just hit the road and instead shine directly into the eyes of oncoming drivers. I looked it up, and the two things that are causing this are, one, manufacturers using LEDs now instead of the softer and yellower halogen bulbs from the last couple decades. LEDs tend to be brighter and more compact, so they hit even harder when you're staring down the barrel of one.
Oh, this one for sure.
But the other reason for this is a byproduct of something that I think is in itself a problem, which is that cars are so much bigger now than they've ever been. So if you're driving a sedan in the opposite lane of a brand new Suburban, those lights are gonna have to go through your eyeballs in order to hit the road. There's something a little paradoxical about the safety of cars now, where they are much safer than they've ever been, while also posing more of a threat than they ever have. A brand new truck may have great safety ratings because it's twice as big as every other car around it, but now every other car around it has to worry about getting demolished by a truck that's twice as big as them. Pedestrian deaths in America have skyrocketed over the past decade, and I don't think it's a coincidence that that's happening while cars continue to get taller and heavier for mostly no reason other than because they can, because there's no regulations stopping them from doing it. And if a truck being way bigger than it needs to be is what convinces someone to sign up for a $1,200 a month car payment, why would those car companies have any incentive to stop? It's created this cycle where I think a lot of people feel like the only way forward is to fight fire with fire. Everyone else has a giant car, well, I guess I need to get one for myself. I remember seeing this post a few months ago where this guy talked about how lucky he was to have been driving in such a gargantuan SUV when he got in an accident because he and his family were able to walk away unharmed. And obviously, that's great that they're okay. This could have ended very tragically, and I'm happy that it didn't. But for someone to see this and their takeaway to be, see, this is why everyone should buy the biggest SUV they can because it's the only way to keep your family safe. You're not taking into account the fact that in a lot of cases, these giant trucks and SUVs are the danger.
Since the introduction of SUVs, there has been a massive increase in what are called front overs, a person, usually a child, getting run over by an SUV by a driver who can't even see them. Over a 10-year period, over 500 American children were killed by being run over by SUVs.
I mean, shit, why stop here? I think every American citizen should drive around in a military-grade tank. Yeah, we might run over a few more kids, but as long as they're not my kids, who gives a shit? Now, of course, I cannot make a video about cars that are bigger than they need to be, and dumber than they need to be, and more dangerous than they need to be, without talking about the one that lies squarely in the cross-section of that Venn diagram, the Tesla Cybertruck.
Welcome to the Cybertruck unveil. It is literally bulletproof. Ultra hard stainless steel. Really hard. Of course, it will come with autopilot standard. Franz, could you try to break this glass, please? Oh my fucking god.
So this awesome car, which looks like when you first boot up a video game and not all of the textures have loaded in yet, was announced a couple years ago as starting at $40,000. Fast forward to today. Anyone who is driving one of these right now, the bare minimum that I've seen any of them spend 100 grand. One of the biggest reasons for this absolutely bonkers price jump is this $20,000 foundation fee. That's right, there's an additional fee tacked on that is almost as much as what I spent on my entire car. So you're probably dying to know what that bonus gets you. Well, some people who paid for it don't even seem to know.
$20,000 for it being a foundation series. Now, I don't know what that really means or anything, but yeah, I paid it because I wanted the truck.
So at first I thought it was just that it says the word foundation on it, which would be really funny. But apparently most of what that fee is meant to be attributed to is the self-driving feature that you would otherwise have to pay a separate monthly fee to access.
Of course, it will come with autopilot standard.
Now, one tiny little thing to note about this feature is that it is not available yet, and no one can even hazard a guess as to when it will be. So as it currently stands, the only thing this $20,000 fee gives you is priority access to a car that's littered with problems.
Oh shit. Oh, we already broke it. All right, so my Cybertruck is completely broken. My foot is on the floor and it's not moving.
This gear selector at the top, it just dropped down. Something's going on with the windshield. What? I got all these warnings I never seen before. I'm trying to open up the trunk. It won't respond. I'm going back and forth trying to close it. It won't close. It won't close. It won't close. When the tailgate's down, the camera's showing you the street. I have had enough.
At this point, I think I know more about manufacturing than anyone currently alive on Earth.
I have to say, I have really enjoyed watching videos lately from people who may or may not be in denial about the absurd amount of money wasted on this stupid car. They'll make these update videos where they complain about so many things they hate about it, and then be like, and that's why it's a perfect car. And I have no regrets.
This car is definitely worth the hype. This thing right here is a fingerprint magnet. I just got my car washed yesterday and there's still water spots. I noticed that my roof was starting to come off. Their navigation system sucks. It's rusting on the inside. It was like this when I picked it up. I definitely think it's worth $100,000.
So included with the Foundation series, you get all weather floor mats, and if you look right up here, there's a little Cybertruck logo.
Wait, did you say floor mats for all weather? Well, never mind then. They should have charged an extra $50,000. Sorry, I should be more sensitive. These people are going through enough right now. It's bad enough their car is falling apart, but they're also getting relentlessly bullied. Cyber clown trucks for stupid. Give it to the stupid clown to spend their life away. And this guy just said gay truck. That's like a truck owner's worst nightmare. I will say one thing I do really love about this car is that the rear view mirror doesn't work. Its view is completely obstructed most of the time. I mean, if you want, you can just look down at the screen at the rear view camera, but that also becomes useless if it gets even a little bit dirty. And isn't driving through dirt kind of the whole point of having a truck? That's all they do in commercials. Now, if off-roading is the thing you want to do in this truck, good luck, because it doesn't seem to know how to do that.
My friend in the 4Runner wanted to take that incline challenge, and he killed. The Subaru also went up that incline. The Cybertruck did not make it up that incline. And once we got to about the middle of the incline, it would stop. We tried airing down to 30 PSI, but it still did not make it up the hill.
Also, you're not gonna believe this, but part of his car broke while he was doing this. How does this keep happening? To be fair though, look how easily it navigates this puddle of mud. I mean, if I tried to drive through that in my old Civic, I literally would have drowned. But this truck can do things that I've never seen any vehicle do before. Yes, technically, this road is paved, but they're still in the woods. That's gotta count for something. This truly is the all-in-one vehicle. You can drive out in the middle of nowhere and sleep there if you want. It even comes with its own tent that you can attach to the back of the truck for an additional $3,000. Now, considering you can get a pretty big tent for like $100, you'd probably assume that this thing is decked out with premium features. No, it's just a tent. A 1-inch thin mattress, a couple of straps, a zipper that barely works. But since it's an official Tesla product, you know you're getting that signature high-quality engineering.
Oh, that didn't sound good. Broken.
It even comes with a bicycle pump, so you can spend 10 minutes manually blowing it up. For $3,000, you should be able to hit a button and watch this thing assemble itself. It is crazy to me how much they're able to overcharge for the most basic shit. Cosmetically, this stainless steel, absolutely gorgeous. It does pick up the occasional fingerprint if you touch it at all. But as long as you don't get in the car or anywhere near the car, you've got nothing to worry about. And if it does get a little spotty, not a problem, just take it through a car wash. But if you do that, make sure you put it on car wash mode first, otherwise it'll break the truck and void your warranty.
The Cybertruck does not work anymore. Listen to the noise this thing makes. That was a weird popping sound. So what did I do different? Today I went to the beach, took it through the car wash, make sure all the sand's off. Then I pulled it in the garage and nothing.
This thing is practically invincible. You can hit it with a hammer. You can hit it with a shopping cart. But if it gets any bugs on it, you need to clean that off immediately or you will ruin it forever. The Cybertruck is also famously bulletproof for some reason, although I'm not really sure why they've made that one of the primary selling points.
When you shoot a normal truck, the bullets go in one side, straight through, and out the other side. You cannot hide behind the vehicle to be safe, so it's something to keep in mind.
Keep in mind for what? Who are you marketing this car to? John Wick? The things they chose to prioritize while making this truck are baffling to me. Who gives a shit that it's bulletproof if the material they had to use to make it that way makes it so razor sharp you cut your hand every time you open the door? Who cares how strong the interior is if it can't even get wet? They're calling it a car made for any planet. Guys, why don't we start with making it work on this one? As far as safety goes, I've seen conflicting reports about this. There's a crash that happened between a Cybertruck and a Toyota Corolla, and if you look at the photos from the accident, you might think, wow, this truck is invincible. It barely got a scratch on it. Meanwhile, the guy in the Corolla is probably seriously hurt, right? No, he's fine. The problem with this rigid outer body is that cars are designed to crumple in an accident. That's their way of absorbing as much force as possible. If your car doesn't crumple, that force will be passed on to the passengers inside of it. So while the Cybertruck may look like the world's most indestructible car, a lot of people who know more about physics than I do aren't so sure this is a good thing. I think what Tesla has done the most successfully with this truck is make it so their target audience doesn't care about any of these problems. I've seen people online who are actively enduring nightmare situations still go out of their way to defend this company. Cybertruck broke down on my first road trip with my family, lost the back motor and was unable to drive, had to get it towed 2 hours back home. First year problems. Always good to wait a year or two on a brand new model. I know this as an early 3/Y owner, but man, come on. Had to grab the Cybertruck. No, you didn't. And it definitely seems like you shouldn't have. I found this guy on Twitter whose experience perfectly encapsulates the Cybertruck launch. His truck broke Pretty much immediately, he got that patented flashing red critical service error. Couldn't even drive it, had to pull over. Since then, it's been in the shop for weeks with no word on how long it's gonna take to fix. There's apparently at least 10 different things wrong with it. Wire harness needs replacement, ripple in windshield, driver's seat rubbing on center console, headliner sagging, chip and foundation series dashboard trim, mobile connector provided with Cybertruck not charging the truck past 6 amps, front misalignment, one side is higher, rear side arch misalignment sticking up. It could be another month before this guy gets his $100,000 car back. In the meantime, they're making up for all the trouble they've caused him by letting him borrow a regular Model 3 Tesla, which he himself described as being filthy with a strong, unpleasant odor that has persisted even after he went to the trouble of cleaning it inside and out. And it is fascinating to watch this guy, who has been absolutely fucked by Tesla, continue to go to war on Elon's behalf. People often criticize what they don't fully grasp, but the moment you take the wheel of a Cybertruck, everything changes. You'll quickly discover that all other trucks pale in comparison, becoming obsolete in the Cybertruck's shadow. Hey guys, it's been like 2 weeks since you took my car. Are you almost done fixing it, or? They've got it all twisted. Instead of comparing the Cybertruck to other trucks, they should compare the other EV truck's features and capabilities to those of the Cybertruck. Then it becomes clear just how superior the Cybertruck is and how the other trucks are stuck in the dinosaur era. Hey, my car has been in the shop for its entire life so far. Do you think I'm ever gonna be able to drive it again? While other trucks are busy playing catch up, the Cybertruck is already in the future, being the undisputed champion. Hating on the Cybertruck might get you more engagement and clicks, but I'll never fake it to make it. I love my Cybertruck.
Really wish I could get my truck back this weekend. Still no update.
Dude, if I was this guy, I would be furious. He has every right to be pissed off here, but he seems to be more mad at the people telling him he's been scammed than at the company that actually scammed him. I spent so much time this month watching videos of people driving this car and talking about this car and hating on this car, but at the end of the day, it's not fair for me to fully judge something that I've never even seen in person, let alone actually driven. Sure, I can pick and choose clips that fit the argument I'm trying to make, but can I really condemn something I've never even stepped foot inside? No. But then I found out there's an app you can use to rent other people's cars for a day, so I spent $700 to pretend I own a Cybertruck.
Love that sound. This is my nightmare. Everything on this screen, nothing's here. I don't like how many buttons I have to press to like turn the AC off. For a truck as big as this is, I don't love how sensitive everything is. The steering wheel, you barely have to turn it. You don't need to brake. I instinctively, when I'm slowing down, I want to take my foot off the accelerator and brake, but it brakes when you let go of the accelerator, so it's like really jerky. I guess I would get used to that if I drove it more often, but so far it's just like, I feel like I'm really drawing a lot of attention to myself. Going to a Costco parking lot, probably a bad idea. Everyone is turning and looking.
When I drive, I do not want to be perceived or looked at.
That guy right there is stopping to look at us right now.
Another Tesla is looking at us.
He's like, ah, my big brother.
When we got inside Costco, though, something weird happened. People stopped looking at me. I had to get out of there as soon as possible.
Look at all these normies. Only I'm in the Cybertruck. Okay. So many steps to open the mirror. They have something called karaoke. Look at me, took me, shook me, feeling me, singing from heart. Like a lot of reviewers said, you cannot use this rear view mirror. It is just complete darkness in there. It is very smooth to drive. It doesn't feel like you're driving a giant truck, but I kind of wish it did. If you forget that your car weighs 7,000 pounds and you're driving it like it doesn't, like I just feel like it's way too easy to accelerate as fast as you can and slice someone in half, which I'd rather not do.
It was a beautiful spring day outside, so the next thing on my agenda was a romantic picnic in the park with my lovely wife.
What's wrong? You hardly touched your cereal. We don't want Cinnamon Toast Crunch, I got a banana instead. I've driven a little bit now. I'm pretty sure every time I've parked and gotten out so far, I've left the car on because I don't know how to turn it off. There's not like a button or anything. But I finally figured out, it's very intuitive. You hit this, and then was it safety, right? And then you scroll all the way down, and you want to scroll past Joe mode. Don't put it on Joe mode. Then you just hit power off, and then that's it. And that's how you turn off the Cybertruck.
Getting the truck to fit into my garage was a lot closer of a call than I expected it to be. If I did own this car, this would be quite the fun little adventure to get to go on every single day.
And that's how you park a Tesla Cybertruck in your garage.
Despite all my issues with the truck, the more I drove it around the city and felt the enamored stares from mesmerized bystanders, I was reminded of what the guy I rented it from told me. You'll feel like a celebrity. And god damn it, he was right. I've never felt more popular. What, is that freaking Brad Pitt over there? Nope. Just little old me driving the best truck in the world.
Please, no pictures. I'm a regular person just like you.
I like the way this car makes me feel.
I don't care how much it costs. If it's not solid gold, I don't want it.
Hey, can I talk to you for a sec?
Sure, but make it quick.
Ever since you've been driving that car, you've been acting kind of weird.
How exactly do you mean?
You're like a completely different person now.
Oh, I see. You're jealous.
What?
You're jealous because I own the world's most awesome car.
You don't own the car. You're renting it for 1 day.
Oh, tell me how I knew you'd bring that up.
Because it's true, Drew.
I'm sorry, I can't deal with this right now. I need to go clear my head. I'm gonna take a nice scenic drive dangerously close to the edge of a cliff. We interrupt this slow motion car montage with some breaking news. Somehow the Cybertruck just got even dumber. Tesla has officially recalled all 3,800 of the vehicles due to a problem with the accelerator pedal. Turns out the pedal has a cheap plastic cover over it that's been fastened on so poorly, it's sliding off, getting lodged under the piece in front of it, and causing drivers to go as fast as this stupid car can go.
It held the accelerator down 100%, at full throttle.
This is a real thing that's actually happening. We here at Channel 300 News urge you, if your husband is about to drive one of these death traps near or around a cliff, you must go stop him. His life could be in danger.
Honey, I just saw on the news.
Who's a big, strong truck? That's right, you are. I had to give the truck back last night. It was one of the hardest moments of my life. Technically, I still had a few hours left on the rental, but Amanda said she felt weird or something. I don't know, it's all a blur. Final thoughts on the truck. I think it should cost $1 million, and I wish it had 2 accelerator pedals and no brakes so I could drive twice as fast and never have to stop. Please subscribe.
Hey guy, the rumors are true. I've been a victim of identity theft. Turns out there's some guy going around pretending to be me, and he's older than me, and he's taller than me, and he used to play basketball with LeBron James. You know who I used to play basketball with? No one. Because when I tried out for my 5th grade basketball team, I missed all 10 shots, and they have not gotten back to me yet. Fingers crossed. I've had to deal with the comparisons my entire life. Oh guys, look, Drew Gooden's on the cover of a PS2 game. Wow, that's so cool. What's the other one doing? Oh, he's peeing his pants? Gross. Drew Gooden just got drafted to the NBA, 4th overall. He's gonna make so much money. Are you peeing a different pair of pants? Go to the bathroom. There's a regional chain of quick service Mexican restaurants called Tijuana Flats, and his picture is hanging up in every location. You think I'm trying to look at that every time I go in on a Tuesday to get 2 tacos, chips, and a drink for $5.99? No. I'm trying to get 2 tacos, chips, and a drink for $5.99. I don't need the comparisons right now. I'm hungry, and god damn it, I just peed my pants again. Sorry about that. So, I've actually wanted to make this video for a long time. The 2 most common DMs I get are, bro, I just saw a roadwork ahead sign. Did you know they have those in real life? And then the other one is usually screenshots of Google searches where people are looking up like Cody Ko or whoever, and then Google's like, hey, did you also want to look at this guy? You know, the guy from YouTube? And it actually is kind of confusing sometimes because even though I like to think that I can tell us apart, Google uses our information interchangeably. So if you search Drew Gooden height, it's his height. I'm actually about 5'3", but if you search Drew Gooden age, it's my age. But then if you scroll down a bit, when was Drew Gooden born? September 24th, 1981. That's why he's 38, and that's why he's 26. People also search for Danny Gonzalez, 25, Cody Ko, 29, and Danny Gonzalez, 44. One of the biggest disparities between us, besides everything, is net worth, where the other Drew Gooden played in the NBA for 13 seasons and made over $75 million. I didn't. It's almost a little sad for me to Google my own net worth and have it be so many decibels off. Technically, there is one thing we do have in common. Now that he's retired from basketball, he is a part of the Washington Wizards broadcasting team. I know because I snuck a pic of the back of his head when I was at a Magic game this year. Not to brag or anything, but my point is, he does commentary for NBA games. I do commentary on YouTube. I'm just saying, it's pretty crazy. We Are Two Different People Tour Part 2, anyone? Sorry, Danny, you've been replaced. Now, there's two reasons I want to make this video. One is to clear up the confusion. People mention this a lot, and even though they're already on Google when they find it, and they could easily just Google a little bit more and figure it out, I'm just clearing things up for you so you didn't have to type one extra sentence. But the real reason I wanted to make this video is because I have found several articles written about me, and there is nothing funnier to me than reading factual information about myself that is entirely untrue. So one of the weirdest ones is TrendCelebsNow.com. On TrendCelebsNow.com, he is one of the successful YouTube stars. He has ranked on the list of those famous people who were born on October 26, 1993. This one's really funny to me because it lists all these stats about me. Things that, like, I don't know who would be searching for. I don't know who needs this information. Height, not available. Weight, not available. Body measurements, not available. Eye color, unknown. Hair color, unknown. Gee, if only there was somewhere you could go on the internet where you could see what I look like. Estimated net worth in 2019, $21 million. Previous year's net worth, $21 million. Annual salary, under review. I like that it's not just unknown, it's under review, as if they have like a team of researchers working around the clock trying to figure out how much money I made. Does Drew dead or alive? As per our current database, Drew Gooden is still alive. Whew. Is he having any relationship affair? This information is not available. Why is Drew Gooden famous? Drew Gooden became popular for being a successful YouTube star. Once people realized that I was a successful YouTube star, that's when I became a successful YouTube star. There's also Celeb's Life Reel, which has a lot of the same information, but stylistically, I gotta say, I love that the first thing I see on my page is the biggest, grainiest picture of me I've ever seen. Profession, YouTuber, YouTube star. Ethnicity, unknown. If only there was some way to figure out what ethnicity I am. If anyone has access to that information, please let me know. Drew Gooden is an American YouTube star who is best known for uploading pranks, reactions, vlogs, podcasts, and challenge videos to his channel. That's not only funny because most of that isn't true, but also that's like the vaguest description that would cover like 90% of YouTube. Childhood. He has not given any insight into his childhood until now. It seems that he is very focused on his career. I wish that I had the time to share with you guys the details of what it was like for me growing up, but I'm so focused on my career, I can't do it at the moment. One thing that did freak me out though is weight, 72 kilograms. How the fuck did they know that? I had to see how much that was in pounds, but holy shit, that is like exactly right. How did you know that? Where did you measure me? This one I thought was called infamouspeople.com, but I realized I read it wrong. It's infofamouspeople.com. I really wanted to be infamous, too bad. Not a whole lot to see here, but they did integrate a Facebook comment section on the bottom. Let's comment immediately with Drew Gooden. Kathy says, great show tonight. Loved seeing Gail. She's a hoot. Tony says, gorgeous and everything that makes you, you. Tony, you're gonna make me blush. And Todd says, beautiful. So yeah, I'm pretty sure they're definitely talking about me. What's interesting about this one though is it looks like you can edit these paragraphs. And I thought, well, who better to edit information about me than me? But then it opens up complaint data where you type in your name and then it says, please take responsibility for what you write, which makes it seem like I'm gonna get in trouble if I put something wrong. But I just filled it out to the best of my knowledge. And nothing happened, so that was a little disappointing. I almost forgot, I was looking at some of these on my phone the other day, and there's another website called allfamous.org. This one's cool because on my profile, it has a button that takes you to a similar YouTube star. So I was really excited to see who it would take me to. Maybe Danny, Curtis, Cody. No. It took me to Eve Frank, a 6-year-old girl who is the star of one of her family's most watched videos, Baby climbs out of crib. And that's who allfamous.org thinks I'm most similar to. A little girl. Now, I think I saved the best two for last. This one's just about me, and then you'll see what the other one's about in a second. But this website's called findcelebritywiki.com. They pretty much alternate my pronouns from sentence to sentence. Drew Gooden is an American YouTuber, and he was born on October 26, 1993 in Orlando, United States. Her home city is Orlando, and nationality, American. He was born in her mother's home city in Orlando, United States. Does that mean that I was born in the city that my mother was in when I was born? Because I think that's true for everybody. She is 26 years old. He is currently a professional YouTuber. He is a renowned YouTuber in the United States and another neighboring country, but we won't tell you which one. He is a very efficient American YouTuber. That's right. I've managed to make an entire YouTube channel as just one person. So I'm not even sure what this means. Her body measurements are 42 inch. Does that mean tall, 42-inch tall, or wide? Is that my waist size? I'm not sure. He has dark shading hair and dark black eyes. Then annual/monthly salary. So I either make $50,000 a year or $50,000 a month. Source of income? YouTuber income source. The most supply of cash for Drew Gooden is YouTuber currently. We have a tendency to don't have enough knowledge relating to vehicles, fortnightly/yearly wage, and so on. We're changing presently. Oh, chest size 42 inch. Okay, not waist, chest size. So I may be short and slender, but I'm also very busty. Bicep size, under review. That makes me think they're like watching me with binoculars through my window, trying to catch a glimpse of my biceps. Body shape. Not know. Sorry guy, we don't know his body shape. Hobbies, YouTuber. Likes, YouTuber. Dislikes, under review. Well, we know he likes YouTube, and it is one of his hobbies, but we have no idea what he doesn't like, because all we know him from is YouTube. My address, of course, is Orlando, United States. When I buy things online, I just get them shipped to Orlando, United States, and they'll find me eventually. So that website would have been my favorite if it wasn't for this other one. Shout out to @bitchiz on Twitter for sending this to me. This is an article called Look into the Love Life of YouTuber Drew Gooden and his wife, Amanda. This is one of my favorite things I've ever read in my life, but I don't want to read it by myself. I have to do it with, of course, my wife, Amanda. Oh, honey! Oh, there you are. All right, you ready to look into our love life?
Nah.
Come on, get excited.
Nah.
Okay, there we go.
E-celebrity mirror.
It'll be like looking into a mirror.
An e-celebrity mirror.
An e-celebrity mirror, of course. I like the way it starts. Drew joined the YouTube community on August 21st, 2015, and since has become a YouTube sensation with over 2 million people subscribed to his channel. Speaking of his love life...
It's the same thing.
Same thing. I do love my YouTube channel. We all know how funny Drew as a commentator is, but how much of us actually know him personally? Today, let's get to know his love life.
How Drew met his better half. I'm your better half.
Uh-huh. The other half is 5'8" and has a 42-inch chest size.
Oh, and I'm the better half.
And you're my much better half. When you are in the show business, things are bound to happen. I mean, yeah, that's true of anything. Things are bound to happen.
In any business, really.
A similar case happened to Drew when a girl commented on one of his vines. And who was that girl?
Mariah Carey?
Mariah Carey? She said, bad vine, delete your account. She commented that Drew looked so cute in his vines, and that was the starting point of something great. Something extraordinary. Soon, Drew and his future beau started chatting, and in an instant, made a connection. After a while, they decided it's time they should meet, and so they did.
How did they know that?
Nearly 3 months after meeting one another, Drew proposed to his wife. No, it
was a year.
Well, yeah, it was over a year.
Yeah, we were together for a year before we got engaged. It was not 3 months that we got engaged.
Yeah, I was wondering where they got that from. I guess they're referencing this tweet where I say April, so they assume it was April.
Yeah.
We met each other, did long distance for 3 months, and then got engaged.
I think they're just going off of dates when we posted things.
Right. They're trying their best. It's just funny.
Now they're living a comfortable life,
enjoying each other's company. Little do they know, we can't stand each other.
But we're quarantined, so we can't go anywhere.
There is not one bit of a doubt that Drew Gooden's wife is gorgeous.
Is there any doubt?
Not one bit of a doubt. Drew himself has admitted that he is fortunate.
What about me? Why is there nothing about my feelings?
Because our relationship is from my point of view and my point of view only. He cherishes every moment he spends with her.
Did you write this? us.
I sure did. We've never fought. We've never gotten annoyed. Certainly not during quarantine when we're with each other 27 hours a day.
Drew and Amanda
sharing a moment together.
No, that was just me being like, here, look, fake laugh.
Yeah, this was a very posed picture, as all of our wedding photos were. You
And
kind of
we were-
have to stop and like, we're having a great time. Not only that, his incredibly talented partner has been featured numerous times on his YouTube channel.
Incredibly talented?
Mm-hmm. He says that it's extremely easy to make vines with such a talented actress, while referring to his wife. You guys want to see what what they're referring to?
Babe, come on. Come on.
Yeah, that was very
Babe.
much sarcastic.
Babe, come on.
Drew and his beau have come so far from being complete strangers to one another to become the best of friends to a married couple.
You could say that about anyone.
Literally every couple in the world at one point was complete
Was
strangers.
strangers.
How is their relationship? To fans of Drew, it must come as no surprise that he and his better half are quite a lovely couple. They spend time together enjoying a little walk or just chilling all by themselves.
How do they know us?
How do they know we chill by ourselves?
And go on little walks.
Just a little walk. The pair also have traveled to different locations, mostly romantic ones, where they are seen sharing a kiss or two.
Who's watching us?
Whether it's something fun or something boring, Drew Gooden's wife, Amanda, is always ready to back her beloved husband up.
Wait, I'm ready to back you up.
Yeah. When I get into a fight, you're ready to like,
Hey,
door
that's
babe.
my husband. Furthermore, many fans want the loving couple to have kids of their own soon.
Do they?
Well, I have an announcement. It's not going to be for a few more years.
Yeah, it's gonna be a while. So that was fun. That was pretty much it. Anything you have to say to the fans out there who demand more of you in every video?
Follow me on Amanda is Gooden.
Oh yeah, she made a new Instagram. Amanda Gooden.
I'm part of the Gooden family.
Yeah, we're finally
Good.
married. You want to go ahead and leave people with your famous catchphrase?
Babe, come on.
Come on.
Well, we've gotten to look at a lot of interesting websites today. How about we learn how to make our... that's better. Well, I'm going to go ahead and wrap things up here because it is so dark outside and it's only 3 p.m. But that's what summer is like in Orlando, United States. Thanks everybody for watching my video. If you ever find a weird website like this written about me, an article or some biography or whatever, send it to me. I love reading these. This was a really fun video to make. But until then, I must bid you adieu and turn off my camera. All right, bye. Hey guy, welcome back to the world's best and also worst website. Someone I've never really talked about but have always been a little embarrassed to share this platform with is JStation, who many of you may know is a guy who exploits celebrity and YouTuber deaths for internet views.
One of my favorite things about Mac Miller is he dated Ariana Grande. And hell yeah, I put ads on this shit.
This is someone who also just last month pretended to buy human slaves off the dark web in a video that had the hashtag slave in the description. You know when you're just browsing the slave hashtag to find fun new content? But now congratulations are in order because recently JStation managed to set a new personal record for negative attention by faking his girlfriend's death.
Let's smash the like button right now, guys. 1 like equals 1 prayer for Alexia.
Dear God, where did you go? And at first, he was getting away with it because aside from the reputation he's earned from his entire body of work so far, no one had any reason to suspect that he was lying about this. And even if they did, there wasn't any proof. Until there was. The YouTuber Some Ordinary Gamers, feeling heartbroken for Jay, having gone through a similar situation in the past, wanted to be absolutely certain of the truth. So he did a little bit of investigative work. He looked up the site of the crash, nothing there. No news reports from the area, despite it supposedly taking place on a pretty major highway in Toronto. No mention of her death online by family members or seemingly anywhere other than in Jay's videos. He then took it a step further. He called the local police in the area of the crash and asked if there were any reports of a fatal car accident involving someone named Alexia. There were none. So either every member of the police force took a vacation at the same time, or she's not really dead. The truth starts to leak out. Uh-oh, Jay's in trouble. Not willing to accept defeat yet, he follows up the first video with an equally heart-wrenching drive to the site of the crash.
Oh my God, she must have crashed into the sign.
Can we just take a moment to acknowledge how absurd this is? They set up this fake memorial in the middle of the snow, then drove a couple miles away so they could pretend to be driving to it.
I bought her these roses.
And all of this for nothing, because the cracks are starting to show. The commenters have caught on, more videos are starting to come out about the situation.
She's gone. She's gone.
This is too fake.
It's too bad.
I was half expecting her to pop out of that fucking Egyptian sarcophagus behind him.
But the real tragedy here, in my opinion, is that this premature revelation of the truth got in the way of Jay's initial master plan, which is so genius. I can't believe it didn't work.
What if we fake your death, do a skit on YouTube, pranking everybody just to gain traction on the Dream Team channel?
This gives you 2 free videos of pure sad with ad.
Then we were gonna do a Ouija board video, which I did.
My dead girlfriend right now.
And then finally, the grand finale. Bring her ass back to life.
We were gonna call her at 3 a.m. and we were gonna resurrect her.
And no one would suspect a thing. See what I'm talking about here? It's a foolproof plan. All they were gonna do is resurrect a human being for the first and only time ever, and no one was gonna have any follow-up questions. Not the police, not scientists. He's since tried to imply that if Alexia hadn't come clean about being alive, then everything would have turned out fine.
She ruined my entire life, this girl.
No, she isn't what ruined the plan. The plan is what ruined the plan, you idiot.
It was her dream to get 1 million subscribers, so...
What? Let's try to reverse engineer this idea for a second. Your goal is to get more followers on your second channel. So your brain tells you, one of us should die. I am in awe of the decisions that had to be made for Jay Station to get himself into this situation. To be trapped inside his mind is a prison sentence that I wouldn't wish upon even the worst criminal. And I know that this has been covered ruthlessly up until this point, but I do want to point out how pathetic and gross this is to try and manipulate your audience into thinking that someone is dead. Not just dead, but that they died from a drunk driver.
Do a skit on YouTube, pranking everybody.
That's not just like a funny YouTube skit. That's so insensitive, dude. You are making light of a horrible tragedy just for your own personal gain.
Go subscribe to that channel right now, guys.
There's really not a word strong enough to describe how scummy that is. But the story continues. The truth. Alexia fires back. Jay Station retaliates. Oh my god, how long is this gonna go on? Finally, after several days of airing out their personal grievances with each other in a hilariously public setting, they seem to have moved on and they're both back to business as usual. And you know, if their plan was to bore people out of caring about the situation by posting these 25-minute he said, she said confessionals, well, by golly, I think it worked. Most people have lost interest. So what we're left with here is 4 videos of whining, crying, and pointing fingers at each other. You'd have to be insane to sit through all 97 minutes of this. So I did. Let me summarize it for you. Now, obviously, neither of them want to take the blame for this, and they're in an interesting situation where because there's 2 of them, they don't necessarily have to take accountability. They can just point fingers at each other and say, well, don't worry about what I did, guys, because the other person's worse.
Let me tell you guys exactly what happened with all these my girlfriend's dead videos.
You don't understand, like, how messed up my life used to be. Like,
his first video about the situation is essentially just a sob story.
In the middle of fucking ghetto and shit.
He had the chance to come out and be mature about things and really own up to the situation, and instead he's just crying in a closet because his girlfriend's gone and his childhood was bad.
I would get bullied in school and shit.
Which, by the way, doesn't justify being a bad person. Plenty of people have had rough upbringings and aren't awful because of it. You're trying to use it to remove blame, as if everything you've ever done is excusable because 12 years ago you got bullied.
Ended up going to jail because of drinking.
Like, that's a really interesting way to word that. You didn't go to jail because of drinking. No one just has 1 beer and then gets arrested. What I assume he's saying is, one time I did something illegal while drunk, but therefore it's not my fault, it's the alcohol's fault. See the pattern here of not taking responsibility for anything? He is adept at shifting blame, and you'll notice even more of that later on. But he does slip up at one point and basically admit to orchestrating the entire stunt himself.
So we thought of the idea. Actually, I thought about the idea.
The whole thing was her idea? which is to say that she was in the room when I told her about the idea.
She ruined my entire life, this girl. I miss you so much, but now my entire life is ruined. I want you back.
Oh man, he is really going through it right now. But hey, at least he's got his friend Ahmed.
Forever, I'm grateful for Ahmed Mo. He helps me with everything. He is down for me.
What's good, Generation? When I was a kid, I actually had a girlfriend and she passed away. What's good, Generation? Witches are actually super scary. When I was a kid, I had a grandma babysitter, and guys, she used to whip me all the time. So I'm really scared to go see the grandma.
He is a true guy.
But enough funny business. Here is the line in this video that stands out to me the most.
I expected all this to stay on YouTube. And it didn't. I expected all this to stay on YouTube.
What? There is so much inside of that one sentence. What an insightful glimpse into the way this maniac thinks about YouTube. That all of this is just content. That it has no connection to the real world whatsoever. Ghost fart at 3 a.m. is just content. I'm with you on that one. Proclaiming the death of a human being to millions of people, you didn't think that would seep into the real world at all? Like her family, who you didn't bother to notify beforehand? You didn't think they'd be concerned at all about their dead daughter?
After the first video that we posted together when I said she died, it was all good. And then she got phone calls from her parents, and her parents didn't like it.
I just can't wrap my head around this situation here. This is someone who's so sucked into this content factory that he's created that he doesn't even recognize real life anymore.
And I told her that her parents, it's none of her business what we do online. I don't mess with his dad's business. He shouldn't mess with ours.
And it's because he's never received real consequences for his videos in the past, so he doesn't see it as something that affects real life.
And never was happy until now, until I met Alexia.
To sum this video up, Jay thought that based on his past experiences, he could just come out all somber, play the victim card, oh, I do bad things, but that's not my fault, and he'd be fine. But I don't think he expected Alexia to fire back as hard as she did.
Jay told me that he does not want me to have Instagram. He does not want me to have Facebook. He deleted all my contacts in my phone. I felt really controlled by him, and I felt like he was trying to isolate me from my friends, from my family. One time he literally threw and whipped an iPhone at my face, and then the second time he grabbed me off the couch and threw me to the ground. He does not know how to control his anger, and he lashes out on people for no reason. Like, if I didn't do exactly what he said, he would just get so mad. The times that he was mean to me, it's just like he was so mean. He would even kick me out of the house every single time that he was upset at me. He would just kick me out, not even give me keys to come back. He was just like constantly trying to make him happy. He literally told me on more than one occasion that he thinks that it would be better for my dad to die because then I would actually start working harder.
There is a lot to unpack in her two response videos. She throws out assault allegations, which I'm pretty sure have since proven to be valid because he just got out of jail last week.
I just got out of jail right now.
She also describes situations and shows accompanying texts that make it clear he was a very vindictive and controlling boyfriend.
You're gonna go from everybody thinking you're dead to a month later, everybody not even knowing you exist.
And while the blame should be partially shared between the two of them because by being in these videos she was clearly complicit in making them, I also understand how a controlling boyfriend could have coerced her into doing things in spite of her reservations.
Like, she was nervous. Well, I told her it didn't matter.
Like, at one point he tries to use this clip as proof of her willingness to help.
Here's the video of her actually giving me her voice to use in that video.
You just whisper it?
You're so annoying.
I'm not.
Sure.
Can you whisper it? This is the last thing I have to do.
I miss you.
She was 100% down with these videos.
But he's literally like harassing her in her sleep until she says her line. What did you think this would prove? Keep in mind, this is someone whose other ex also came out a few months ago and accused him of similar things, also showing texts that make him look crazy and violent, even showing a video of her phone that he broke while mad at her. And if all that wasn't enough, Jason the Station, who turns 30 years old today, actually, happy birthday, by the way, just a few years ago, flew all the way from Canada to Texas to spend the night with a 17-year-old fan.
I made sure to stay up all night because I was paranoid. I wasn't sure what he was going to do.
I love all my female fans.
Weirdly, this revelation is not totally surprising. Manipulative guys tend to target younger girls because they're easier to take advantage of.
Yeah, he definitely knew what he was doing, but at that moment in time, I just didn't really think of it as anything. So I guess I was just really, really starstruck.
Now, thankfully, this girl said that nothing happened between the two of them, so it isn't technically illegal that he did this, it's just sketchy. I don't know why you would do that. I don't know why a 27-year-old man would fly internationally to hang out with a teenager.
I feel like he definitely would have done something the moment I turned 18 because, like, he's more flirtatious in person than he is in his videos, for sure.
So based on the consistency of his behavior and the sketchiness of his actions, it's pretty hard to watch these videos by Alexia and not believe what she's saying. Obviously, quite a bit of this has to be taken at face value because there isn't always going to be concrete evidence for everything that's ever happened, but it definitely feels genuine. She's clearly very raw and emotional. And when you compare that to the fairly large body of her acting work on this website, I'll just say there's a pretty noticeable difference.
The dark web mom was insane. When we ordered the dark web mom, we also saw a dark web dad. I'm just nervous that she's gonna be like crazy or something like the dark web brother.
Even after all the dust had pretty much settled, Jay was still finding ways to make things worse for himself. He's been doing this incredible self-own where he gets really defensive about people accusing him of lying about this, the police reports. So he sort of like brags about having been arrested.
Jay committed assault on Alexia Morano.
This is, of course, contradictory to what he said in the past.
I never hit a woman in my life.
Warrant for arrest.
I've never hit a girl in my life.
Use a weapon, namely a cellular telephone.
Okay, so maybe you didn't hit her, but you threw a phone at her and possibly your other ex-girlfriend as well. Is that supposed to be better? Because that just kind of seems like a loophole to me.
Anybody online, they keep on saying, yo, Jay's lying. He called the police department, there's no warrant. So Jay's a liar. Bro, this is why you're not respected.
But it's fascinating that he's more concerned with not being seen as a liar than he is about being arrested for battery.
They're saying, I'm committing a crime by telling people I was in the army?
Bro, get your facts straight. The only crime I did was assault.
This is why you're not respected.
What Jay has done here is indefensible. But as I was talking about earlier, with internet drama, you don't have to be perfect to win. You just have to seem comparatively less bad than the other person involved. Which is why he has continued to fire shots at Alexia, even after she has completely stopped talking about it. In one of his recent videos, he bought a new girlfriend off the dark web, as one does. But it's very obvious that this video is another not so subtle attempt at making Alexia out to be the worst person here. I mean, this character is clearly supposed to represent her, but in a way that's visually crazy. She has the coronavirus, I guess. She's holding a sledgehammer because that's what a man with a brain of a child thinks a crazy person would do. And the whole video is them recreating things from their relationship.
Why do you want a YouTube channel?
Because I want money.
What?
Yes, the insane person is definitely the one being parodied in the skit, not the one who wrote and produced the skit.
What were you thinking?
But even after all of this bullshit, profiting off of fake death, assault allegations from multiple women, even after this has escalated far past the point of insanity, the most frustrating thing is that none of it fucking matters. Nothing will happen to Jay Station. See, your first instinct is probably to disagree and say, well, no, his reputation is ruined. He's done for. But he's not. We say this every time he does something dumb, but then in 2 weeks, it goes away and his channel continues to grow. It's never mattered. You look at all these dislikes and your instinct is to be like, man, the only thing dead here is Jay Station's career. But at the end of the day, dislikes don't affect how much money you make from a video. The only number that matters in that regard is this one. And he's doing just fine there.
I made like $2 million off of YouTube so far.
No matter what all of us big, strong grown-ups with high school diplomas think, we are on a website where we're outnumbered probably 10 to 1 by tiny little kids swiping through dark web videos with one hand and using the other hand to steal their mom's credit card to buy V-Bucks. And they love this shit. They don't care what his ex-girlfriend says about him. They don't have the mental capacity to process this situation and be like, oh, I think I should stop watching this guy. It's not relevant to them. Who he is as a person doesn't change the type of content he makes. One thing that's sort of been lost in all of this is the second channel. You know, the one that Alexia died to promote? Well, he still has that channel, he's still got a boost in subs, and he still plans on using that channel.
And from my Dream Team channel, I'm gonna post non-scary videos to that channel.
I'm not gonna let it die. We're gonna keep on going. Dream Team is getting to that 1 million mark.
So in a way, it's almost perfect for him. He still has this place to post more videos with some extra new subs, but now he doesn't have to split the money with her. He gets everything he wanted.
Made like $2 million, bro. Multi-millionaire.
And you know what? He will not learn from this. He will not change because he doesn't even think he did anything wrong.
Why did I deserve this? Why did I deserve this? I don't deserve this.
When he describes past relationships, it's as if the breakup was something that just happened to him, not something he could have done anything to cause.
It really hurts me that a girl that I care about would do this to me and just let our fans down like this. But eventually she told me she no longer loves me and she broke up with me and my life spiraled out of control.
This Draw My Life video is actually extremely insightful because he shows how often he feels as if he's the victim in life regardless of what he's done.
The bank eventually came to my house and said, give me that house back right now. And they took my house from me, guys. They took the house.
The freaking bank just came and took my house from me. Can you believe that, guys? They came and kicked me out and picked up my house and took it back to the bank.
I owed so much money on the house because I was taking the money because I wanted to do YouTube that bad.
All I did was stop paying for the house and then they took the house.
I literally thought my life was over, all from following my dreams.
All I did was quit my job to do YouTube when I had 800 subscribers and it didn't work out. But that's not my fault.
I feel like he definitely, like, when he was recording that, he made it seem really bad so everyone would feel bad for him.
And when you look at the current situation he's going through, it's clear that this is something that's never stopped.
I don't deserve this.
He feels like he deserves to be forgiven because he's had a hard life. He's earned the right to make bad choices and it shouldn't affect his success. But whatever. You guys want to hear the root cause for everything Jason the Station has ever done on this website be described in his own words? Listen to this shit.
But about a week or two later, all of a sudden my subscribers were at like 4,000 subscribers and I was like, how did this happen? That's when I turned on the TV and I realized that the news was talking about me sneaking into the mall. And as soon as the news did their video about me, my video in the mall actually went to 1 million views. I was so happy.
His first big break, the one that essentially saved his life,
I had literally hit rock bottom,
was because the news talked about him. He spends like 20 minutes of this video saying, this happened to me, and then this happened to me, all these bad things happened to me, before he finally found a glimpse of hope. His YouTube channel was picking up traction for the first time ever because he committed a crime. Are you kidding me? The first thing he learned on this website was that if he created negative attention, if people talk shit about him, if the news covered him, it doesn't matter what they say, it doesn't matter if he's going to jail as long as he's getting views.
And I kept on doing this over and over and over because the views were going 1 million, 1 million, 1 million, 1.
And I know I'm contributing to it too. I'm doing exactly the thing he wants me to do. So it doesn't matter what I say about him. He wins. He always wins.
I'm smarter than hell, bro. I'm not going nowhere, dude.
He's outsmarting everyone. And no one even realizes he's doing it because on the surface, he just looks so dumb. And you know what, guys? I finally realized what that makes him. He is Jar Jar Binks, bumbling around a Star War, tripping over himself, but still successfully killing droids because they underestimate him. He's the fucking Jar Jar of YouTube. So yeah, Jason, you're laughing all the way to the bank, but don't forget who you are. A deeply flawed concoction thought up by George Lucas. Also, you've committed a bunch of crimes. Go away. Well, I hope you all enjoyed today's glimpse inside the mind of a very broken person. I know I did. I'll be back next time with something that hopefully doesn't take me 2 weeks to make. But until then, goodbye.
All these commentary channels, it doesn't bother me what they say at all. But what bothers me is that there's something wrong with me, man.
Welcome back to your channel. Remember a few years ago when life hacks were starting to take over the internet and they would range anywhere from pretty useful to how much free time do you think I have? Well, lately life hacks have been evolving so chaotically that I'm actually kind of scared now. Like, I don't know what it is about this egg spray contraption, but watching it makes my bones hurt. There's such a menacing aura here. I feel like no one should be able to wield this much power, except for me. I'm making eggs. So anyway, after eating my delicious and nutritious breakfast, my brain pooped out an idea for a video. So I went on Twitter and had you guys send me some of the most bizarre life hacks that you've seen lately. And today I will be sitting down with my wife, who's been asleep for the past 3 months, and we're gonna be trying some of them out and then ranking them on a scale that I came up with. Let's do this. Hi. You can put that glass pumpkin on your head the entire time?
It's ceramic.
Or ceramic. Equally breakable. My point still stands.
It's fall. I'm allowed to wear this on my head if I want to.
Okay. You're right. I just hope that you don't have to nod or feverishly shake your head at any point, because these life hacks are pretty bad. You're going to want to say no to them. So, as I discussed in the intro, today we will be ranking some life hacks. Some of them we will be testing out ourselves. Some of them we will not be because they're just total abominations and no one should attempt to recreate them. So my scale for this will be extremely useful, good, but way too time consuming, didn't work, what the fuck, and never talk to me again. Would you say that you eat a lot of pistachios? Well, 5 Minute Crafts has come up with a brand new way to enjoy pistachios without all the hassle.
What are they watching?
I think they're watching this life hack video. Yes. Oh, I did it right. I get that, like, to eat a pistachio, you want to have a second bowl to put the shells in, but, like, you already need one bowl for this. Instead of cutting open, who thought of this?
I'm all for reusing stuff, but
Not in this way. I've already burned myself making one of these videos. Why not slice a finger off while I'm at it?
I always feel like we should say don't try this at home, but we're literally doing a tutorial that basically is telling you to do it at home.
Yeah,
and they don't have any warnings.
It's made for at-home trials. Not that you were gonna do this anyway, because we're the only people dumb enough to attempt this, but,
Did
you
you
know, it's
even
worth saying.
measure it?
No, works perfect.
Still need this cup though.
True.
It's all warped.
Now it's gonna have pistachio residue in it.
My clothes are gonna smell like
Nuts. Does it have to be that exact shape? The thing is, it doesn't matter how big this hole is, because you're just opening up the side to use the entire rest of the container. So this could just be the size of a pistachio and you squeeze it through every time.
So where do you store this when you're done with it to use it for next time?
In the laundry room, next to your regular detergent.
Let's make a little door.
Yeah, knock knock. Who's there? Nuts. All right, dig in. Well, I forgot about the phone part, so maybe we'll just put that there.
So you go over to your friend's house and you see them eating pistachios
on the couch, and you're like, no, stop! I have a better way! You dump out a full thing of laundry detergent. Well, when you think about it, how long does it take to get 2 bowls out of your kitchen? Days? Maybe?
Months.
It could be months. But this only took us about 5 minutes, so.
You can make like a birdhouse.
Or a squirrel catcher. Put nuts in as bait.
Got him.
And then we feed him to Bim Bim. So here is the next one. Yeah, it looks a little so far. Don't worry, it takes a left turn.
Wait, why'd he cut a hole and put it there?
Because it's romantic. So obviously I'm not gonna recreate this because we're already married, but let's just say hypothetically, I was going to propose to you. If I did it like this, what would you say?
No.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. I'm gonna say never talk to me again. So this video is 5 Minute Crafts on Facebook. It's called How to Survive into the Wild for Urbanites. Vital hacks for sudden camping. You know, when you find
We gotta go camping now.
Suddenly, I'm camping. When you're suddenly camping and you're not prepared, you might accidentally step into a puddle. But there's a solution. Yeah. No, that's the whole thing.
Oh, how do you take that off?
Well, I guess we'll find out.
Why do I gotta do this?
I guess that's a good point. Well, I've lost all flexibility in my foot. So if I were to have to run quickly away from, say, like a bear...
Yeah, you probably shouldn't keep this on long so you don't lose circulation or anything.
Now, it looks stylish, of course, and it's very hard to walk in, but the real test is going to be if my sock stays dry. Let's see what happens.
Uh-oh, stepped in a puddle.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah. All right. Now, take it off. Yeah, no, my sock's all wet.
It is. So you still get wet feet and wet socks, and you have to put on and take off duct tape.
But we'll always cherish the time we spent together.
That one's just didn't work. Duct tape is good for many things. A makeshift shoe is not one of them.
So remember when we went on that long road trip a couple years ago and we would take turns sleeping in the car, but it was so uncomfortable? 5 Minute Crafts has come up with a brilliant solution. I like how the last shot makes it look like she's the only one in the car, as if she drove all the way there like that.
I don't even want to try it. I can just tell you, that's so unsafe.
Yeah, I don't want to try it, but for the sake of the experiment, I think we have to.
Well, it's not great. I can't really see, and it hurts my neck, and my face is getting really sweaty, and it's not really making me want to fall asleep because of all those things. So I would say don't do this.
Big no from me.
So this one, probably not going to try this one out, but just had to share this with you.
The world outside only made me numb, 'cause I just wanna be here in our hometown.
You shouldn't have a hack for safety.
Right.
Like, why spend thousands of dollars on a life vest when I can just make my own?
Because you might die, and the human life is priceless. This one is somewhere in between WTF and Never Talk to Me Again. Maybe
That's
Never
WTF.
Talk to Me Again, just because if someone tries to do this, they will never talk to you again because they're going to be drowned in the lake that they were swimming in. Little trickier than we thought.
This is definitely a two-person job. So I'm going to help you make this so that you can squeeze it when you're mad at me.
Exactly. Almost there. I can feel the stress melting away already. And then when you're done with the empty bag of marshmallows, you can put a ring in there and propose to your girlfriend. Hey, we may not always see eye to eye. Actually, I can't stand you, but will you be my wife?
Well, it's
So far, so good, actually. It's pretty cool.
Here's another life hack.
And then pop it like a piñata and all the kids get the marshmallows off the floor. Not too bad. But we have to try the stress test. Honey, you left the toilet seat down again? You know how hard it is for me to have to lift that up and put my hands on the gross little seat and get pee-pee all over my hands and all over the seat and all over the ground and all over the wall. That's probably the best one so far.
Yeah, I got to eat marshmallows.
So that is gonna go in extremely useful. I don't know if this is true or not. It seems wrong, but I also don't know how else you would make apple juice, so...
This is how they do it.
In the farmlands. I froze them last night, pulled them out this morning.
I don't want to touch them. They look so cool.
Well, we're gonna have to do more than touch them. We're gonna squeeze the crap out of them.
What? Is it?
The liquid coming out is very white. I think it's just like the condensation from being frozen.
It smells like apple juice.
Yeah, it does. All right, bottom up. Kind of tastes like apple juice. All right, I guess we'll be squeezing the rest of these and filling a whole carton of juice and then selling it on the side of the road. But if this is how you make juice, it's not really a life hack. It's just explaining how to do it.
So it's just a messier way to do it. So I guess that's a life hack. A life hack is just a messier way to do things.
That's a really good way to describe all life hacks, honestly.
Good, but time consuming.
Now, if there's one thing I hate, it's robbers. I hate people who rob and commit crimes. But I also want to have a key outside my house that's available to anyone, my friends or my family, who I need them to stop by if we're out of town. Not that we literally ever go out of town, but you know, this is a hypothetical scenario. But if you just put it under the mat, people are going to find that. Those robbers I was talking about, they're going to find it and they're going to break in. Well, they're just going to unlock the door. They don't really have to do any breaking.
I guess they're not really breaking anything.
So this is an interesting twist on leaving your key under the mat. So yeah, you put grass on a key basically, and then you stick it in your... You seem intrigued. It's not terrible. The person who sent this to me said, how to lose your own keys on purpose. Yeah, because when they zoom out, it's like, shit. You're spending like 2 hours on your hands and knees trying to find it. I don't know if any of these categories actually work for this, because it's not time consuming. Well, maybe it's time consuming if you lose it and it takes you 2 hours to find it. So just for it being good, I'll go ahead and put it there.
Spinning like a broken record for a play.
No!
I like the perfectly positioned woman in the back is like, which, you know, points out the absurdity of this. It's like they're admitting if you do this, people are going to look at you like you're crazy.
So she just drops her pants, and what is she paying for? She
Yeah.
just stops in the middle of running and pulls her pants down and just pays someone off screen.
I'd like to continue running outside.
Who just accepts the money, no questions asked.
Well, wouldn't you? This seems trustworthy. Hell, I'll put it in my pants. What do you think? I'm kind of thinking WTF.
Well, I would say never talk to me again, but if you're giving me money while you're doing that,
I'll talk to you a couple more
I'll talk to
times. So we'll say WTF. So then finally, this one is going to require probably the most work. These pictures suck.
Here in Playside, still it doesn't seem like you see me.
High five. Sorry about bashing your head in earlier. I don't know how many oranges we're gonna need for this, but I got 4 just in case. I forgot they're round. Do I look good?
Yeah.
Why'd you hesitate? So I think I have to like lay down for this. Do I look like a model?
Yes.
Why'd you hesitate? This is a bad time to tell you I'm allergic to oranges. Awesome.
What would you rate this?
Without even seeing the picture?
Yes.
Well, I would say extremely useful without seeing the picture, but I don't know how bad it's gonna look.
How's your experience?
Smells like oranges, like a lot, and my face is kind of wet. All right, moment of truth. I have a giant mark on my forehead now, but it'll be worth it because this will be a very good picture.
Do you like it?
They look great. I look so good. That is our definitive tier list, I suppose, of 2020 life hacks.
Well, you put them into the categories, but they're either dangerous,
Yeah.
wasteful, absolutely absurd. 1% of them are decent.
That's kind of just the general rule of life hacks.
Yeah.
What was that you said earlier?
A life hack is
Sure.
just to mess your way to do things.
Very well said. Well, guy, Gooden family, signing off once again, wishing you a happy
New
birthday.
Year.
Oh boy, that was fun. And I didn't even get injured this time. Thank you guys for watching today's video. If you're new here, please subscribe. I'm trying to hit 1 billion subscribers by the end of 2017. Well, anyway, I'm kind of on the run from the law. Long story. But if anyone asks, I wasn't here. I'll see you guys next week.
Kevin, stop. You're getting cream cheese all over the table. Honey, I'm a retired police officer, not a maid. Kevin. Plus, I'm fat. And that's what makes my character funny. Fine. You're right, Kevin. I love you. Oh, God! Kevin! Kevin, no! Good evening, everyone. We interrupt this episode.
Oh, come on, not right
to
now.
bring you an
important story. This is a really big news story that you won't want to miss. Be sure to stay tuned.
Really? Every channel? What is so important that...
Twitter has announced that their popular social media app Vine will be closing its doors in the next couple months. At this moment, the specific details of this move are unclear. But one thing I know for certain is that if you're a Viner and your only source of online relevance and, hell, self-worth is the number of Vine followers you have, then I imagine this news is simply devastating.
Oh my god, I heard. Can you believe this? No, that's crazy. They're shutting down Vine? What? Oh, no, I wasn't listening to that. I'm on the news.
News. Boy, do I love the news.
What? I'm the news anchor. Which is weird because I didn't think I was. Am I? Why didn't I know this? No, you're not the... This is a sketch, Drew. You're just playing all the characters. Characters? You recorded that yesterday, and now you're just playing it on the TV. I'm not so sure I'm following. Alright, clearly this is getting too meta. Did you just write this part in because you didn't know how to... Because I didn't know how to end the sketch. Yeah, I figured. 911? Hi, I'd like to order a sandwich. Also, you wrote a sketch that's supposed to take place 1 year ago.
Just pickles, please.
And the phone you gave yourself was a Motorola Razr? Uh-huh. Do you think that people still used Razr phones a year ago? I don't remember when people stopped using Razrs.
Can everybody please do me a favor and refrain from commenting on my little band-aid? No, I'm not going to tell you how I hurt my finger, and I'm definitely not going to tell you how to use a cheese grater, because apparently I don't know. And I'm absolutely not going to tell you why the only band-aids I own are from a movie called The Secret Life of Pets, which I've never heard of.
Do it for the Vine. I ain't gonna do it. Do it for the Vine. I ain't gonna do it.
Hello everybody, and welcome back to the dumpster behind a Chili's. Today we're going to be taking a little trip down memory lane. Specifically my memory, as I don't have access to anybody else's. And although this video will be filled with personal stories and experiences through my own eyes, I think there will be something in this video for everybody, particularly if you used to be a Viner, or if you were ever just a big fan of Vines. As many of you may know, it's been exactly 1 year since Vine announced that they would be shutting down. It's actually been a little bit more than a year, depending on how long it takes me to make this video.
Close enough.
And although it doesn't feel like it's been that long, a lot has changed in the past year. Now, every once in a while, I will start watching one of the Vine compilations that they're all over YouTube. And I find myself watching these sometimes and seeing someone and being like, what happened to them? Do you ever watch an old Vine? And I'm not just talking about like the popular Viners, like Lele Pons and those sort of people who have moved on to other things, obviously, but some of the one-hit wonder Vines. Like, this guy. What happened to him? And with this being the anniversary of the death of Vine, I figured this would be a perfect opportunity to do a little bit of research and figure out where some of these prominent figures have disappeared to. And because Vine was such an enormously significant part of my life, I wanted to have this one definitive video where I talk about pretty much my entire experience with Vine, how it changed my life, why I think Vine was good, and why I also think Vine was bad, because obviously it had its flaws, otherwise it would still exist today. But for now, let's go ahead and take a deep dive into the first ever segment of Vine. There's supposed to be like a song that...
Where are they now?
Cause some came in the mail today. These nuts. Got him!
I laugh every time. The D's Nuts guy, whose real name is Charles Nuts, is one of the most notorious figures to ever come from Vine. As you all know, Charles went on to host his very own prank show on VH1, the D's Nuts Prank Hour, which ran for 12 seasons and is still the highest rated show in television history. Who can forget that season 6 crossover episode with Ashton Kutcher, where they both thought they were pranking each other? You're pumped! Despite strong ratings throughout its entire 600 episode run, the D's Nuts Prank Hour was canceled back in August when they simply ran out of people to prank. And you can't prank someone twice.
Zach, stop! Zach, stop! You're gonna get in trouble.
Zach.
This Vine was called Kicked Too Much. And without a doubt, it's one of my favorite Vines ever. But it does leave you with a lot of questions like, why was he kicking so much? Why did his friends keep telling him not to? Well, I guess it makes sense why they told him not to, because he ended up getting arrested. But it's a pretty confusing Vine, and I continued to be confused about this for months until very recently I was just fed up of that and I decided to do a quick Google search, and I found out very quickly that he was simply arrested for reaching the legal kick limit in one day. Afterwards, I became very angry at all the people who didn't do as much research as I did and continued to question this Vine. The answers were right in front of you. You just had to Google it. And although it seems a little harsh that he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, the law is the law, and you have to respect the law.
Iridocyclitis.
Unfortunately, this kid did go on to lose this spelling bee after a late field goal in overtime, but as all stories must have a happy ending, he is currently the mayor of Sacramento.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
This story does not have a happy ending. After facing the worst public humiliation of his life, this poor guy had to move to a different state where he was unable to get an apartment or even a job because he forgot his wallet.
Who am I? Let's go to the beach. Beach. Nicki Minaj. I'm Corbin Bleu.
Corbin Bleu, one of the most mysterious figures on Vine. After an anonymous Reddit user made a strong case that this Corbin Bleu is not the same Corbin Bleu from the High School Musical franchise, people began to question the true identity of Corbin. However, there is a rumor going around that I think sounds pretty convincing. I apologize in advance for condoning a rumor that doesn't have 100% hard evidence to back it up, but I feel very strongly about this one. Basically, the rumor is that Corbin Bleu is Spider-Man. Now, you may be thinking that's ridiculous. Spider-Man lives in New York, while Corbin Bleu lives on the internet. But there's a pretty convincing argument to be made that these two are, in fact, the same person. For one, let's take a look at Corbin's post schedule. Now, I'm gonna go ahead and scroll down to 2015 because there's a pretty noticeable discrepancy in here. Here we go. Corbin posted 3 times on October 16th, 2015, but then he didn't post again until the 28th of October, nearly 2 weeks later. Now, ask yourself, where was Corbin? Now, it stands to reason that if Spider-Man had a Vine account, he wouldn't be able to post every day because he'd be busy fighting the Green Goblin and whatever other villains he has. And this wasn't just a one-time thing. The behavior continues. November 17th he posts, and then not again until December 11th. That's nearly a month. Spider-Man presumably fights a lot of crime and would be very busy. And I imagine this is exactly the kind of post schedule he would be forced to maintain. When you look at all this evidence combined, it seems obvious that there's no other answer possible. Corbin Bleu is Spider-Man. Now, a lot of people assumed that this was Cole Hirsch playing a character just because they have the same Snapchat account and they look very similar. But if you ask me, that isn't really enough evidence to say, oh, they're the same person. Like I said earlier, this video is all about the truth. Everything in this video is true. I did a lot of research to find out all these things about all these people, and I think it would ruin my credibility as a video maker if I condoned such ridiculous rumors without any real hard evidence. Plus, it just seems very obvious that Corbin is Spider-Man. We'll get back to that segment in a moment, but first I want to talk a little bit about why I think Vine was good and also why Vine was bad, because I think both are true. The most important thing I want to make clear in this video is I am 1,000,000% thankful to Vine for what they allowed me to do and where they allowed me to go. I want to talk honestly about what I think some of the problems with Vine were. And I don't think it's that, like I said, I don't think it's that crazy to say that Vine had its flaws because it doesn't exist anymore. But ultimately, I want to make it clear that I love Vine. I appreciate the hell out of Vine and all the employees and the people I met and everyone that allowed me to be where I am today. Vine was a perfect place to start out on the internet, to build a platform from scratch. If you wanted to be an online content creator, Vine was the place to start. It was easy to make Vines, it was easy for your Vines to be seen. Vine was all about ideas. Because with Vine, the distance between an idea and the execution of that idea was very short. You could have the idea for a Vine, and within a couple hours, it exists. Road work ahead? Yeah, I sure hope it does. And then a few hours past that, it's got 1 million loops and a bunch of comments and likes, and all this validation is given to you for the idea you had a couple hours ago. So Vine was great in that way, but really what made Vine great was the people on Vine. It was such a fun group of creators to be a part of because everyone was supportive of each other. It'd be so fun to see your friend or just someone you follow and really like, you see a Vine they post, you're like, oh, that's a great idea. That's so funny, that's fantastic. They posted a couple minutes ago, and you know that's gonna go viral. And then you check back a few hours later, it's got the little flame emoji next to the view count. It's #1 on the comedy page. With things like Vine and YouTube, they can only exist with the people using them. And they're only as good as the content creators on the app. And Vine, for the most part, had a fantastic group of creators. And I don't think it was the quality of Vines that led to its demise. Everything that led to its demise was more numbers. They weren't making money, that sort of thing. But I think there was some really great content and really great people on Vine. Now, shifting the focus a little bit to what were some of Vine's flaws. And I think a lot of the things that made Vine good were unfortunately also the things that made Vine doomed to fail. In the same way that Vine was accessible to creators, it was also pretty limiting because it was 6 seconds long. I can't tell you how many times I would sit there trying to edit a Vine shorter and shorter and shorter, and I could get it to like 8 seconds, 9 seconds, and it's just like, I can't make this any shorter. I can't post this on Vine. It was hard to fit a good joke into 6 seconds, and sometimes so many Vines were perfect at that length. But as a creator, you start using Vine, and as your ideas start to get more elaborate, you need to go to other platforms to express those ideas. Even while Vine was still around, through a lot of 2016, I wasn't really using Vine as much because I was trying to figure out, you know, I was at a point where it's like, okay, I've done Vine for a little bit and I feel good about this, I feel good about what I've done, but what's next? You know, and I think a lot of people had that same thing. Vine was this great place to be, but there was always that idea of like, well, I'm not gonna be here forever. So what's next? And that brings me to what I think is pretty much my main point on why I think Vine was always doomed to fail. The way I think of it is everybody has their own career ladder in their head where the top of the ladder represents total creative fulfillment. If you were as successful as you could possibly imagine, what does that look like? And the top of the ladder is different for everybody. Maybe the ultimate fulfillment for you is you want to write a movie, or you want to act in a TV show. You want to be like Dwight from The Office. Maybe that's your ultimate career goal. Or maybe you want to be just famous enough to get 4th place on Dancing with the Stars. It's different for everybody. So while every Vine creator's ladder was slightly different, I think what they all had in common was that Vine was not at the top. In fact, I think Vine, for most people, was the bottom step. It was the first step. And there's nothing wrong with that. I don't mean to disparage Vine in any way, but I think for most people, no one had success on Vine and was like, I'm gonna do this forever, because it just didn't seem to work out that way. It didn't seem viable. It was great for starting out, but once you got to a point where it's like, okay, where do I go with this? It was usually the next place to go is somewhere else. So going back to the ladder analogy, if Vine is the first step, that means 2 things. One, it was accessible enough to be reached from the ground, but the ultimate job of the first step of the ladder is to propel you to the next step of the ladder. And so that's what Vine was. It was the 100% necessary first step that would propel people further along. I imagine this type of thing made it very difficult to be an employee at Vine or someone who had a large role at Vine, because they would probably see these very talented people come in and use Vine to go do something else. Like they came and they got what they came for, but ultimately they just needed to leave and do something else. For the rest of my career, no matter what I do, whether I completely fizzle out and never do anything, or whether I go on to be a millionaire movie maker, I will owe my start to Vine. It doesn't matter how talented or funny I think I am recognized now as an online entertainer because of Vine. Failing to express gratitude for the thing that got you where you are now shows a complete and utter lack of self-awareness. Going back to the ladder analogy, it's pretty easy when you're on that second step to look down at the ground and see how far you've come, but let's not forget that when you were on the ground, you couldn't reach that second step without the first one.
Hey Logan!
So these guys were both pretty popular on Vine. I haven't seen much of them in a while though, so I'll have to look into that.
On all levels except physical, I am a wolf.
Shout out to the Twitter follower who sent me this paparazzi photo that was taken a couple weeks ago of this guy. One of the first things you'll notice is that this is a picture of a wolf, and that he is a wolf now. On all levels, including physical.
Take another lap.
Coach, just give me a sec. Give me a sec. Give me a sec to breathe.
This family is such a perfect encapsulation of what made Vine so special. Every once in a while, you'd find someone and just marvel at the fact that they exist, that there's someone out there like that. Because the young girl, J-Ro, is so interesting on her own, the way she sings.
When there's too much drama at school, all you gotta do is walk away.
And even just the way she's branded herself, J-Ro. But on top of that, you add in her uncle.
Who is it?
Your uncle. Your uncle. Your uncle. Your uncle.
You add in her grandma or her aunt, I'm not actually sure.
It looks so good.
You've got that right, honey, and it's all about the cook. Marvelous.
Also, you look at a Vine like this.
Damn, check out those babes on the beach. Babes for days.
Which makes sense, you know, it has a setup and a punchline, but then you realize that the babes for days that they're talking about, 2 of them are like 10 years old. We're just gonna gloss over that.
I got your drink.
This makes me miss Vine, because this reminds me of like all the weird people you discover, and they leave you with so many questions. Who are these people? What is this family? And why don't they have their own reality show? Well, I actually found out that they do. Uncle's Home will premiere its first season next month as a YouTube Red exclusive.
Hey, mailman, what do you got? Just this letter.
Jonathan, I don't love you anymore.
In my opinion, Danny was one of the best Viners. He was very popular because he was able to make Vines that were relatable enough for everybody to understand, but they were so much better than all of the other relatable Vines and Viners that existed, because he's a legitimately hilarious person. If you liked him on Vine, he's still making YouTube videos now, and if you're not already subscribed, you should go check him out. The only thing with Danny, and he might get mad that I even brought this up, but I feel like I should say something about this, because if you click on any of his videos, all the comments are about this. But a few months ago, Danny was diagnosed with permanently upside down disease. For those of you who don't know, it's basically a disease where an otherwise healthy person's physical body is upside down permanently. You know, Danny's a really funny guy, but it admittedly can be kind of tough to watch his videos because it's so disorienting to see someone who's just upside down the whole time. Like I said, all his comments are about that. People seem to be frustrated and confused. But props to Danny for not just editing the video so it looks like he's right side up, because if he were to do that, then he would no longer be raising awareness for a very real condition that affects millions of persons. And that's something you simply can't put a price on. If you ask me though, I think he needs to fucking fix that shit in Premiere. It's gross, and I don't like it. Without a doubt, the best memory I have from Vine, and one of the best memories I have from my whole life so far, is getting to work on Camp Unplug.
Camp Unplug? More like Camp Fun Plug.
More like Camp Butt Plug. It's on my jacket. For those of you who don't know what Camp Unplug is, that's probably most of you, let me explain it. So in March of 2016, I got a message on Twitter from this guy Jeremy who works at Vine, and at first I couldn't believe it was real. He asked if I wanted to be a part of this series that they had written and were gonna film over the summer, and they were gonna fly us out to this camp in Wisconsin, and then they were gonna take us to VidCon as like featured creators. They were gonna do all these things and pay for all this stuff for us. Almost everybody on the list I had heard of and was a fan of their Vine, so not only was I gonna be a part of this awesome thing, but I'd get to meet all these people. Up until this point, I hadn't met, except for maybe a couple other Viners who happened to live in Orlando. I hadn't really met any creators from Vine, and so it was so exciting to meet these people who I had watched for all this time and actually meet them in real life. It also made me a little nervous because I didn't know if I think I'm funnier in real life than I was on Vine, but there was also part of me that was like, oh, I hope they like me, which is pretty much just my constant mental state before I do anything. What was so cool about it was that they gave us a script. Chris Melberger, Aaron Tuning, and Jeremy wrote a great script, but everything within the whole project was also 100% collaborative. So the first night we got there, we're sitting down at the table reading the whole script and we're all doing our lines, and anytime someone had an idea, like, oh, maybe my character should say this instead, it was like, there was never any sense of like, maybe you should just do what's in the script. You know, it was like, everyone had their own ideas, and everyone's ideas were listened to. Another thing that specifically for me that was so cool that I got to be invited to this was like, at the time when they first asked me, I think I only had like 100,000 followers, which is, it's good, but there were probably thousands of people who had more followers than me. Certainly just among the group of people there, most of the people there had over 1 million. They were some of the biggest Viners. I know Cody had about 2 million, Danny had over 1 million, maybe he had 2 million at the time. Lauren Giraldo had like 3 million. Victor Pope, all these people had so many more followers than I did. If it wasn't for this, I don't think I would have ever had any Vines with any of these people, just because I don't live in LA. I didn't then and I still don't. And nobody lives in Florida, except for like Tiger Woods, but I don't know if that would be a good PR move if I had started collaborating with Tiger Woods. In conjunction with the release of Camp Unplugged was also Vine's release of this feature where you could attach longer videos to your Vines. And that was really the only way this story could be told on the Vine platform. It couldn't just be a bunch of little 6-second scenes. So the way Camp Unplugged was told was you'd have these like 2 to 5 minute long scenes. Then as these fictional campers have some downtime, they get into their own little antics.
Excuse me,
Sorry.
Maybe we could.
Sorry, I won't. You go.
Okay,
You and I go. And
You should jump. Oh, piss off. Off this? Fine, I will.
It was so cool to be a part of that. You're probably waiting for me to like get to the point here. Right now it's just me gushing about these memories I have and the people I got to meet. But that's all it is. I look back and I gush at the fact that I got to do this. Like I alluded to, they also invited us to VidCon. Now, if you've never been to VidCon, and I'd like to go back, but this was my one and only time going to VidCon so far. VidCon's crazy. VidCon it's a whole different world, because you've got this entire subsection of humanity all compact into one place. I don't know if I'll ever feel like as much of a celebrity as I did that weekend. The fact that I was technically a featured creator, they had their whole booth set up. It was one of the ones near the front. They had these big LED screens, and my big dumb face would cycle through every once in a while, so that was crazy. Oh, they also took us to Disneyland, which was awesome. They rented out this whole section of a Denny's nearby, so every night between like 9 p.m. and 3 a.m. or something, you know, you'd have all these drunk creators going there. All the food was free. You could order whatever you wanted off the menu, and it was so free to the point where you would see, like, people would come in drunk and order something and then not wait for it, and you just see like a big stack of nachos just untouched. We Vine celebrities really abused the hell out of that whole experience, but definitely one of the best experiences of my life, and something that I felt like I had to talk about. You know, if I'm gonna make this whole video, fuck, I'm so glad I get to take this off now. It is so hot. It's like 80 degrees in my apartment because I have to turn the AC off while I film because it's very loud, and Jesus Christ, I feel good. This feels good now. So hello. Yeah, can I just get like a raw potato and a spoon? And then just an egg to drink. Thank you, sweetheart. Oh, hey, we're back.
Two bros chilling in the hot tub, 5 feet apart because they're not gay.
Now, this was a pretty big headline at the time, so I'm sure you guys already heard about this. But basically, as the night went on, the two bros, so as to not be confused for being in a homosexual relationship, slowly drifted further and further apart from each other until they both ended up in the middle of the ocean, where they were tragically eaten by 2 different dolphins. Sources later revealed that those dolphins were in fact married, and that is ironically a pretty gay way to die. Legend has it that this boy is still running. No one knows where he is or how far he's run, or if he'll ever come back. His friends have moved on, and so has his family. They've replaced his room with a room that's just filled with water all the time. No one goes in, and no one comes out.
Tyrone, you notice your baby!
Father?
That baby don't look like me. That baby don't look like me.
Cole LeBrant, the whitest and boysiest member of Dim White Boys. If not from Vine, you may know Cole from his YouTube channel, where he and his wife like to film her 3-year-old daughter getting hurt. You may also know him from that time he tweeted about losing his virginity on his wedding night, and then blocked me when I made a really good joke about it. Cole, I wasn't making fun of you for waiting to lose your virginity. I think that's awesome. If that's your belief, that you want to wait till you're married to have sex, and you actually do, that's great, man. That's awesome. I'm proud of you for that. I was making fun of the fact that presumably moments after you finished having sex for the very first time, you pulled out your phone and said, just had sex. No, I'm not gonna talk about it. I could talk about this for hours. You guys would not believe the restraint it took to not make a video about this a couple months ago. I have a lot to say, but I didn't want to stir the pot any more than I already did, because Cole, he's a nice guy. He's a nice guy. He's just really, really bad at the internet.
Good credit, bad credit, no problem. Or you dead? Fuck it, ghost credit. I'm gonna get a Subaru.
Victor Pope Jr. is sincerely one of the funniest people I've ever met. He is such a natural comedian, and he was so good at Vine. Right now he's in LA doing stand-up. He's also done a couple things with Super Deluxe that are just such high quality. I'm gonna link those in the description because I think they're so funny and well made, and I think you should check them out. But that being said, a lot of people are asking about this ghost. We all want to know, did he ever get his Subaru? Unfortunately, he was riding his bike on his way to the Subaru dealer to potentially get his new car, but on the way he was captured by the ragtag group of paranormal experts on the show Ghost Adventures. The good news is he was the first real ghost that was ever captured by one of those entirely fake reality ghost television shows. The bad news is, of course, he is trapped in eternal captivity, but it's probably for the best because his credit score really is just terrible.
Adam! Hi, welcome to Chili's.
Adam and Patrick Perkins, who you might know as Packy, were twins who blew up on Vine in the summer of 2015, and they seemed poised to become the next big Vine stars. That is, until a couple months went by and they sort of just stopped posting. Perhaps they started to feel the pressure of having a lot of people paying attention to them, or maybe they just wanted to have normal lives. They were about to start college, and maybe they just wanted to focus on that, which is fine. Not everybody has to be famous. They still have an online presence, mostly on Instagram, a little bit on Twitter, but despite limited information, I was able to dig up that the Perkins twins are now the Perkins triplets. That's right, through the passage of time and the miracle of life, a new Perkins boy has spawned. And dare I say, he might even be the cutest. And now, we take a moment to reflect on some of the people we've lost.
Would you not eat my pants?
Oh, they're not dead. I just don't know what happened to them.
Kids, I'm gonna tell you an incredible story. The story of how I met your mother.
Okay, Dad. I started Vine pretty late in the game. I didn't start until about February 2015. And so to set the scene a little bit, at the time I had just dropped out of college for like the third time, and I was working at Popeyes. I knew I wanted to be a comedian for a living. I knew I wanted to pursue that, but I didn't know how. I was doing improv at the time, but I wasn't that good at improv. But I saw what some other people were doing on Vine and how Vine itself had sort of evolved in the year and a half or so that it had been around. And that piqued my interest. And so I looked at that and I was like, you know what? If they can do it, I can do it. I'm gonna be good at Vine. And then so I started Vine, and I wasn't good at Vine. I was pretty bad at it when it started, and I think I deleted like 90% of the things I posted, but I guess mathematically that does mean that every 10th thing I posted was not that bad. So, you know, after a couple months, I eventually got a little bit better. I accumulated some good Vines. So after slowly crawling my way up from 50 followers to like 250 followers. Finally in April, a couple of my Vines got pretty big. I got a Joe Jonas re-Vine. That's just sort of a tale as old as time. You know, how many comedians don't have Joe Jonas to thank for their initial start? So then after that, I went from like 300 followers to 30,000 or so followers in like a couple weeks, which was a type of success I had never experienced on the internet before. It was amazing. And then I got reached out to from someone at Tosh.0 asking if they could use my Vine on the show. And I was like, of course.
I want to talk to you guys about abortion. Nice try, Drew. Man, always want to tell me.
Ow!
Damn, it feels good to be.
So in such a short amount of time, I went from an absolute nobody who worked at Popeyes to a person who had a very small amount of internet success who still worked at Popeyes. So not much of a change, I guess. But it was, you know, it was a lot of cool things all at once. However, the coolest thing that happened, and I'm only explaining all this to sort of give a little bit of a backstory, the most important thing that happened to me during this period of other important things happened right before. A girl commented on one of my Vines, specifically this Vine.
That moment when you have two phones so you don't know which one is ringing. I'm using the other one to record.
And she said, OMG, you are so cute. And your Vines are like pure liquid gold. Now, a normal person in this situation would probably just ignore this comment, or at the very least, smile and move on with their lives. But me, a not normal person, decided to do the opposite and pursue it heavily. You have to understand, at the time, I was very lonely. And like a good detective, I was not about to turn down such a promising lead. I found her Instagram page from her Vine bio, and I looked at a couple pictures, was like, holy shit, she's perfect. And then so I messaged her, I got her phone number, we started texting, and got along really well. You know, everything was great, except, oh shit, she lives in Arizona, and I lived in Orlando. So that was kind of a bummer. But we got along really well. We kind of liked each other right away. And so it was like, you know, no pressure. We don't have to commit to anything. Let's just keep talking. And so we talked every day, like I said. We texted every day for like a week. And then after a week, she wanted to FaceTime. And I was very nervous to FaceTime because I'm nervous to do anything. But I agreed, and I called her. So we FaceTimed for 6 hours, 7 hours maybe, the whole night. So not only did we talk from the moment I got home from work until the moment I had to go to bed so I could wake up for work the next day, but during the 7-hour FaceTime, she bought a plane ticket to come see me. So I think less than a week into talking to someone who I've never met, we agreed to come see each other and not murder each other. I remember like the couple months before, like we bought the ticket but we didn't plan to see each other till like June, so it was a couple months. And her family kept making fun of her and her friends, like, oh, you're definitely gonna get catfished. The thing that, I mean, we felt pretty good because we did FaceTime and we could see that we were real people. Like, I still could have murdered her if I wanted to, but I didn't want to. Because things went pretty well. And luckily she didn't murder me either. I think the best thing I had going for me at the time, even though I worked full-time at a fast food restaurant, was that I lived in Orlando, which is kind of a funny thing to say because generally nothing good comes from being a Floridian. But I will say, Orlando is a very good place to live if you want to host someone from out of town for a few days, because you've got Disney, you've got Universal, which is way better than Disney, you've got SeaWorld, which, just kidding, don't go to SeaWorld. And then you've got the beach in, like, every direction. So we did all of that, except for SeaWorld, obviously, because fuck SeaWorld. But I remember it being a little awkward at first. It was definitely the first time either of us had done something like this where we talked to someone for, like, a few months before meeting them, you know? And, like, you can text someone all day, every day, and talk on the phone every once in a while, but it's still going to be a little bit different when you finally meet in person. I think we had both kind of set up expectations, and it was a little bit weird like the first day. But then the next 4 days or 3 days or whatever were like the best days ever. And every day was better than the one before, and we just liked each other so much by the end of it that it was like, all right, well, we can't not do this. You know, it's gonna be tough to do long distance, but we can't just stop. It was something that wouldn't have worked if we didn't like each other as much as we did, because long distance relationships do suck, and there were plenty of difficult times. As you can see in these pictures, I was not always happy. It worked out because we were both like 21 or 22, and we both still had to like kind of get our own lives in order. A long distance relationship can be good in that way, you know, because it's like you have a couple months, at least for us, we had a couple months to focus on ourselves. And I got a better job eventually, and I was getting better at Vine because I could focus on that. And then every like 2 or 3 months, you have a 4-day vacation together. So it actually worked out all right, you know, and we did that for like a year and a half. And I have a lot of great memories from that. Everything was great. Until the accident. Just kidding, this story has a happy ending. Now, I think the most romantic ending possible for the story would be how I just couldn't take it anymore. I couldn't do long distance. I had to be with the woman of my dreams. So I drove across the country, and I just showed up at her doorstep one day, and I popped out a ring and I said, "Will you marry me?" And she was crying, and she said, "Yes, I will do that." And then we would be married, and then immediately I'd get her pregnant, and we would raise the kid into like the next Superman or something, and then he would be, I don't know what I'm saying. And then we would drive my 2012 Honda Civic into the sunset, and we would live happily ever after. That's sort of what happened, but it was more like, hey, we don't want to do long distance anymore, but we still like each other. So let's move to the same place, and if you're gonna move to me, then I gotta give you this ring so I can show you that I'm committed too. And so that's what we did. She picked out the ring, I paid for it. Quick side note, fellas, if you can get your girl to pick out your ring for you, do it. It's a huge relief. It's a huge decision you now don't have to make. You only have to spend like, 2/3 of your life savings on it. But she moved to Orlando. She got the first 2 jobs she applied for, and she's still working both of those, and she loves it here. I hope. I love it here. I love to be with her. I get to live with my best friend. I get to sleep in the same bed as her every night, which actually we both agree isn't that good. We're kind of thinking of getting bunk beds, so we can have our own space. But it's just like every time I think about it, and we talk about this, we love to tell this story. I met my wife, my future wife, because a girl commented on a video I made. The stupidest video ever that I made. She was like, "Oh, you're cute." And I'm like, me, the horny, desperate 21-year-old, was like, "You're cute too. Let's kiss. Let's talk and stuff." And then we did, and then now we're in the same house and we're married in principle. Life's freaking crazy. And Vine is the best. Really, my main reason for telling this story is to show all of the people out there who watch my videos, and I'm so appreciative of you guys, but I know there's some of you, a lot of you who watch my videos and you don't give a shit about Vine. You didn't follow me on Vine. My YouTube account is so different than what I made on Vine. It's like, I understand that people watch my videos and they don't always like my Vines. Now I hope by telling you, by showing you the things I got to do because of Vine, the fact that it is the reason I met my wife, I hope you guys understand now why Vine is so important to me, why Vine was the most amazing experience for me, and why I will always cherish this beloved app. Some takeaways from this story. Do I think the first time a cute girl comments something nice on a thing you make that you should get married to her? Not every time. Maybe a small percentage of the time you should do that. But it worked for me. I hope that this story showed you guys that there is hope out there if you just shoot your shot. If you think someone is cute on the internet, tell them they're cute. Maybe you'll be dating them in the next 2 months. Or maybe if you tell someone they're cute too much, then they'll put out a restraining order for you. And then that's cool too, because it's like what better way to show that you notice someone than by getting a lawyer involved? So I think it's a win-win. Always shoot your shot. Always respect Vine, because I love it. And always don't do long distance. Always never do long distance, because long distance is trash. I've already talked to you for about 8 hours now about Vine, so I think it's time we start wrapping this up. Well, that's it, I guess. Video's over. At this point, I've spent so long making this video that I don't even know if it's good anymore. We'll see. As you can tell, it's taking quite the physical toll on me. My hair is a lot longer. I've grown out a full beard, or at least my version of that. The last thing I want to address, and I'll try to make this quick, is the recent news that I guess one of the founders of Vine is working on his own, quote, follow-up app to Vine. He wasn't super specific on any details other than just to, like, keep an eye out. A lot of people were pretty excited about this. A lot of people were a little bit more skeptical about this. For me, I don't know. I mean, I just made a 12-hour video about how I loved Vine, but honestly, I don't know if I want it to come back. At least not in whatever form this entails. A follow-up app sounds like something that's similar to Vine, but isn't Vine, so let's say that's what it is. It's a similar app to Vine, but it's not called Vine. It's called, like, Loops. Loops with a Z, of course. And to make it stand out, we're going to add in more features that weren't originally on Vine. For example, now you're not limited to 6 seconds. You can do a full 15-second video, and it still loops. Again, Loops with a Z. Also, you'll be able to make a daily story, because every social media app seems to have stories in it. In addition, you can also post pictures. So if you just want to give like a little quick update to your fans on, oh shit, I think we just made Instagram. Okay, so Vine comes back, and it's just called Vine, or God forbid, Vine 2. Vine 2 comes out, and it's exactly the same as Vine was. Well, part of the reason Vine failed initially was that they were always losing money, and so you're going to need to add some sort of monetization system in place. Otherwise, Vine 2 is going to end up with the same fate as Vine 1. So now you have an app that's the same as Vine was, except with, let's assume, ads in between vines or like in the corner of the screen or whatever. So it's a lesser product because it's now been diluted by ads. It also no longer has the novelty value that Vine had when it first came out, because that was like 5 years ago at this point. And on top of this, it doesn't offer anything that isn't already available on another platform. Not to be cynical, but I am being cynical, I don't think it would work out. I think people would be really excited about it for a month, and then they're gonna stop using it like they did before. The creators are gonna slowly leave because there's more profitable uses of their time elsewhere, and as they leave, the content on the app will dwindle, and so will the users who use it, and it will have the same exact end as the original Vine did. Except I don't picture it lasting 3 years this time, I picture it lasting like 3 months. Call me cynical, but that's just how I see it. We all have wonderful Vine memories. But sometimes, it's okay for something to just be a memory. Good things can still come to an end. I have great memories from childhood. That doesn't mean I want to be 8 again. I love being an adult. I can do whatever I want. I look back on Vine with all the love in the world, but that doesn't mean it has to exist again for me to cherish it. You can cherish memories. Let it rest. Move on. It's in the past. Even if it comes back, it'll never be the same as it was. And that's all right. Maybe I'm wrong, and I would love to be proven wrong. Something I have had to come to terms with, selfishly, is that I think I'm glad that Vine ended. Just because I know the type of person I am. I embrace complacency like nobody's business. When things are going well for me, I don't always have the same motivation to work as hard as I should, because I'm content. And that's something I'm trying to improve about myself. That's something I've gotten a little better at over time. But I know that a year ago, Vine dying was the catalyst for me to figure out what I was going to do next. If Vine ever went away, I don't know if I ever would have started YouTube. I always wanted to, but I never felt like I needed to, because I was a famous Viner. I had 400,000 followers on Vine. I didn't want to start from scratch on YouTube and have to do like 100 times more work and learn how to use a real editing program that wasn't just iMovie on my phone. My thought process at the time was, why would I do all of that extra work when I already had Vine? And then one day, Vine died, and everything I had spent 2 years building up was pulled out from under me. I was upset, I was angry, I regretted the fact that I hadn't tried to spread my followers around to other places on the internet. I, like hundreds of other Viners, put all of my eggs in the Vine basket. and then the basket broke. It exploded, destroying all of my eggs in the process. And now I'm infertile. But when Vine went away, my safety net went away with it. And so I had to deal with being irrelevant again for several months. And I had to try new things. I had to try different types of content. And a lot of it didn't work. Some of it did. Eventually I figured out what people liked and what I liked doing. I worked hard. I got super lucky, emphasis on that. And now I'm about to quit my job to do YouTube full time. And that's something that even at the height of my Vine success, I never even fathomed the possibility of quitting my full-time job to just do Vine full-time. That was never a possibility for me. And so, if I'm being 100% honest, which, like I said, this video is all about the truth, for selfish reasons, I think I'm glad that Vine died. Feels good to get that off my chest. I loved Vine. And now I love YouTube. I'm ecstatic to be able to do what I'm doing now. And I'm so excited to get to continue to do it and see where my channel goes and where it takes me. And if I ever get to be on the H3 podcast, because that's all I really want. The good news is I've learned from my mistakes. Vine taught me to never put all of my eggs in one basket, because you never know what's going to happen. And that's a mistake I don't think I'm going to make again. Except obviously with YouTube, because I don't think YouTube's going anywhere. YouTube's infallible. They've gotten a lot of good PR lately, and I just feel comfortable. All right, guys, that's it. I want to thank all my beautiful little stinkers out there for watching this entire video. If you didn't watch the whole video, then it doesn't really matter because you didn't see this part anyway. Now that I'm finally done with this massive project, I have a lot of ideas that I haven't had any time to focus on, so lots of more content coming, lots of new content is what I meant to say. And I could have just said, I hadn't already said the thing that I was going to mess up. I also have an exciting merch announcement coming pretty soon, and I don't think that I'm being too hyperbolic when I say this is going to be the greatest merch of all time. Seriously, guys, I'm changing the game, so I hope you're ready for that. All right, well, I don't really know what else to say now. I think it would be funny if after the world's longest video, I end it by just cutting myself off in the middle of a sentence. Hey guy, welcome back to the scariest website on the internet, hosted by me. So I know already you looked at the title and you think this video is very similar to the last one I posted, and I'm here to tell you that you're exactly right. Here's what happened. So originally my plan was to make a Halloween themed video because today is Saturday. But after a few minutes of watching Adam Sandler's new Netflix movie, Hubie Halloween.
Yeah, the good old days. When the town toughs only used to throw crab apples.
I don't understand what he's saying.
I did call the hotline 100 times, but I think you guys get a...
Why can't he just have a regular voice? He farted.
I realized I'm not really in a spooky mood right now. So instead of slogging my way through a B-rate horror film, I decided, you know what, screw Halloween this year. Let's instead take another trip back to a simpler time and check out a video that is brought to you by my weird-ass YouTube recommendations.
On your mark, get set. We're riding on the internet.
Now, this video is not just a guide to the internet, but it's specifically a kid's guide. So any adults out there, I'm gonna need you to avert your eyes. This one's not for you. I actually genuinely love the vibe of this video. It's so hopeful and carefree.
My mom wanted me to ask you guys to call her. She wants you to tell her more about the internet and why you like it.
All the jokes are terrible, but they still fill my heart with joy.
What's a web page? Something ducks walk on? Haha, very funny.
Plus, the song is great.
Hello, virtual reality. Interactive appetite, searching for a website. We're riding on the internet. Cyberspace, set free.
Wait, what'd she say?
Set free.
Sex free? I mean, I would hope so. This is made for kids, right? I just feel like it's kind of weird they even felt the need to clarify that. Like, you don't usually hear kids shows advertised as being sex-free. It's just assumed. This fall on Nickelodeon comes a brand new zero porn show about a sponge who doesn't fuck.
Hey there, it's us again.
Again? I don't know who you guys are.
This is my brother Peter, mom and dad, and I'm Dasha.
Oh, okay. Well, wait, why did you introduce yourself if we were already supposed to... You know what? Never mind.
When we installed internet access on our computer, I got the whole family involved.
It's true. Everybody had their own tasks to do.
It was a lot of work, but it was really worth it.
Now that I've gotten on the internet, I'd rather be on my computer than doing just about anything.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
The internet gave us a whole world of exciting new possibilities. So I guess this is a story of how it changed our lives. Maybe it will yours too.
Probably not. Let's see, what are some of the benefits of having internet?
Rich keeps up with the stock market and our investments, and I'm able to pay the bills in half the time it used to take me.
Boring.
Don't worry though, it's still cool.
Oh, okay.
The program is by kids for kids, and it's not just for boys either.
Did you see the little slap? Calm down, Dasha. No one said anything about this being just for boys. That's not a thing.
And to help out if requested. Though I doubt she'll be asked.
So let's get underway.
Oh no, poor kid. They didn't let him do another take. That's okay. I'm 27 and my voice still cracks sometimes. Plus, these people are probably all dead now anyway.
I did my report on the Mississippi River all by myself.
Hey, you know how to spell Mississippi with one I? Mississippi. You know, I've been able to read.
Okay, yeah, so we're definitely just doing one take the whole way through.
And gotten some great gardening tips, too.
No wonder you guys are always so busy on the computer.
Yep, and we're just doing schoolwork, so don't need to look at our internet history.
Dad's just leaving, and Mom said we can have the computer all to ourselves.
Hey Andrew, what's up?
Hell yeah, we got a fellow Drew in here. I hope the other kids are nice to him.
There are 3 important services you can access on the internet. Surfing the World Wide Web.
Surfing? That sounds pretty cool already.
Andrew, don't interrupt.
Andrew, shut the fuck up. I was just saying it sounded cool. No one likes you.
You can even talk with people all over the world on chat lines.
Don't they have chess games and stuff like that?
Andrew, don't interrupt. Then there are news groups to share information with people, and then there's email.
Oh, don't even get me started on email. Yeah, email's a riot.
So, where should we start?
Websites have games and kid stuff. Yeah, kid definitely wrote that.
To access the World Wide Web, you type in www.
And the next thing you'll type will be specific, directing you to a particular website, like MTV.
Ah, yes, MTV.com, also known as Music, Television, Internet, the ultimate place for media.
So where else can we go?
Want to write a letter to President Clinton?
Would he answer us?
No.
I bet he would.
Let's tell him how much we love the internet and that he should try to get more computers for our school.
Yeah! I'm gonna thank him for all his hard work as president. Yeah! Definitely. I'm gonna tell him he's a little slut. What? He is. Andrew, where did you learn that word? MTV.com.
Is this like sending email? It is sending email.
She's so mad.
It is sending email.
To be fair, it was a pretty stupid question. Yes, Andrew, sending an email is exactly like sending an email.
Dear Mr. President, my name is Peter, and my sister is Dasha. Sincerely, Andrew.
Oh, he's not gonna fucking respond to that.
To get started, you'll need to get connected to the internet. You do that through an internet service provider.
An internet service provider? What's that?
It's a service.
Oh, what's going on, guys? We don't want to call out Lisa when she asks a dumb question? We're just gonna keep piling on Andrew? Alright, I see how it is.
What does download mean?
Andrew, don't interrupt.
Man, that music is so good there, I'm willing to ignore the fact that under card number, they wrote Rich Jameson.
Microsoft Internet Explorer came with our computer, but you can download it by typing www.microsoft.com.
Wait, but how do I download a web browser if I have to type that into a web browser? What if it's my first time?
So where would you like to go now? Surfing the net.
Andrew, we're already doing that. Can you be more specific?
Can we do something fun? Maybe play a game?
Okay, now you're speaking my language.
They sure have a lot of them. Too bad we don't have time to play them.
Man, Dasha's such a buzzkill. I really wanted to play Hunt the Wumpus.
I can't believe how easy it is to get onto the internet. When you hear my parents talking about it, it sounds like it'd be so hard.
Fun little detail here. Up until this point, I had no idea what year this was. I just knew it was the 90s. But luckily, you can see when they look up the headline, Wall Collapses, 2 Dead, that it's 1997. So I thought that was pretty cool.
Can we look up my frog too? I can get a head start on my homework.
I'm so glad we don't have to dissect them like they did in the old days.
These kids are so dumb. They don't even realize that from my perspective, they're already living in the old days. But wait, that means that one day people will watch this video and I'll be the one living in the old days.
Can you stop that? I'm trying to have an existential crisis. Sorry.
Someone said you could order concert tickets over the web. Is that true?
Sure. My mom ordered tickets from the net to take me to the Russian ballet for my birthday.
And I hated it.
Wait, Bush is playing in Orlando? Oh, I just missed it.
But speaking of parents, our mom is going to be here in a few minutes to pick us up.
Well, quick, before you go, this is one your dad will love. It's
porn. It's porn. But I thought the singer said...
The singer lied.
Thanks, Mrs. Jameson.
Oh, you're welcome, Andrew. So, did you learn anything important today?
Are you kidding? I can't go another day without the internet.
Oh, you have no idea.
I'm sure your folks will get it for you soon enough. I know we just love it. The kids are on it all the time between their homework and games.
Yeah, but we are always on the computer. That's why it's the literal centerpiece of this room. We put it right in the middle.
And Mr. Jameson gets up-to-the-minute stock reports, and I could go on and on. But you better get going before your mom wonders what you're doing.
What are they doing in there? Oh, they better not be surfing the web.
That was definitely cool. Thanks, dude.
Absolutely. See you on the net.
Call me the minute you get an email address.
Okay.
And Andrew, we can play interactive games on the net together.
Yes!
Andrew, don't interrupt.
You have to remember the internet is not a regulated environment, so the quality and accuracy of various informational offerings can differ quite a bit.
Wow, even in 1997, when the internet was new and exciting, people were still like, well, hold on, let's take some of this information with a grain of salt. These days, people will read an article about how, like, the moon's spying on us on spacefacts.info.web, and then get 40,000 shares when they post about it on Facebook.
Oh, did you get those Rolling Stone concert tickets? And the whole family can go, right? I mean, you can buy tickets online.
I don't know. What do you think, kids?
Yeah!
Yeah! We love current day Mick Jagger. Yeah, because he doesn't look that scary yet.
Surf's up. See you on the net.
So this is kind of unrelated, but earlier when they were talking about MTV.com, it made me curious to go to current day MTV.com and compare. And it's really not that much to look at. But I noticed they have an entire section dedicated to casting calls, and this piqued my interest. MTV is the world's premier youth entertainment brand, the cultural home of the millennial generation, and a pioneer in creating innovative programming for young people. Oh, you mean like Teen Mom 2? I don't think that word means what you think it means. I really like the variety in these casting calls. Are you facing pregnancy for the first time? Or are you an outspoken teen facing pregnancy for the first time? Well, I'm definitely a pregnant teenager, but I'm kind of shy. MTV is looking for fun, charismatic, and outgoing young women who appear to be between the ages of 15 and 18. Wait, who appear to be? So sometimes the teen moms aren't even teens? Okay, so far today, we've learned a lot about how to connect to cyberspace, but everything we've learned has been from the perspective of a child. What about the adults out there? What can the adults do on the internet? Porn, besides that. And you guys are in luck because one thing I've been kind of interested in lately is reading all these old, weird books, and one of them is called Love Bites, the Online Dating Handbook. Now, I actually met my wife online in 2016, which was fortunate because I'd been looking for her for years, but this was written 21 years before that in 1995. And I was curious to go through and see how much of it is still relevant today. And most of it's not, but my favorite section in here is the one that goes over all the different ways you can communicate online, not just verbally, right? You guys know. But this was long before emojis came along. You had to type out those symbols yourself. For instance, a long-stemmed rose for those romantic moments. Or a fish for those stinky occasions. Hold on. Honey, can you change my diaper? And then, of course, all the various smileys you might see online. Now, these aren't always self-explanatory, so it's important to have a guide, and I want to go through that with you guys. You've, of course, got, I'm sad now, or I'm so sad I'm crying. A lot of people think that this face means you're winking, but actually, it means you're saying the phrase, here's winking at you, kid. Just one of those common misconceptions. This one means, oh, what was in that chili? And this one means, what was in that chili? This one specifically specifically means my future's so bright, I gotta wear shades. This one means you broke my heart. And this one means dunce. The one with the ampersand means now I'm mad, which you would say in reply to someone who just called you a dunce, and then they would apologize and use this one because their excuse is they've been drinking. Well, I hope that between this book and the video we watched, you guys learned enough today to be able to confidently and safely navigate the internet. And who knows, you might even be able to meet that special someone. Or not, probably. Interesting. Man, I really gotta learn how to read. Well, thank you guys so much for watching today's video. If you liked it, shut the fuck up. And you can subscribe to my channel for free. All you have to do is do it. But anyway, thank you again for watching and supporting what I do, and I will be back very soon with another sex-free video. Bye-bye. Hey, guy. Every day I get pulled deeper into a social media anger vortex that is surely knocking years off my life, and I'm almost positive my inability to sit alone with my thoughts for more than 5 seconds at a time without pulling out my phone and submitting to an endless scroll is making me dumber, sadder, and more anxious. But the thing is, if I didn't do all that, then I never would have found this guy.
At a restaurant, while waiting for your food to arrive, your fingers can have a dance party on the table.
His name is Nathan Bailett, and he's the best. He's slowly been taking over Instagram the past couple of months with his awesome ideas, and they're all so brilliant. But what really sets him apart is the time he gives you to soak it in.
An upside down glass can become a little plate.
That's what it looks like up close.
I think there should be an award for the weirdest song of the year. And they could call it the Grammy-O-Weird. Have a great day. A thumb is different than the rest of the fingers.
These aren't just silly thoughts that you can gloss over in a couple of seconds. He's asking the questions that, quite frankly, no one else in this country has the guts to.
When fish swim, where are they going? Cupboards. Wait, what is it? Oh, cupboards are shelves. Cupboards are just shelves.
That's what I'm saying. Every time I'm having a bad day and I go to Nathan's account and just stare into those eyes that have never once blinked, my stress just melts away.
I don't know. Movies. Movies.
I will say though, sometimes it's not all just fun and games with him. There have been instances where I've been a little worried. You all right, buddy? Okay. Just making sure.
Let's say you're in the future and you have to get on a spaceship to travel to Mars, and you can only take one movie with you. What movie would you take to Mars?
Like, I'm not really sure what he's laughing about in that one. He didn't say a joke. He just asked a pretty normal question. Oh, wait, he's coming. Hi, Nathan. We love your videos.
Nothing to see here. Keep scrolling.
Okay.
I would never say to a guest, please make yourself at home. I don't want people sitting on my couch in their underwear.
Out of all his videos, there's really only one that I'm a little bit iffy on.
If you could be in a horse costume with a celebrity, which celebrity, and would you be the front or the back?
Yeah, I would have maybe kept that one in the draft.
If you could be nose deep in a celebrity's ass, whose would it be? And would you want it to smell good or bad?
Sometimes I wonder, if we had 3 arms, how would that change lovemaking?
Damn, this guy's actually kind of a freak.
My friend is a scientist. He studies condom mechanics or something.
That's a great joke. I wonder what the comments say. That's kind of weird. What about this one?
Come on, everybody. Let's go get those hobbits. Oh, pies. What kind of pies do you have? Oh, well, I've got blueberry.
3 years? How old did they think I am?
I'd like a pumpkin spice latte, please.
I have to go to the bathroom. Is that what people think I'm like? Am I just a younger Nathan Bailey? I don't understand. My videos are nothing like his.
Why do they call it a freeway if you have to pay a toll to drive on it?
What the hell?
Anything can be shoes if you put it on your feet.
I don't remember making these. Is this my entire YouTube channel? Now I know what you're thinking, Drew, these TikToks are all so funny and awesome, and thank you for sharing this with me, you've made my day, but you're making a whole video about this? No. I'm making part of a video about this. The rest of this video is about the book that he wrote. You heard that right. Nathan Bailey, Instagram extraordinaire and staring contest champion of the world, is also the author of a rom-com novel. And I figured if this guy is me in a few years, then this is a rare opportunity to get a glimpse into my own future. I need to read this book, cover to cover, twice. And after several weeks of research, I'm very excited to report that this is the horniest book I've read since Jake Paul's autobiography.
I'm not looking for a guy to hang, Chris said. Now I just want to bang. Yeah, Chris cheered as she slipped into her tan ankle boots, ready to jump back into the single scene vagina first. The happiness of my penis is riding on tonight working out with Vanessa. Holy tushy twerks. Holy fuckadoodles. You'll take her home in an hour so mama can get some dick.
Passion or Pancakes is possibly the most complicated book I've ever read, because despite the fact that the entire story takes place in one night, there are approximately 4,000 characters. If there were any more names in this book, he would have had to start inventing new ones. There's even a character whose body parts have their own names, i.e. Stacy the Stomach. But I must have spaced out the first time I read that because I got to a conversation between 2 people named Chris and Bryn, and out of nowhere it said Stacy growled, and I'm like, who the fuck is Stacy? And why is she so mad? It is almost impossible to keep track of everyone mentioned in this book, but I think I may have come up with a way to help. So the book is about Chris, girl, and Mark, boy, on the fateful night that they meet. Mark is trying to get over his ex, Jill, who left him for Jack, and Chris is trying to get over her ex, David, who left her for Lisa. So she goes out on the town with her best friend, Bryn, while Mark does the same with his best friend, Chet. Hey, can you put your phone down? This is important. After a couple hours, Chris and Bryn meet a girl named Callie, who's described as an insane person, even though she talks in the exact same way as every other character. They eventually meet up with Vanessa, who spends the entire night getting on everybody's nerves because she won't stop filming them. Meanwhile, Mark and Chet meet up with a guy named Skip, who I thought for sure would end up being the love interest of either Callie or Vanessa, but he ends up meeting a girl named Lola at one of the bars they go to on their way to Roger's friend's apartment party. His name is Anton, and he's dating Debbie. Before any of that though, Mark and Chet meet up with their friends Charles and Vicky, but they leave after 2 pages to go have sex. So then Mark and Chet go to a bar to get drinks from Bonnie the bartender, whose name is spelled 2 different ways. There they meet Dina, Lorna, and Anna, who may sound like a band of rambunctious chipmunks, but are actually 3 human women. Things don't work out with any of them though, and they also don't work out with the girl named Melanie because she has a boyfriend. Before leaving the bar, they give their business cards to Miranda and Panda, 2 different people, but we never hear from either of them ever again. Meanwhile, Chris and Bryn share a 2-page interaction of their own with their friends Madeline and Lamar, before chatting it up with Barry the bartender, who they're both attracted to, but he's gay, I think? I don't know. Everybody in this book flirts with service workers, but they never pursue them romantically. Instead, they talk to Ron and Ian,
who get into a fist fight with each other, forcing them to leave the bar. Luckily, they have somewhere to go because Chris got a text from her friend Holly, who's hanging out with Bob and Steve. Eventually, Vanessa's sister Jane joins the group, along with Sarah and the aforementioned Holly, who's dating Colin, even though nobody likes Colin. The problem with Colin is that he doesn't appreciate Holly as much as he should, but it turns out they actually broke up yesterday and just didn't tell anyone because they didn't want to spoil the mood. The irony, of course, being that news of their breakup would have only improved the mood because Colin sucks. Also, Dan is here. No one knows who Dan is, so I don't know what he's doing in the group. So that's kind of the main core of the group. But then, for seemingly no reason other than to just make things more complicated for us, Vanessa gets a text from her friend Ruby, who tells her about Hannah, Billy, Chloe, Nick, Layla, and Sarah. Now this is of course a different Sarah than the one we already met because this Sarah has an H in her name. In fact, someone, and I truly mean someone because he does not specify who says this in a scene that has 97 people in it, says that they know 7 Sarahs. So that makes 5 additional Sarahs just hanging out in the Nathan Bailett Marina rom-com universe. Then Vanessa, who's clearly very popular, gets a text from Chantel, who updates her about Oscar, Isaac, Leo, Abby, Ezra, and Ellis, and then a text from Shane, who tells her about Camille, Blaine, Tallulah, Blair, Emma, and Blake. Now, if you're worried about having to remember all these names, don't be, because they never get brought up again. Finally, the group makes it to Roger's friend Anton's apartment building for his apartment party, but they never make it past the lobby of the apartment because Roger does something to get everyone mad, so Bryn throws a cocktail in his face, and then the police show up, and then they all go get pancakes, which you may remember from the title. All right, well, that's all of the characters in Passion or Pancakes, but you're probably wondering who ends up with who. And I'm so glad you asked. Mark ends up with Chris, and Skip ends up with Vanessa, and Holly ends up with Chet. Ooh, that's a surprise. And then finally, Bookworm Brenda ends up with Peter the Reader. A perfect match. Except Peter has a girlfriend, so he just fucks off and she ends up all alone. Well, there you have it. I know it may look like a lot to remember, but if you ever find yourself reading Passion or Pancakes, which I highly recommend, it's a great book, great gift. Mother's Day is coming up in a couple months. I know what I'll be getting my mom. I'm going to be getting her 12 copies. But if you ever find yourself reading the book and you're at all confused, feel free to open up this video and refer back to this simple chart. You're welcome. I think the only thing this story is missing is a few more downs to go with all the ups. Everything kind of just works out for everyone. There's a part where they all go to karaoke and they're a little nervous to sing, but then they sing so well that a recording of it goes viral. That's awesome. I also like that Mark's character is written to be the most perfect human man ever constructed. He is tall, he's hot, he's smart, he's funny, he's rich, he has big feet, and every woman wants to fuck him. But Mark doesn't want to fuck. He wants to love. He wants passion, not pancakes. Or maybe the other way around. I can't remember which is which. Really, the only conflict in the story is that Chris just wants to rip his clothes off and hook up with him on the spot, but Mark wants to get to know her first.
Chris paused and looked over his poundable chest, up to his thick, grippable hair, kissable, chiseled chin, and his starry eyes looking at her so nicely that she felt the warmest whoosh tingle up thoughts of exactly how she'd climb him. So I'd have to have a relationship with you to climb your mountain and sit on your peak? Mark chuckled. I'm afraid so.
Eventually, he wins this battle. They decide to take it slow because they're a perfect match and they don't want to mess this up. This all culminates in what I think is, and I know this is going to sound hyperbolic, the single most beautiful paragraph in the history of the written word. And their fun rhythm moved them close, then apart, then back together, and over here, and over there, rockin' and swaying, to a twirl, to a deep, delicious dip, and so erotically slow back up into his strong, gentle arms for a sexy sway with a sultry stare, then starry-eyed stare, then a sweet, simple, and super sincere stare as they slowed and slowed and slowed to a sway together, a soft, slow, fun sway, just the two of them on the rooftop above the world, up in heaven, surrounded by city lights and flowers and stars and the moon and a beautiful bright green baseball field below, and everything felt wonderful, and he felt wonderful, and she felt wonderful being with him and all of this wonderful, and wow, their wonderful was a wonderful more wonderful than drunk dancing with some random dude and pulling him home for a half hour of woo-hoo. That was all one sentence. Really, these two people could not have asked for a better night out. Not only do they find their soulmate after looking for a few hours, but they manage to convert each of their best friends into the person they've wanted them to be their entire lives. So Chet is like a Barney Stinson type, right? He's constantly running into women he's slept with. He's telling Mark, don't worry about the future. Tonight, we're just gonna fucking till our fall off.
It's about love. It's about sex, Chet said. The lyrics are saying monogamy. The beat is saying sex.
That is until the end, where he's like, actually, I've changed my ways. I like Holly, and I'm a relationship guy now. Also, Bryn breaks the sad news pretty early on to Chris that she's planning on moving to Los Angeles to pursue the next chapter of her life. But at the end of the book, she says, you know what? Never mind. Screw my career, screw all of my plans. I'm staying here with my family. And that's so sweet, really, but I'm doing the math over here. Like, you guys have been to at least 12 bars tonight. There's no way you're in any cognitive state to be making these kinds of life-altering decisions right now. But that's the thing. Despite the dilemma it poses in its title, Passion or Pancakes isn't about having to make difficult decisions. It's about everything working out perfectly for a group of hot drunk people. And honestly, that's the kind of story this world needs more of. So Nathan, thank you. And I'm sorry I had a full-blown existential crisis earlier when I saw 3 comments comparing us. I thought about it a lot, and I'm honored to be associated with someone who spreads as much joy as you do. In fact, I think I have a video to make.
Fingers are kind of like the toes of your hands. Hey guys, welcome back to my second attempt at filming this intro, because when I tried to do this yesterday, I forgot to focus the camera. Life can be pretty stressful sometimes. Even when you're not screwing up one of the easiest jobs in the world, you're often faced with important decisions and complex moral dilemmas. And it can be hard to know exactly what to do because things are almost never black and white, except in Darman videos.
This pizza's frozen cold. I'm not paying for this.
Maybe you should get a job delivering pizza.
Derek finally understands how difficult it is to have a job.
I know how hard your job is.
The Darman cinematic universe has a beautifully simplistic view on life where there's always a good guy and a bad guy, there's an obvious solution to every problem, and karma happens immediately. Teacher accuses student of doing drugs, instantly regrets. Car mechanic tries to scam a woman, instantly regrets. Customer shames fast food worker, instantly regrets. Instantly regret. And when the titles don't end with instantly regrets it, it's what happens next will shock you. Which is funny because every single Darman video is exactly the same, so at this point, I am no longer shocked.
If you want this, you're gonna have to get it from the trash.
Here, you can get it out of the trash.
I know I'm a few years late to the Darman party, but I was in need of motivation and didn't know where else to turn. So today, I'd like to watch a few of his videos with you and see if we get inspired or if I instantly regret it. This first one's called Student Cheats on Final Exam. The important words are always capitalized for emphasis. And as you can see, little Michael over here is not paying attention to his classes. Instead, he's poisoning his brain with violent video games.
He took my kill.
Shame on you, Michael. I get it though, games are fun, but you're not gonna be able to coast through life multitasking. When you're at work, you focus on your job. And you don't let anything distract you from your job. Damn you, Mr. Mosby. To be fair though, he's obviously a gaming prodigy. Look at how he's able to move his character without even touching his keyboard. And apparently he's bilingual, so I actually think this kid's got a bright future ahead of him. Mr. Wilson's not happy with him though. You know how teachers can be.
Michael, it's showing me that you're on mute and your camera's off.
Oh, sorry. My computer was acting up.
Wow, a gamer and a liar? Now he's perfect for FaZe Clan.
Can you get us the new PS5?
How about if you both get A's on your math final?
Which is apparently your only class.
Then I'll buy it for you. How does that sound?
Really? Okay. Well, you may as well buy it for us now, because I'm gonna ace that test.
Huh. He sure is confident for someone who hasn't been paying any attention. I just hope he's not doing anything nefarious.
Check this out. Is this our math final? I found it online, so now I have all the answers.
I spoke too soon. He is doing something nefarious. Wait, did I? No, you did not.
It's not cheating. It's called taking a shortcut. I mean, how else do you think people succeed in life?
By taking the long way? I gotta say though, that was my favorite website growing up. middleschoolmathanswers.com. Of course, the entire page was just this specific final exam, and I never had Mr. Wilson as a teacher, so maybe that's why I always failed math.
Studying is for losers.
Ain't that the truth?
Mikey compares the final exam to all the questions on the website.
Who's talking right now?
Is everything okay?
Yes, yeah, I just came by to let you know that Jaden got a 100% on his math final.
Hell yeah, my boy Jaden's getting a PS5, which means he can finally play. Well, it's still nice to have. This is great news. If Jaden passed, that means they both got an A, right?
0%? This is an F.
Huh?
That's impossible. I cheated. I studied.
Well, as I was saying, Michael got all of his answers correct. If those answers were from this website that I created.
That sneaky bastard. I knew middleschoolmathanswers.com was too good to be true.
You did?
I did.
All right, and let's use that same exact shot again. Perfect.
There are no shortcuts to success. You have to do things the right way.
That must be the lesson of the video, because they put it in the script twice.
There are no shortcuts to success. You have to do things the right way.
Oh, sorry? 3 times, actually.
That's so unfair!
Go to your room. Now. Just wait till I tell your dad about this.
I'm sure he'll be back any day now. As time has gone on, Darman has gotten more and more meta. He loves mentioning people who've made videos about him, like Cody Ko, who actually got to be in one of his videos.
Cody's the new cook here. I'm so sorry, man.
And it was a very inspiring lesson about the importance of being patient.
Look, now I realize that success does require patience. And great things really do take time.
Oh, I quit. Dahar also has characters mention himself a lot.
Today we will be watching a Darman video.
Yes, I love Darman. Yeah, there's no surprise there. Only nerds and dorks watch Darman.
I like how on one hand you have the self-deprecation of someone being like, Darman's for nerds, but then you also have these other characters defend and compliment him.
All his videos are dumb.
They're not dumb, Billy. They teach important life lessons.
Are you watching Drew Gooden videos? Yeah. That guy is a loser. All he does is film himself pooping and farting all day long, edit into a little compilation, and then upload it to his OnlyFans. And I happen to like that. I think Drew Gooden is a very cool guy who seems handsome as well and is smart guy. You're right. He is much awesome, and I couldn't agree more on the handsome part. It actually goes even further than that. You see, in this sketch, Darman is written to be the ultimate celebrity. He is idolized by every single child in this school except for the bully.
Because only losers with no friends watch his videos.
That's not true. I watch Starman. I love all his videos.
Noah even spends his lunch break watching him on YouTube. Side note, I love that instead of just playing a video on the phone, they made the editor mask it onto the phone frame by frame. As a former video editor myself, I can relate to that all too well. Oh, don't you think we should pull up the video? Don't worry about it. We'll fix it in post. What do you mean we? What'd you say? Nothing? Sorry. And take that paper off. You got it, boss. And when Noah's mom comes to pick him up after a long day of ruthless bullying.
Dork! Psych!
She knows just how to make him feel better.
Darman t-shirt. So you see?
Really? Wow. Thanks, Mom. I love it.
That's right, honey. I got you merch. Are you happy now? Yeah, merch make me happy. That's right, merch can cheer anyone up, even the saddest, loneliest boy. You just have to buy a shirt like me, and then you'll be happy. Link in description.
Loser!
Tell me what's going on.
I don't have any friends. And today, I was the laughing stock of the school. You see? Oh, my glasses. My glasses. I can't see.
There you go.
Oh, thanks.
Are you okay?
That's Darman.
Some kid at school's been really mean to me. Look, again, I'm really sorry. Darman, I can't believe it's really you. I'm like your #1 fan.
I can't believe it. This is the best day of my life. Wait, why are you standing outside of a middle school? That's kind of weird.
You know, back when I was in school, I didn't even have any friends.
Wait, what? You did?
That can't be true. You're Darman. You're the coolest guy ever. We worship you.
What's so funny?
Darman?
In this universe, you are literally our God. You gave birth to us.
Thanks, Noah. I really appreciate that. And you know what? I think you're so cool. I even made you your own limited edition merch.
Holy shit, it's a real shirt. I can really buy it.
I can't believe this. I'm gonna go put this on right now.
I guess my work here is done. If you guys need me, I will be standing in the parking lot, just kind of lurking there. It's funny when you start to notice how formulaic every video is, to a T. There's always a scene near the beginning where the adult finds a reason to leave the room so the kids can be mean to each other in peace.
I have to get this. I'll be back. Just give me 1 minute.
I gotta take this.
Next, we're gonna hear from... Sorry, guys, I do have to take this.
No one is calling me. I just have to take my phone outside. And while they're gone, one of the kids will throw out the most basic, uncreative insult at the nerd, and everyone else will laugh hysterically.
You don't have any friends.
Stop it, Paula. It's not nice to beat.
How are you going to beat me when you can't even say a simple word, stuttering Steven?
I do have to say, the set pieces in these videos are immaculate. Even though this classroom sort of looks like your brain's vague interpretation of one while in a dream, it almost seems real with such details as the name of the school on the whiteboard. My teachers would always do that too, just in case we forgot where we were. In this one, Steven and Paula are going head to head in the race for class president.
Because I'm popular and I'm pretty.
It's a real David versus Goliath story. I love their campaign slogans. Vote for Steven to end bullying. Or vote for Princess Paula because I'm the most popular. Her famous quote.
So that's why I think you should vote for me. I'm popular, I'm pretty, plus I'll make sure we have less homework and more movies.
These kids have really lofty goals as class president. Steve wants to arrest all the bullies and Paula's gonna ban homework. Do middle school class presidents actually do anything? Because I feel like this plot is sort of built on the notion that whoever wins is going to be sitting behind a desk all day passing executive orders. No, I said pizza for lunch every day. I guess now that I think about it, the title could be interpreted pretty ominously. Kids make fun of boy and live to regret it. Sounds like he might hire the middle school Secret Service to take care of anyone who called him Stuttering Steven, which, by the way, is a top-tier nickname, and one that's definitely worthy of the laughter that ensues each time it's said.
Stuttering Steven, Stuttering Steven, Stuttering Steven.
This is another one of my favorite Darman tropes. In the last video, Noah was a nerd, so the bully called him
Noah the nerd.
And then there was one with a poor kid named Gordon who bought his clothes from Goodwill.
See you later, Goodwill Gordon. Goodwill Gordon.
And then there's another bullying video about a girl in a wheelchair named Wendy, and this one's kind of tough, so I'm gonna give you a few minutes to think about it. What do you think her nickname is?
Wheelchair Wendy?
I don't know how he comes up with this stuff.
Homeless Heather.
Jordan the janitor.
This time it's Wendy who's getting made fun of because we've been transported into the Darman universe where everyone is a bully except for the nerds and people with disabilities.
Would one of you mind helping me reach that? Just because your legs don't work doesn't mean your arms don't work.
She just keeps on roasting Wendy for absolutely no reason and expects Noah, that's right, we got another Noah.
There's Noah. He's so hot.
She expects him to laugh along because he's the football quarterback guy. And that's what football quarterback guys do. But he doesn't, so she's confused until she learns.
Why do you keep sticking up for her?
Because I know what it feels like to be in her shoes. A few years ago, I took a really bad hit. The doctor told me that I wouldn't be able to walk for a really long time. But do you know what hurt even more? How other people would treat me. They'd stop and stare.
Really? He's like... Did you hear about Noah? He suffered a major spinal injury that could leave him paralyzed for the rest of his life. Oh my God. That is very funny to me. To me as well, I am laughing at that.
I know what it feels like to be in a wheelchair. And Wendy doesn't deserve to be treated that way.
So, Is the point that if he hadn't experienced that, then the bullying would be okay? Is the lesson that you can only be nice to someone if you can relate to them? Because it almost sounds like Noah would be laughing at Wendy if he hadn't personally been in a wheelchair himself, which I think is kind of flawed logic. You could be nice to someone just because. That's kind of how all these videos go. Another one of my favorites is the trope of the rich kid making fun of the poor kid, and then the parents of the rich kid are like, hey, you need to walk a mile in their shoes, and then they do, and they're like, wow, I never knew it was so hard to be poor. I was spoiled.
Joey takes out an old tablet since his mom took away his new one. Everyone laughs and makes him feel really bad.
I like how in this one, it's established that the Minecraft shirts are new and cool, but the Animal Crossing is so last year.
No way! Look at what you're wearing! Is that last year's Animal Crossing t-shirt? Yeah. Why? No one plays that anymore. We don't play Minecraft.
Minecraft's been around since like 2012. Those could be very old shirts. It is hard to completely make fun of these videos. They can be pretty cringy and the music is always comically intense.
You have 7 followers on Instagram! And you want to be a YouTuber.
But the intentions are good, so I can't be mad about that. I'm sure there were at least a couple of kids who watched one of these and came away more empathetic towards someone than they were before. And that's great. They're also weirdly addicting to watch because even though you know what's gonna happen at the end of all of them, they always write the bully to be so unlikable that you kind of want to stick around for their inevitable comeuppance.
Never judge a book by its cover.
Ooh. Would you look at that? A woman who knows nothing about cars.
As a woman, you may not be able to understand all this.
She's a woman, for crying out loud.
I know as a woman, you probably don't know much about cars.
I actually know a lot about cars.
You're fired.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, Darman, keep up the good work. YouTube just wouldn't be the same without you. And also, please cast me in one of your videos. I could pretend to be a cook. I could knock over an egg. Just give me a shot. Small disclaimer, I do live in Florida. You're gonna have to fly out to me. I will not come to you. That's non-negotiable. Those are my terms. Needless to say, this has been a very inspiring afternoon. I think I'm finally feeling like myself again. And if there's one thing I know myself would do, it would be a branding. Thank you so much for watching today's video. If you liked it, please don't say anything because it's gonna go straight to my head. And if you didn't like it, please also don't say anything because it's gonna go straight to my heart. Be sure to tune in first thing tomorrow morning for a brand new video where I take all of my other videos and put a laugh track over them. Bye. Hey guy, welcome back to the mid-2000s. Please comment down below if you're currently watching this video on your Zoom. So I want to take a little trip down memory lane today and reminisce about 2 of my favorite childhood movies, High School Musical and Camp Rock. These movies were very much a part of my formative years as a growing man-child, so I want to revisit them to see if they actually hold up or if they're hot garbage. Now, High School Musical is a classic. I know that there's a ton of YouTube videos of people talking about this already, so I'm not gonna sit here and explain the plot to you. If you don't know the plot of High School Musical, you probably haven't read the title yet. It's pretty much that. Well, technically, I guess they don't actually perform a musical, they just audition for one. Maybe it should have been called High School Audition, but I'll let it slide. So at the beginning of the movie, they're in Alaska or maybe the North Pole, and the 2 main characters meet because they're forced into karaoke. Totally normal situation, nothing to see here, except for what's on TV. The TVs at this party are playing footage of the party. Who set this up? Who set up a live stream that's being shown to the people in it? And who's filming it? I don't see any cameramen, so is it the movie's cameramen? They're supposed to be filming the movie. I know it's a weird thing to focus on, but I notice this every time I watch this movie.
I don't want to be the school's freaky genius girl again.
I don't want to be smart and beautiful. I want to be stupid and ugly. One of my favorite things in movies is watching the extras in the background of walking hallway shots because someone will always look at the camera every time. There's a couple of these shots in this movie. What is the girl in orange doing here in the back? She sort of just walks into the corner and stops.
So, look, the whole team's hitting the gym during free period. What do you want to have us run? Dude, you know what?
Does anyone know what the musical in this movie is actually supposed to be about? It's called Twinkletown.
Twinkletown?
And the only only other thing we know about it is the 3 songs that they sing from it, but the songs have nothing in common, so I have no idea what the plot is.
What the heck are those two doing in a tree?
Also, I've always been confused by the timing of the movie. So they come back from winter break and have the championship basketball game coming up in 2 weeks. So we're supposed to believe that they played through the entire regular season, maybe some playoff games, to get to the point where they determine who's in the championship. Then they go on a 2-week winter break, have another 2 weeks before the game even takes place. Why such a long gap? I almost wonder if the championship game is the only basketball game they play all year, because it's a game between East High School and West High School. So they've got to be the only 2 high schools in the area, right? Maybe they just play one basketball game every year and the winner gets a trophy.
Dad, I'm not
There's going to be college scouts at our game next week, Troy. You know what a scholarship is worth these days?
Wait, hold on. Scouts are gonna be at the game? Well, you gotta play your best then. You know how much college basketball teams are gonna be drooling over the prospects of a 5'8" white kid from Albuquerque.
She's not a problem. She's just a girl.
But you're not just a guy, Troy.
You're my guy. There's a feeling I'm reminded of whenever I think back to this movie, Zoe 101, and even Ned's Declassified to an extent. School envy. I went to the most boring high school in the world. Meanwhile, these kids are living in dorms on some beachside resort. East High School has a private rooftop garden and apparently every extracurricular activity you could possibly imagine. There are so many things going on in this school that the climax of the movie is based on the premise that there are 3 major events happening simultaneously. I don't think 3 things happened in my school the entire time I was there. Can we all agree that this song is by far the worst part of the entire movie? It's a boring song that sounds like it's being sung by 2 different people.
Looking from the outside.
Also, I love that her belt is not even holding up her pants, it's wrapped around them. All right, good to go. I like at the end when they hack into this beaker to get it to heat up. Yeah, I think that's how computers work. But it buys them enough time to get to the audition, along with every single person who's ever gone to the school. There are a few things I still really like about this movie. I like that the final song is teased throughout the movie, so when it finally happens, there's sort of been this anticipation for it. It's a big payoff. I may have been a 13-year-old boy when I first saw this movie, but I definitely got goosebumps. And overall, I think this movie holds up pretty well. I'll say it. Yes, I know the story is very cliche. The whole idea that, wait, you can do more than one thing?
Did you ever think maybe I could be both?
You want to sing and play basketball? But there's no time. But you know what? It's a wholesome enough lesson for a movie made for kids that you shouldn't put people into a box just because of the way they look. I also really enjoy the choreography of everything, not just when they're singing and dancing, but there's scenes where, like, you can tell the characters have deliberate movements. The camera moves with them. It feels like you're watching a musical even when there's not music. This all culminates in one shot at the end that's over a minute long. There's no cuts. It's each character taking turns sort of weaving back and forth, saying their final lines to each other. And there's like 200 people in the background that could have easily messed this up. I'm sure they had to do a bunch of takes. To me, this is really impressive filmmaking. I'm at a point in my life where I've seen movies with much more impressive filmmaking, but for what it is, they could have easily gone down a lazier route, so I appreciate the extra effort. Although it is kind of lost because of how dumb the end of this shot is. Gosh, I got this big old ball here and I just don't know what to do with it. Well, I could help you out there, ma'am. Have you considered tossing it into the basket? Wow, thank you, sir. And then all the lessons from the movie come together in one final song that I definitely tried to learn the dance to, but only got about this far. It's kind of funny how life comes full circle sometimes. The message of the iconic song at the end is now being used by every single brand in the world in their commercials. We here at Mustard know that things are pretty crazy right now, but you're not alone, and you can still give us your money. Now, on paper, Camp Rock and High School Musical seem like very similar movies, but there is one key difference that I noticed, which is that this movie is absolute garbage. That doesn't mean I didn't like it at the time, because I most certainly did. I really liked the Jonas Brothers. I liked one of the songs so much that I bought it on iTunes, even though I only had about $9 to my name.
That's the song. You think?
But the combination of overacting and weird writing choices make it pretty hard to enjoy this movie as an adult.
Check me out. Cool.
Also, the reason it's becoming relevant again is because it's so bad that people on TikTok are pointing out how bad some of the scenes are.
He went. What?
But I don't just want to talk about this movie, I have something a little different in mind that I'd like to try instead. That's right, I'm talking about the official Camp Rock DVD game. So, would you like to explain to everyone how you came into possession of this game?
It's never been opened.
Limited edition?
Limited edition, according to me.
According to us, we only have one, so who knows if they made more.
That was purchased at a closing thrift store. It was to be sold for $3, but I got it for 25 cents.
Can you believe the deal we got on this? And can you believe the restraint to go 3 years without playing it? She's asked me multiple times, can we play the DVD game? Can we play a DVD game? And I said, no, now's not the time. I figured...
We saved it for this moment.
Yeah, I figured something important would come along one day. I'd find a way to turn it into content, and then now we can write off that 25-cent purchase as a business purchase. So that's pretty cool, actually. A little tax life hack right there.
For you. I wanted to do this for so long.
So was this used and they put new shrink wrap over it? Because this box is very beat up. I've never pulled shrink wrap off of something that's been this dilapidated before. You're ready to take the stage and steal some hearts, pick up the remote and play Camp Rock DVD game.
Camp Rock DVD game. We got a holographic game board.
Wow, this is worth at least 20, 25 cents.
When the movie came out, I was in 8th grade, and me and my two best friends were so excited that we put every photo that we had of the Jonas Brothers around us just to watch the movie.
Who was your favorite Jonas brother?
Kevin.
No, be honest. Her favorite Jonas brother, I'm so embarrassed by this, was Joe. She loved Joe, but because her friend already loved Joe, she agreed to love Kevin instead. And I just think that that's really sad, and I wish that there were 2 Joes and 0 Kevins.
We even drew a picture of Kevin on my back in Sharpie, just to prove how much we loved the Jonas Brothers.
Oh no! Holy shit.
When it's your turn, spin the spinner and do what it says.
Okay, jeez. I guess I'll go first. Jam time!
What?
Which came first? Oh, well that's the beginning of the movie. That's the only time she's in her house in the entire movie.
It's my favorite game.
Yeah, she makes me play this with her every night before she goes to bed. Otherwise she has really bad nightmares about Camp Rock 2.
Spin it and do what it says.
Do what it says.
Free card!
Alright, well. I wanted Sultry Joe.
Look closely. These images are from the movie.
Oh, yeah, I figured they might be. Which came last?
What have we here?
They're playing the clip from the movie.
I can hear you.
Right.
I don't think this game is very hard. The whole concept of DVD games seems fun. I don't know if I ever played any, though.
We weren't allowed to have
fun.
Who said? You totally rocked it.
Trash can. Trash can said that.
Who said? That's cute.
Oh, the same options.
Trash can. Rise and shine, superstar.
And throw it in the trash. Oh boy, this sure is fun.
Yeah, honestly, I actually don't know.
I have no idea. This one's hard. Which came second? Flawless. I don't know whether to be proud or embarrassed of how well we're doing. So she got Go Fish, which I think means she can ask me for one of my cards.
Do you have Joe Jonas?
No.
Okay.
Cha-ching! Take it to the bank.
Okay.
Hi, I played this Camp Rock DVD game and it told me to
say no more. They give you a voucher. Wow, $1,000. Player's pick. I picked Go Fish, which means I get to ask you for the mom card that you just picked up. You got a crush on this girl? I'm back at the bank now. I'd like to redeem my 2 mom cards and 1 wild card.
This guy's got 2 mom cards, golden voice card.
Give him a guitar pick. Yeah, they're in the vault. Sorry, you're gonna get a lot of people like you coming in here.
Pick one.
I got a guitar pick.
You haven't got any wrong.
Is it even possible to get one wrong in this game?
Yeah.
Or are we just so smart?
Wait, let's blatantly pick a wrong one and see what happens.
Oh, funny you want to do that on my turn. Pick your card. Golden voice! And you've got 2 Joes. You trying to redeem those?
Yeah.
Welcome to the bank, ma'am. May I take your order?
I have 2 Joes and a golden voice.
Wow, there was some lanky guy in here a few minutes ago with 2 moms and 1 golden voice. Do you know him?
That's my son.
Your son? Tell him he's a real nice young man. Here you go. You got that one. Oh, can we put this game in the trash when we're done?
Come on and sing along.
Follow and I lead. You want to be like me. But you're just a wannabe. Fuck it or suck it. I won! I have so many people to thank. Kevin and Joe and Nick and my wife.
And
Frankie Jonas. Frankie, if you're out there, and I know you're watching this video right now, I know you're a big fan. Keep being you.
Rockin'.
Rock on, Joe. Or what's his name?
Kevin.
Kevin. Rock on, Kevin. Frankie, if you're out there, rock on, Kevin.
What's your name? I'm Joe.
Okay, I guess I'm Demi then. Didn't really give me a choice there. Are they just gonna play the whole movie but without sound? Yeah, it's really awesome. If anyone out there is looking to play the Camp Rock DVD game, good luck getting it. I don't know where you could buy this. You gotta just hope that a thrift store is on the verge of closing down, and they'll give it to you in exchange for $1. Well, before we go, do you have any words of wisdom you want to impart on any aspiring DVD game creators out there?
I think the ship has sailed if you want to create a DVD game.
Yeah, sorry, aspiring DVD game creators. It's too late. Make an app instead.
Yeah, make an app.
All right, babe, play us out.
Cool.
Well, boy, was that a lot of fun. And I definitely didn't forget to film an outro. I'm doing it now. Gotta cut to a commercial break real quick, but be sure to stick around because when we come back, I will be showing you a really great thing that I just got in the mail, and it's gonna be worth it, so please don't go anywhere. Okay, thanks. Stop trying to order a pizza from me. This isn't Domino's. Hi, I just see what's on the other side of the pillow. Please drop a like button now. It's the same. Thank you so much for watching today, guy. Remember to subscribe if you want to see more videos of me catching a fish with my bare hands and then feeding it whole to my cat. All right, bye.
To memorialize this historic election, this collector's edition 2020 Battle for the White House chess set is now ready for public release. Legislative leaders Pelosi, McConnell, Schumer, and McCarthy. Knights riding symbolic donkeys and elephants. Justice.
Hey guys. So I haven't really been watching much TV lately. I think it's because if I did, I'd just end up watching the news, and I don't want to do that. It's too depressing. I'd much rather scroll through Twitter for 11 hours a day. But it's also because the internet has so much to offer that cable never could. Shows with the same production value and quality that you'd expect from a network television show, but shorter and acted out entirely by teenagers. If you've been watching my videos for a couple years now, you may know I'm talking about the Brat YouTube channel, which has managed to do very well for themselves by producing hastily written shows that they know people will watch whether they're good or bad because they all feature extremely famous children, formerly Musical.ly stars and now, of course, TikTokers. And that's all well and good, I suppose, but I do have to say I think they've outdone themselves this time with their newest show, Attaway General, which is, and I'm stealing this joke from one of the comments I saw in the trailer, the Kids Bop version of Grey's Anatomy. Someone sent this show to me a few weeks ago after the first episode came out, and I watched it with my jaw just glued to the floor. And I have been so excited to finally make a video about this, but I wanted to wait till more episodes came out. The fourth one comes out today. I haven't seen that one yet, but I can't wait to. But it just feels so good now to finally be able to share this monstrosity of a show with you guys. So in a nutshell, the show is about a group of teen volunteers, or TVs, as they're called for some reason. I don't think that's a real acronym. I Googled it, and the only thing that came up was, you know, a bunch of TVs that you would buy to put in a hospital. But this is the Brat channel we're talking about here. When have they ever let accuracy get in the way of good storytelling? As far as the characters go, there's one girl who's very smart and dedicated and hardworking, but a little socially awkward. And then the other three just don't give a shit about anything.
I don't want to be here. I'd rather be in bed.
Some of you may recognize the actress who plays the main character as being that one girl from TikTok, or some of you may know her as being the sister of that one girl from TikTok, and I love her character. There's so much variety in the way she rolls her eyes. Sometimes she does it while she's talking, sometimes she does it while someone else is talking. You can tell the director really pushes these actors to their limits, finding so many unique situations in which for eyes to be rolled. Now, with all that in mind, we can go ahead and start watching the show, but remember guys, this isn't your standard brat show about, you know, high school or dance class. This is a serious medical drama that needs to be taken seriously, all right? Let's watch episode 1.
Today's premiere of Attaway General is brought to you by Just Dance 2020.
This is Nurse Sandy. She's the heart of the ER. Make her laugh and bring her chocolates, and you're golden. But if you make her mad, you're gonna have a really rough road at this hospital.
I love this trope that happens so often in shows where a character describes someone else directly in front of them, like they can't hear what they're saying. That's all shit for brains Kevin. Hello? If you're wondering why this hospital smells so bad, it's him. Try to stay on his good side. If he doesn't like you, you'll know it, because he will fucking stab you. All right? He will stab you. I'm not making that up.
Ambulance Bay needs hands. Patient Dr. Hembry and everyone on call. Metro bus crashed downtown. We're about to be at capacity.
So right away, you might be noticing how weird it is that this show not only exists, but was released when it was, like right in the middle of a global pandemic, which is not really their fault. You know, they filmed this way in advance, but you couldn't have more unlucky timing. I think it's just funny that like the last thing so many people want to be thinking about right now is the hospital. And Brad's like, what if we did a show where a bunch of teenagers pretended to work in one?
There's a new shipment of donated toys in the shed.
The shed?
I can see why they call this room the shed.
Yeah. Because it looks like a shed.
He's the most brilliant surgeon in the state.
Unfortunately, he doesn't have the same accolades as a father.
Okay, so we learned that this girl wants to be here because clearly she wants to be a doctor and that's why she's learning. This girl's only here because her dad already is a doctor and she doesn't want to be here. But we don't know anything about these two yet, so let's find out.
Why did you volunteer to work in a hospital?
I got arrested. Beats juvie.
It's an awfully bold backstory to go with and then not expand on it at all.
What did you do to get arrested?
In prison, you're never supposed to ask about the crime.
Okay. I really like that hairnet, by the way. As long as the top of your head is covered, don't worry about the rest. Also, he's like about to put the glove on backwards. I understand that the point is, okay, these kids don't really know much about how hospitals work, but come on, you've never put a glove on before? Wait a minute, are all of these my thumbs or just this one? Meanwhile, this girl's already ignored her instructions and is just wandering around the hospital.
Excuse me? Hello? Hey, excuse me? Hello? Hey.
Sorry, but it's really busy right now. There's been a huge accident.
I know, I was in it.
Oh.
I like how during this scene, there's like 12 visible doctors walking by, some of them not even in a hurry. You're telling me all of them are too busy to do something about this bleeding child? They need another child who doesn't actually work here to pull out gauze out of wherever she was holding gauze and then put it on herself.
My favorite sweatshirt.
You guys notice anything about this sequence?
I'm Holden.
Kit.
The nurse who comes running in with this patient was just standing behind them 5 seconds ago. You see, Brad probably didn't care about all these little details because they thought only kids would watch this show. Joke's on them. I'm an adult.
You're new TV, aren't you?
Nicely done, Sherlock. Now, what are you doing? Do you always sneak up on people when they're sleeping?
Actually, I had a reason to be in here. Some of us have work.
Am I supposed to congratulate you?
If you want to.
What? Hi, nice to meet you for the first time. Oh, wait, hold on. I just gotta grab my fucking sock. I left it over there.
Next week, try to be a little more professional. These will help.
Wow, this is so cool.
Wait, hold on. Who said that?
Wow, this is so cool.
It wasn't her.
Wow, this is so cool.
It wasn't either of them. You can't just put that line in when no one's mouth is moving. Really, it's not just the writing and directing, it's the editing that's so weird at times. Like, what is this quick ass cut? It's so jarring to just throw that in for a second and then cut back like nothing ever happened. So episode 2 starts with the smart girl just sort of roaming about, as usual, and she runs into the bloody teen boy from before, this time with less blood.
I would have used absorbable sutures myself, but then they couldn't bill you twice.
The strangest teenager I've ever met. You're cute, but strange.
You're the dumbest little piece of shit I ever met. Cute, but fucking stupid. This episode's spicy right away. First we have that little interaction, and then Georgia, the main girl, runs into the teen doctor from before. This whole interaction is great. I'm just not even gonna interrupt it because it's so good on its own.
Dr. Henry's protege. What a nerd.
Nerd or stud?
Nerd.
Smart is the new sexy. I read that somewhere.
Oh, you read too? I'm impressed.
I read lots of things. Novels, magazines, instruction manuals.
candy wrappers, street signs, funny t-shirts. How many times are they gonna do that? Just almost kiss in the closet.
Pudding? Juice?
Just juice. Just juice, please.
Whoa, calm down there, buddy.
You really don't know where the bandages are?
Oh, I do. I just needed an excuse to get you in here.
I think one of the reasons these shows are so funny to me is because rather than being like a 22-minute or 40-minute show like most, regular TV shows are, these are 9 minutes long. So it's like, this happens, and this happens, and this happens. A minute ago, she was like, I'm not gonna kiss him. And then the moment she sees him again, she's like, I gotta go kiss him now. And then they do. It's just like, what changed in between these two interactions?
Holden? What's going on?
Get back.
Like, and then she sees the kid again and just immediately starts crying. Because there's no way for there to be good pacing when the episodes are so short.
Excuse me, Nurse Sandy. Can you tell me what happened to Holden?
No updates, kid. Holden has a severe heart condition.
Wait, what? I know they mentioned that earlier, but just seeing it in action, being able to so effortlessly bribe a nurse to give you confidential information.
Thank you. I love jitterbugs.
You didn't have to say that.
Next time on Attaway General.
Look, I know what's going on between you and Will.
You do? How? You guys walk into the storage closet together every 15 seconds. It's pretty much the only thing you've done here so far. It doesn't even seem like you're trying to hide it.
Attaway General? No, that is not a disease.
So now we're on to episode 3, and I'm realizing the extent of research that the writers did to create the show is that they figured sometimes people faint because it happened again.
So, who's Holden?
None of your business.
He's a cute boy she has a crush on.
Do not.
Do too.
Do not.
Molly!
2 episodes in a row, it's like, okay, we need a startling introduction. Someone faint.
Georgia, you need to take your education more seriously. I gotta go.
Another great talk, Dad.
Ugh, what are you gonna do? Go save someone's life? In the hospital? Where you work?
Jack will be here to keep you company.
Thanks.
Let me know if you guys need anything.
So I'm supposed to offer you pudding or juice or whatever? Want some?
No.
Mind if I watch TV?
Knock yourself out.
Why does he have to sit in there, though? Is that why they're volunteering at this hospital? I thought they would be like shadowing nurses or seeing what surgery looks like up close. Instead, they're just babysitting kids their age.
Knock yourself out.
I would be annoyed too if I was at the hospital and some teenagers in my room with me dressed up like a doctor, like, yo, you mind if we watch some fucking TV, dude? Maybe the sports channel or Brat TV. It would be pretty meta if we did.
Wow.
Wait, did you guys see that? She went twice in a row. They have set themselves up for a continuity nightmare here. Because the board is visible in every shot, and they're just throwing all these takes together, and none of them line up at all. It's literally a different array of pieces every time they cut. At one point, you can see that the older girl already won the game. Maybe they're playing like Connect 7, I don't know.
The second last week of play in the National Football.
Are you okay?
I don't want to talk to anyone. Just need a moment to be upset, okay?
I get that.
Oh, having a hole in your heart's pretty relatable, huh?
Nope, but I know what it's like to pretend to be okay when you're really not.
Yeah, I bet you do. Strange kid that I met 30 seconds ago.
I was with the perfect answer, ready to go.
No,
Drop the act. What did you do to get to stay with Molly? Be Dr. Henry's pet?
I am not his pet. I am his former patient.
Patient?
Yeah, I have the same form of brain cancer as Molly. I'm Dr. Henry's poster child. That's why he asked me to stay.
I'm so sorry. I had no idea.
There's a lot you don't know.
What? This show's so weird. She's already got tears streaming down her face when she turns around. All the drama is so, like, forced and quick. It happens too fast. I don't understand. What's wrong? I have cancer. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. Well, maybe you should have.
I have a heart defect. You can't tell that from looking at me. Well, maybe now you can. Thanks.
For what?
For making me laugh.
But you didn't. You didn't laugh.
Why don't you distract me? Tell me more about what a bad volunteer you are.
Okay. So, earlier today, I totally went off on Rosie and...
You mind telling me more about how you suck at your job? Sure thing. This morning I was 4 hours late because I was stealing a bunch of morphine from the supply room. And
that is not a disease.
So I gotta say, I was a little disappointed in episode 4. I was really looking forward to it. I even watched the premiere live. Episode 4. But other than a very confusing gum ad that plays at the beginning, not before the video, it's part of the video, it was a pretty boring episode. I wish I had more to show you guys, but unfortunately that's all the episodes that are out right now. Maybe if the rest of the season is insane enough and you guys are interested in seeing a part 2 to this video, I'll sit my ass right back down like a month from now when all the episodes are out and button this baby up. I've got to cut to a commercial break real quick, but don't go anywhere because when we come back, I will show you who is currently licking themselves on the futon behind me. So, don't go anywhere. It's her. Boy, does she love to steal the spotlight. Thank you guys so much for watching today's video. I hope you enjoyed it. But that's it for today's video. Thank you again for watching, guys. And be sure to tune in this time next week for another video where actually my cat does it. And I just sit back there and lick my balls the whole time. So, all right, thanks. Hey, guy, welcome back to 2020. New year, new me? Hell nah. I'm still a little bitch. In the spirit of entering a new decade and looking back on the 2010s and all the fun times we had, I want to start this year off by revisiting some of the topics I've talked about on this channel over the past 3 years and see if things have gotten better or worse or changed at all. And today we're going to start that by looking back at Edfluence, which was one of the most blatant scams I've ever seen from a YouTuber that weirdly didn't really affect Jake Paul at all. I guess because he was pretty busy with some other scandals at the time. I called him out about it back in 2018, but haven't addressed it since then. And since so much time has passed, I'll get DMs on Twitter every so often asking me to post an update. And I'm also just curious myself to see what has come of his scam, to see if they've done anything to validate the cost or change it at all. So that's what we're going to be looking at today. First, though, let me real quick recap what Team 1000 actually was. Or I guess wasn't, because it was nothing. So in late 2017, Jake started advertising on his channel his new service called Edfluence, where for a small fee of just $7, you could learn all the tips and tricks that he's used to become the most hated YouTuber in the world. The thing is though, once you paid the $7, thinking you had then unlocked all this extra content, you were immediately prompted with a second screen where you were asked to pay an additional $57 to unlock everything you thought you just bought. So at that point, you could either just give up and forget about the $7 you just wasted on nothing, or because you're a child and you're using your mom's credit card, you could just click the big button that says pay an additional amount of money because you have no concept of money. What's another $57? Money doesn't mean anything to you. You've never had a job, you're a child. And then once you click the button, it would automatically just charge you again because it already has your mom's credit card information saved onto the website from the previous smaller payment, and you're fucked. Very shady, not cool, but that was just the scam part. Once you got onto the actual website with all of this brand new content, it was very obvious right away that Jake just kind of filmed all of this shit in an afternoon and was speaking out of his ass most of the time.
Oh, you're what, Mom? You're watching this Edfluence course? Oh my gosh, you're blowing up, Mom? Oh my gosh, yeah, I know, because everything in this course is right. You should follow it. Click. Here you go. Cool.
But the most disappointing and confusing element of this website was Team 1000, which is like Team 10, but with more zeros. This was a massive part of Jake's pitch on Edfluence, basically saying that for just a few bucks, you could join Team 1000, which he described just vaguely enough to pique interest of young fans without really saying what it actually was. And so finally comes the big reveal. Once you've paid $64 to join what you thought was Team 1000, you click on the tab that says Team 1000 only to find out that Team 1000 is coming soon, which is not usually how transactions work. It kind of reminds me of that episode of Nathan For You where he would sell underage people alcohol, but they couldn't actually take the alcohol until they turned 21, except it wasn't as funny when Jake did it. So overall, Edfluence, Team 1000, whatever you want to call it, kinda stinky if you ask me. But it has now been 2 years since I posted this video, which I think puts us well past the window of soon. So the $1 million question is, did Team 1000 ever come? Actually, I don't like the way I worded that. What happened to Team 1000? Are you fucking kidding me? If you are a visitor, contact the website owner or try again later. Well, there's no contact information for the website owner, so I don't think I'll be able to do that. Don't think I can just give them a phone call if I don't have their number. Okay, let's go to Edfluence's Twitter page, which has not tweeted since November 2018. And the last thing they tweeted was, "Stay calm. There's still time to get Edfluence half off." Oh, and then the tweet before that was 30% off, and the tweet before that was 30% off, and the tweet before that was 50% off. Basically, they were just tweeting all through November 2018 with all these new sales, probably knowing full well they were gonna shut down the website almost immediately afterwards.
Team 1000.
Okay, you know, it was bad enough that 2 years ago I spent $64 to access an unfinished website, but now it doesn't even exist anymore? So I can't even retroactively enjoy all the useless informational videos that Jake Paul filmed? There are a couple breadcrumbs we can sort of follow here to get to the bottom of this. If you go to Edfluence's Twitter bio, they advertise another Twitter page, Demeanor, which sounds like the same thing as Edfluence, but maybe they just rebranded. Learn from the people you love, online courses taught by influencers. So it sounds like maybe they expanded Edfluence to include influencers besides Jake Paul, sort of like masterclass, but taught by idiots. All right, so let's visit demeanor.co because it seems like Edfluence no longer exists. Demeanor is a platform for influencers to make and sell their dream products. Tell us your vision and we'll make it happen. All right, sounds legit. Low upfront costs, so there's a small setup fee, but don't worry, then we won't charge you another cent until your products are selling. From courses to purses to games to watches, we'll make it happen. You just need a vision and a fan base. Okay, so this definitely sounds a lot different from Edfluence. Edfluence was willing to target anybody who would give them money. It didn't matter if they were an established creator already or not. This sounds like you need to be an established creator and have a fan base already, and then they'll help you. Sort of like an MCN or any type of management company that you would approach hoping for help with logistical stuff like this. So at this point, I'm invested, I'm curious, I gotta see what Demeanor's all about. So I'm gonna click get in touch, fill out all this information, and now I guess we just wait for a response. This could take a while. All right. So it has been 1 whole week since I sent that request, and the response I got was nothing. I'm really not surprised at all. Actually, after a couple days, I submitted another application pretending to be Summer Rae, that butt girl on Instagram with like 20 million followers. I thought it would have been a really good fit. I wanted to sell hats with her butt on it, and it would say, "What's that smell? It's my butt." Weirdly, that great idea wasn't enough to elicit response, so I'm just gonna assume that no one works at Demeanor anymore and they don't exist. So we went from Edfluence to Demeanor to nothing in a matter of 2 years. I'm so interested in this. I don't know why more people aren't talking about this. How could you just like sell something and then act like it's gonna keep growing and you're gonna keep expanding, and then you never make good on the promises you made, and then get rid of the unfinished version of it? But that's Jake Paul in a nutshell, the ultimate internet salesman. He's not a creator, he's a salesman, let's be honest. He's a business person who's just always trying to sell a product, whether it's his merch or his online courses or himself. He's a salesman, that's who he is. If YouTube never worked out, I have no doubt he'd be working at like a Toyota dealership right now, slinging Priuses. To him, maybe after dominating social media for a couple years, he wanted to take on his biggest challenge yet. He wanted to sell the ultimate product. You give him money, and he gives you Nothing. And maybe he just wanted to see how many people he could get to buy it. I mean, it's amazing what the power of a good sales pitch can do. Oftentimes, the marketing of something is way more important than the actual thing you're selling. Like, I think a lot of people tend to buy things based on how the packaging looks or the color scheme of the logo. I've been using Old Spice deodorant for years now, just because I thought their commercials were funny. Edfluence was packaged in a really appealing way to his young fans. He used all the right words, threw in a couple obvious manipulation tactics that went right over their heads.
If you can't follow the roadmap, then there's just no chance you'll make it into Team 1000 or maybe even as a social media influencer.
And they bought into what he was selling. I would guess he sold thousands, maybe tens of thousands of subscription packages. You can scroll through YouTube and see countless videos of like my Edfluence journey, day 1, joining Team 10 or Team 1000, and then fast forward 1 year. And you can't even access the website anymore. It's just gone. In fact, it was pretty much exactly 1 year. They launched the website in December 2018, and somewhere between August 2018 and January 2019, it had been downgraded into an error screen. Oh, but not before we throw out a couple last-minute fire sales to see if we can't milk a few more bucks out of this. And then he vanished into the night, never to be seen again. Well, that's not true. One of my favorite tactics he used to try and sell Edfluence was quoting a Chinese proverb and then saying, "See? That's why you gotta give me $64, because of this 1,000-year-old wisdom." What an insane connection to try and make. I feel like that's like trying to use Socrates as a testimonial. Let him that would move the world first move himself on a brand new bike. You know how I know demeanor is bullshit? If it's a service that handles merch operations and it was started by Jake Paul, why doesn't Jake use it? He uses FanJoy. He's been using FanJoy for years to sell his merch. He's not even using his own service, so why would people trust it? Speaking of which, let's see which creators that... Okay, I'm starting to notice a theme here. Well, I don't really know what to say about this anymore. I mean, the fact that they have just gotten rid of Edfluence is sort of a fitting end to the saga, but also it just means I don't really have anything to react to. Before we wrap things up though, I did say I wanted to revisit a few things I've talked about in the past, not just this, and although scrolling through my past videos, there's not a lot of things that are that interesting to me in terms of doing a follow-up. One of my favorite videos I've ever made was called Why Did You Think This Would Work? It was about a bunch of apps where people were frustrated that they didn't work, even though any rational human being would be able to tell you, of course it wouldn't work. It's an X-ray machine. That being said, I've downloaded a couple pregnancy tests on my phone, and we're gonna find out together if I'm currently with child. Looks like all I have to do for this one is start testing by clicking this blurry ass button. Sorry, just like when you buy a regular pregnancy test that you pee on, there is a mid-roll ad. Okay, now it's gonna scan my finger. Is it, my finger's on it. Is it doing? I knew it! Now that I've gotten that out of the way, it's time to answer the question, boy or girl do you have? Let's find out. What is this? Oh, that's my stomach. Also, what's this right here? If this is my stomach, is that my dick and balls? I knew it, it's a girl. A beautiful fetus girl. Wait, this developer also has an app called Baby Thoughts Simulator. I gotta know what my baby's thinking. All right, well, I don't have a baby yet, but I do have a Gooby. So let's scan him. What's Gooby thinking about? Is scanning. Thanks for the update. I want to sleep. That's all you ever do. Let's try this again. Is scanning. I want to sleep. Is this the only response they programmed? Get out of here. Now, the only thing left to figure out is what is this baby girl gonna look like? So let's get to the bottom of that using future baby. Why would I need notifications? Wait, babies don't wink. Babies don't have secrets. Dad's photo. Awesome, mom's photo, here we go. Oh, well, I wanted to crop that one, but okay. Okay, so I guess I'm also the mom. I have to pay $5 a week to see my future baby? I knew this app wouldn't give an accurate image before downloading it. However, I am black, the other person was also black, How are we able to create twin white babies? The babies were adorable, but I thought it would merge me and the other parent's face to create a baby photo, not have someone's real baby photo. Well, that's unfortunate. I guess we'll just keep it a mystery then. I don't know what my beautiful baby girl is going to look like until the day she comes out of my ass. Well, I guess that's it. Not much else to talk about with Edfluence. I mean, I can only react to an error page for so long. I think it's a beautiful ending to the saga. Just like I said, there's nothing else for me to say about it. But I do have a few words to say about today's sponsor. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. Sorry it wasn't as climactic as I was hoping. I guess 2020 is off to a bit of an underwhelming start, but that means there's nowhere to go but up. Oh wait, hold on, before you get out of here, I just want to say one more thing. Please go like my Facebook page. We're about to hit 10K on there, and that would mean so much to me because I don't actually post on there or use it at all, and I don't log into it, and I don't respond to any of the messages, but if we hit 10K, that would just mean the world. Hey guys, so I've been gone for a while. Not to brag or anything, but I've been dealing with some anxiety. Totally fine. It's fine. It's been a lot of fun. Don't worry though, I did talk to my doctor and he told me to stop. So I feel a lot better now. But anyway, I've noticed that every time I go a few weeks without making a video, I always forget how. What do I talk about? Is this where I sit? What do I do to make jokes? And I figured since I'm feeling kind of rusty, what better way to get back into the swing of things than by watching some training videos.
All right.
I feel like at one point or another, almost all of us have fallen down a YouTube rabbit hole of weird VHS training videos that teach us how to do jobs we don't have. Once you watch one, it's hard to stop. They just keep getting recommended and you end up learning some really valuable skills, like how to cook fried chicken, how to send an email, how to shoplift.
If merchandise is available and no one is around, steal it. Steal several items at a time. Steal as many as 40 items at one time from one store.
This old country buffet video that came on my recommended is like an instant classic for me, just because of how visibly uncomfortable this guy is. I'm almost a little bit worried he's being held hostage.
You might ask something like this. Is it still hot out there? Or this. Did you catch a game last night? Or this. Have you tried the lasagna? It's my favorite.
Is it still hot out there? It was hot last time I went outside. 3 years ago.
It's my favorite.
One thing that's great about this video too is that it was uploaded by that guy. He's the one who put this on YouTube. And now that it's been getting a lot of views and comments recently, he was really excited to talk about some of the misconceptions people might have had. For one, he wanted to make it clear that the entire video was scripted, and no, he doesn't actually like lasagna. How could that even be? He seems so confident.
It's my favorite. Let's take a closer look at greeting guests. Every conversation you hold with a guest should begin something like this. Good evening. Or, hi, how are you?
Ah, so greet customers by greeting them. All right.
Children often play a big part in deciding which restaurant their parents visit. We want them to feel welcome and special here too.
One of the comments on here is, what restaurants do you want to go to, kids? The one with the sweaty man who makes us feel special.
So start conversations with children by saying something like this. What grade are you in at school? Or this. Have you decided what dessert you're going to have? Or this. Do you like hot fudge sundaes? Or this.
Do you have any homework?
Or this.
Could you help me break out of here?
At other buffet-style restaurants, guests often feel they're on their own. Once they've paid for the meal, no one pays much attention to them.
Oh, I know. I'd hate to be left alone to eat after I order my food. I'd much rather look up from my plate to notice a very sweaty man staring at me.
All right.
This next one is specifically for Nintendo employees who are handling returns from customers. And this one has a little bit of a different tone. I like this a lot.
Some people will go to great lengths to return an abused or an out-of-warranty piece of merchandise. What are you supposed to do? Tell them what you really think? Of course, you can't do that.
That's such a great line. What are you gonna do? Tell them what you really think, which is to fuck off and you don't get paid enough for this shit? You can't say that. You'll get in trouble. We know that's what you want to say, but for the sake of your own job security, let's try to go with something else.
If you take a look at it, I don't know what's the matter with it. It was working and now it's not working, so I'd appreciate if you, take a look at it. I'd like to get an exchange for it if I could.
An exchange?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, Mr. Cashier. I gotta return my brand new PlayStation 5 that I just bought here and exchange it for a different one. Because none of the games are working and the controller's not working either. Okay. But this is an Xbox 360. And you're asking for a PlayStation 5? Oh. Well, that's okay. And you said the controller's not working? Yeah, but it's probably just the batteries. Do you have your receipt? Ah, no, I accidentally burned it when I was trying to light a candle. But I do have my credit card that you can put the money back on. Your money back? Is this a return or an exchange? Yes. So from there, I stumbled upon this hour-long Mercedes car sale tutorial. I learned a lot of valuable things, and also I accidentally bought a Mercedes. Wait till the wife sees me roll up in that thing.
Let me ask you a couple questions, if I may.
Sure.
What are you...
Now, one of the fun things I've heard a lot of people did in the 80s was cocaine. And I can't tell if this guy is on cocaine, but his eyes definitely are.
I want a nice car.
Then, of course, there's this extremely bizarre Chuck E. Cheese character training video. In honor of their current bankruptcy, I think it's for the best we go ahead and check this one out.
He must be full of energy and always having fun himself. A clean, well-maintained appearance is essential to Chuck E. Cheese's image.
That's why our mascot's a rat. Because when you think of cleanliness, you think of rats.
Be sure to brush the fur every day. It is very important that Chucky has a well-groomed appearance.
Yeah, that's a good point. Otherwise, people might think he's something gross, like a rat.
One of Chucky's major roles comes during the birthday party, the parade of cakes. Since this part is so important, you might want to do a rehearsal on the floor before the store opens to get your bearings with the costume.
Oh, God. As creepy as this normal dance is, I think it's somehow even creepier when there's no kids in the room and it looks like they're just chasing him around with a cake.
Be sure to practice with the birthday tape to make sure that you get the precise timing down.
All right.
Remember, if you're ever in trouble, use the timeout signal and determine whether or not you will be able to make it to the regular exit door.
Okay, hold on. I feel like they kind of brushed over that a little bit, but that sounds ominous. What do they mean, in trouble? Is it like if you're ever gonna pass out? Remember, guys, this costume is hot as balls, so if you feel like you're gonna faint, throw up one of these and get the hell out of there. Whatever you do not faint in front of the kids, all right? They're gonna think Chucky died, and then they're never gonna wanna come back. So if you have to collapse to the ground, do that shit outside.
You can't let the charm of the costume carry itself. You must put your heart and soul into it, right? Right.
Here's a little piece of trivia I kind of knew, but not the last part. So in July 2012, the long-standing rat mascot was rebranded, changing to a slimmer rockstar mouse who plays electric guitar. Voice actor Duncan Brannon, who for 19 years had characterized Chuck E. Cheese as a wisecracking rat from New Jersey, was replaced with Jarrett Reddick, the frontman and guitarist for the pop-punk band Bowling for Soup. I wondered what those guys were up to now. He's a cartoon mouse. Where a kid can be a kid. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I've worked up quite the hankering for some pizza. And because I don't trust Chuck E. Cheese, let's head over to the Hut and learn how to make one ourselves.
Okay, Julie, are you all ready to learn how to make a pizza the right way?
Making it great. Yes, I'm ready.
I like how a lot of these videos aren't just instructional, they're also basically advertisements for the company that in this case you're already working for. They always slip in lines about how like high quality the food is, and then one of the employees is like, yeah, it's so good. I'm so proud to be working for such a great company.
And our customers wouldn't get the best possible product.
Which they deserve every time they visit Pizza Hut.
Like, all right, relax, Julie.
On our pizzas, we use 2 layers of cheese. The bottom cheese.
And the top cheese, right?
Right.
And the cheese on top of the pizza, right? Because that's what makes it a pizza, right? Okay, can you stop?
The server will do the rest.
No, the customer will do the rest when they bite into my delicious pizza. Delicious pan pizza and delicious thin and crispy pizza. What more could a customer want?
Personal pan pizza.
What?
What? There's more pizza? Oh, I was so happy a second ago.
Just remember to follow the instructions exactly and you'll be just fine.
And so will the pizzas, right?
Right.
Oh my God.
Hey, I'm not just making pizza, I'm making it great.
You know, I can already tell this girl is all talk. She seems confident now, but the moment things get hard in like a week, she's walking out of there. Yeah, I've seen my fair share of Julies before. They always crack. When it comes to food training videos, though, it's Wendy's that takes the cake. If for nothing else, just for sheer quantity. They've got songs about hot drinks. They've got songs about cold drinks. which is basically just saying put ice in the cup and then fill it up with the drink. But sure, listen to the song if you need to. And they also have this one called Grill Skills, which is certifiably insane. You'll see why. It starts off with the founder of Wendy's, Dave Thomas, who just woke up from a very long nap to tell us about hamburgers.
My goal has been to serve the best hamburger in the business, a Wendy's old-fashioned hamburger. So I started with the freshest beef I could find, 100% pure beef.
Human beef.
And we patted it into squares, so the hamburger hangs over the side of the bun.
You know, when I worked at Wendy's, they told me that the patties are square because they never cut corners. But here Dave is saying that it's just because he likes that they hang over the bun. So which is it? Seems like a bit of revisionist history if you ask me. Also, sometimes we did cut corners, so it's a lie.
It also makes the patty larger, so they'll hang over the edge of the bun. And people will like that.
Yes, they will, Dave. Okay, seems pretty normal so far, so I'll skip ahead a bit.
Why don't you have a look at the tape first, and I'll check back with you in a few minutes. All right.
Yeah, I remember my first day too.
Now working the grill, Bill, it ain't so tough. But first of all, you got to check your stuff. Like a grill that's set at 250 with the meat and cheese that's ready to go. A towel to keep your station looking cool. But most of all, you got to have your tool.
Yeah, so it's kind of the best thing in the entire world.
When the meat's red, juices no longer rise. You can serve that patty, it'll win a prize.
Gotta hand it to the prop department here. They really nailed it. They got the smoking TV that looks like a microwave. You got the comically large medal to put on his neck. Pretty good job.
The reason you press, you gotta think. When the meat hits the grill, it starts to shrink.
We start shrinking. When we hit that grill, you know it will.
Okay. Forgot about the part halfway through where the patties come to life and it turns out they've been beautiful women this whole time.
When we hit that grill, you know it will.
You can serve that patty, it'll win a prize. It takes just about 4 minutes to cook, but just to make sure you can take a look. Use your tool to double check. It should be great and moist to be correct. Hey!
Aw, they're falling in love. Well, that's the end of the song at least, unless...
A customer orders a single with cheese.
Oh, there's more, okay.
Drain then serve on a bun just so. Don't touch it with your fingers, that's a big no-no.
Okay, but then something horrifying happens. The talking patties come back, and one of them says this.
I'm stage 5 and I'm still alive.
All the patties are alive? That's horrible. So the goal then is that we cook the meat long enough to murder them? And every time I cook one, I'm gonna imagine a plump-lipped lady being burned to death at the hands of my spatula? Can I be the cashier instead?
Mr. Bill!
Bill, the tape is over. Do you have any questions?
No, I think I've got it all.
You don't have any questions? Because you just got sucked into a VCR where some guy rapped at you about beef. No, I think I got it. Huh. Usually people have a lot of questions. They're falling in love. Well, now that Billy knows the burger rap, looks like he can cook patties to his heart's content. It's just one of those classic stories with a happy ending. And most importantly, there are no more songs. Oh no.
When you got orders to fill, come to the one with the grill skin.
This one's not quite as much of a bop as that other song, but it does end with a pretty killer sax solo. You're listening to Wendy's Music International. That was, of course, Grill Skill by The Crew. Up next, it's The Crew with Grill Skill. They make it seem so fun to work at Wendy's. I get to sing cool songs and wear a visor. But when I worked at Wendy's, I worked the same shift, 5 p.m. to close, 4 days a week, every week for months. One day, I noticed my paycheck was less than usual, which doesn't make sense because, like I said, I work the same schedule every week. Why would this one be less? So I talked to the manager about it, and she tried to tell me that I called in sick on a day I remember working, specifically because it was on a Sunday, and I remember the football game that I stopped watching to go to work. And now she's going to tell me that I don't get paid for my 10 hours of work. So I was pretty upset, but she was upset that I brought this up with an earshot of a customer. So she took me to the back and yelled at me, and then I quit. So we didn't get any cool songs. I'm curious though, for all you guys who've worked jobs like these in the past, have you ever actually seen a training video like this at your work? I feel like I've seen dozens of these on YouTube. It's kind of a trope in some movies, but every job I've ever worked at, I've never had like a VHS training video when I started. If anything, I probably should have made my own training video for Wendy's management to teach them how to properly pay their employees and stop calling me Andrew because that's not my name. Sorry, I just get so worked up even thinking about it. Let's cut to an ad read. All right, I feel a lot better now. Thanks for letting me get all that off my chest. Well, if you're sticking around because you expected me to say something else, you're gonna be disappointed. The video's over. So you can keep watching if you'd like, but I'm not really gonna say anything. I mean, I am saying something. It's just not very interesting or important. But you're free to stick around if that's what you want to do. I don't mind. All right, I'm starting to mind. Can you get out of here?
All right.
Hi, welcome back to Circuit City headquarters. Sorry I haven't uploaded in a few weeks. I sat down in my moon pod and could not get back up. Lucky for me, it's the world's least comfortable chair. I would set it on fire, but I'm afraid he'd survive and attempt to retaliate. Anyway, y'all ever heard of TikTok? Of course you have. Maybe you've also heard of a show on Netflix called The Circle. Well, Awesomeness TV, the production company behind almost every Noah Centineo movie, has decided to combine those two things into the world's first, and hopefully last, TikTok star reality show. I say it's similar to the show on Netflix because it's also a competition based on social rankings, but where The Circle has people catfishing in anonymity and using hashtags and text conversations, the Awesomeness TV show is just a bunch of 19-year-olds yelling at each other.
You're ugly anyways. That's why Coley doesn't even want to you.
Even better, they're all from Florida.
This is Project 305, a group of friends and creators from Miami who have one common goal: be the next big influencer. Sounds easy enough, right?
Yes. And don't you dare try to tell me it's not.
Over the next 10 episodes, each of the members have to prove they have the creative chops of an influencer and the personality traits to go with it.
All right, guys, this won't be easy. You're gonna have to prove that you have the personality of a TikTok influencer. Do you think you can handle that? Perfect.
Yo, what's up? My name is Owen. I am the best person in the house. I'm the best looking, I'm the most outgoing, and I am the most fun.
I already regret this. This next guy is actually pretty cool. He's my favorite.
My name is Raul Ancio. I'm 19 years old. I'm still a full-time med student. I'm a content creator for the same reason I want to become a dentist, to bring people confidence through their smile.
What a nice guy. He does not belong in this house. Everyone else is like, yo, I'm here to make TikToks and get my dick sucked. And Raul's just like, hey, can you guys keep it down? I got dentist homework.
I brought all my energy drinks, 2 suitcases of candy. I got like packets of sugar.
She brought packets of sugar?
This morning everyone had eggs. I had 9 bags of sugar.
Oh, right, because she eats them for breakfast. Why did I even ask?
Everyone head to the living room.
It's time to meet your host.
What?
Oh shit, time to see who the host is.
Honestly, I feel like it's gonna be like Brent Rivera, like Nikki and Gabby or something like that. Either Brent Rivera or Ben Asler.
It might be Brent.
Come on, Brent.
Ah! Surprise! Yo, Alex?
Daddy Alex?
I feel like I should know who this person is based on their reactions, but I don't. Where this show really shines, though, is in the competitions. These newborn babies are ruthless competitors. The first one is kind of lame, though. They just had to guess what other people's answers to personal questions were. Things like pet names, that sort of thing.
Her pet's name is Mouse, and it's a mouse. That's so dumb.
Really, it was just an excuse to push them into the pool in slow motion. But guess who wins?
Raul! I won?
That's right. My boy Raul. Of course, the nicest guy in the house won this competition because he's a good listener. And what's his prize? he gets to ask the host for advice. And what advice does he want?
And I just wanted to hear if you have any tips for me about how to connect with people and form lasting bonds with them.
He just wants to know how to make friends. What a good person. What a wholesome guy. Maybe these people aren't so bad after all.
The boys tonight are wearing flannels tonight. We're looking fly. We're looking cute.
Flannel bros! Flannel bros, let's get it.
And we're back. So they've been here for like 20 minutes and there's already drama.
She scared me.
This is the first day. It is day one.
Drama, drama, drama.
Luckily, Coley has a brilliant idea to bring everyone together.
Okay, I have an idea to get us all closer. Let's all say one thing we don't like about each other. One thing. And then something we like.
Guys, I know how to get off on the right foot. Let's all insult each other. Don't worry though, she realizes her mistake and corrects herself.
Actually, forget the we like. Just we don't like.
Okay, well, that was the wrong part, but close enough.
That was the most cringy shit ever.
To round out episode 1, they all had to rank each other like they do in the circle, and the results will be revealed in episode 2. Which I also watched. So far though, the rankings don't seem to matter much. I mean, I guess it did determine how they got paired up for the next challenge, but the way they did it seemed a little arbitrary, like they were just trying to rig it.
1 is with 8, 3 is with 6.
And then 4 and 2, obviously, I mean, that's just how this works. That's what we were gonna do the whole time. So there's a series of competitions on day 2, starting with the lipstick challenge.
Your goal is to put lipstick on your partner as accurately as possible. The team whose lipstick looks the worst will be eliminated.
So one person has to use their arms without looking, and the other person has to shout instructions to them over all of the other people shouting instructions inches away from each other. Simple enough challenge, except one team cheated.
Larry, because you took your hand out from behind your back and wiped your face, your team is eliminated.
As soon as Raul was done, she turned around and tried to fix it with her finger.
Coley, because you removed your hands from behind your back, and Giovanni, because you were looking at Coley the entire time, your team is eliminated.
And then they got eliminated too, because he was just staring at her face the whole time. The point of the challenge is that you can't see what you're doing, and he just leaned over her shoulder like, oh, this isn't so hard, your lips are right here. And then this team loses because it was a try not to laugh challenge and one of them laughed. So guess what? Sabrina and Jada win. That's right, now they get to talk to Alex. Is that gonna be the prize every time? Not like a special dinner or an immunity idol. They just get to go ask David Dobrik Jr. one question. Side note, I had never heard of Alex before this video, but sometimes I would hear him talk and think, man, he sounds like David.
Do your best.
So I looked him up and was like, oh, okay, yeah, that's not just me, that's like his whole thing. I guess that just makes it even funnier to me that his advice to Raul was, be yourself, when he's formed his entire online identity around another person. Anyway, he seems like a nice enough guy. I'm not here to shit on him. I just don't understand why having a conversation with him is such a coveted prize in this game. Maybe it's just because you get to go into the other room for 5 minutes while everybody else continues to yell at each other.
I'm not gonna give you an apology if I don't mean it. Yeah, but you're a bitch, bro.
Time to get back into it with some rankings. I still don't understand what these are for, but maybe it'll make sense eventually.
You already know what I'm going.
No, I do not.
Sabrina.
I did not know that.
Morning, everyone, and welcome to the War Zone.
What? Bro, what?
Wait, we're playing Warzone? Let's fucking go, dude. Well, not exactly. Turns out what they actually mean is they're doing what they call an obstacle course, but what I would just call TikTok dances.
Yeah, throw that stack.
No, I don't think I will be watching the full dances, but thanks for the offer. So Giovanni and Sabrina had the fastest times, but Valeria and Julian...
You guys have the best content.
Can't argue with that. And for the final round, they did a swim race where the winners get to, say it with me, talk to Alex.
He gave us so many tips.
Work together, don't be afraid to be yourself. I see it a lot, especially in this industry where, you know, it's very easy to become someone you're not.
After doing a real quick anti-vaping PSA,
I used to cope with it in a way that I'm not proud of. Like, I used to vape because all my friends would do it.
They revealed the new rankings and everybody's yelling again.
Yes, because I thought you guys were you said you're not interested. What is none of you guys? What are the answers?
Why am I watching this?
I hate everyone here and I don't want to be here.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
So I'm going to put Jada at the bottom.
Jada.
Okay, they keep ranking people, but no one gets voted out. So what is the point of the ranking? Are you gonna send someone home or not? Jada's practically begging for you to do it for her.
That's it. I'm done. Y'all won't be hearing no more from me. I'm out.
Flannel game, let's go.
But we're 3 episodes in and no one has been eliminated. I thought that would be part of the game. I guess I don't understand. Wow, really exciting challenge in day 4. They're doing trivia.
What shape is the like button on TikTok?
It won't be nearly as fun to watch as all those popular dances were, but at least this gives me a chance to play along at home.
What girl were Noah Beck and Griffin Johnson beefing over?
Never mind. Honestly, they might as well be speaking gibberish. I have no idea what any of these words mean.
Is Andrew Davila part of the Sway House?
Who left the Hype House to start the Clubhouse?
Finally though, a pretty cool prize. The winning team gets to talk to Alex.
Talking to Alex today again, because you know I won today's challenge, was honestly super motivational.
Thank you, Internet Sherpa, for you have shown me the way. But it was worth it this time not to lose because the losing team received a punishment.
We'll have to spend the afternoon cleaning the house.
And the way they react to it makes it seem like this is the single worst day of their life. Episode 4 ends with some spin the bottle, so now they're screaming and kissing. I gotta say, I'm happy for Raul. He got to kiss the girl he liked, and that's about it as far as good news goes. In episode 5, they play a game where they pop a balloon on someone's head, and then that person has to spin a wheel, and then they talk shit about whoever it lands on.
Julian actually wet his bed. My bed! Literally the bed that we're sharing.
What the hell?
Are you serious?
Wait, you peed? Bro,
Yeah,
why did you're 21?
As an honorary member of the former bedwetter club, I do feel for the guy. I used to wet the bed when I was a kid, but I never did it while someone else was sharing the bed with me. If I did, I don't think that shame would ever wear off. Okay, but here's the best part of the game. I guess Jada didn't realize she was supposed to pop the balloon, so she fucking chucked that shit right at someone's head. Move over, Raul. I've got a new favorite. For some reason, halfway through, they went inside for a rain delay, as if they weren't already soaking wet. But they never went outside and finished the game. They just skipped right to the rankings, which they all did on their phones. But then these girls were wondering what Owen was up to, so they went outside to Wait, I thought it was raining. Where's the rain, guys? Did they make that up? Anyway, these two lovebirds, who I thought just met like 3 days ago, went on a poolside date where he reveals this.
I might have wrote a song about you.
You wrote a song about me?
Yeah.
Yep. He wrote her a song and recorded the song and produced the song in the house. Well, let's hear it.
Here's the song.
I just wanna be with you.
I just want to be with you forever. She makes me pancakes. This show is the best. Guess what time it is? FaceTime time. Now it's Jada who gets to ask for advice.
If I was to give you my best advice, I'd say is let your guard down a little bit, get to know the people, show them that you're not a threat, because I feel like they may view you as a threat.
That's actually really good advice.
Thank you, House Messiah. Your infinite wisdom shall prove invaluable. We are the same age. Wait a minute, there's a phone number you can text for exclusive next influencer content?
Hello?
Hello? Is this the number for...
Speak up, I can't hear you.
Is this the number for Is this the number...
This is a voicemail. Who talks on the phone anymore? Text me instead.
Asshole. Welcome to Awesomeness TV's Next Influencer Club. Cool. That was worth it. All right, nice simple sponge challenge on day 6. Should be pretty fun, right? Well, not for this group of adult toddlers.
No! Don't be cheated!
You're literally blocking her.
Let's go!
You're a
Shut the up!
And now they're assaulting each other. These people are the physical embodiment of if I just talk louder, that means I'm right.
I came here to warn you! Shut up, Jovan!
Oh my god, this show is so hard to watch.
You guys are so dumb.
You want to know why she's yelling at him? Because she found out the guys have an alliance and she thinks that's cheating. I'm sorry, but I've watched a lot of Survivor and Big Brother in my day. If forming an alliance is cheating, then every contestant who's ever been on those shows should be disqualified.
And you know you're not gonna win, so you need to have someone else help you.
That's how you win, dog.
I would love to lose.
Not that it matters, because the rankings have yet to mean anything. Also, note to the Awesomeness TV producers, just because you have footage of people yelling at each other, doesn't mean you have to put all of it into the show.
Listen the f up!
It's not always entertaining. At a certain point, it's just noise. Really though, this episode was a turning point for me as a fan because this is when they started to go after my boy Raul.
And then Raul, like, he can't even make content with his, like, I don't even know how many followers he has.
Oh, I'm in college. I am a psychology dentist major.
Imagine making fun of someone for wanting to go to med school. But it's not just the kids, even the producers are starting to screw him over. While Raul was inside studying doctor stuff, the host was like, hey, you guys want to see what Raul did? What the fuck? Even his new girlfriend doesn't respect him because she keeps calling him Rail.
Rail?
His name is Raul. And you're disrespecting a future US Army dentist. So because they found out he was lying about his rankings by betraying his trust and going through his phone, he had to apologize to Coley, and the boys knew exactly what to do.
Hey Coley, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. You know that I love you. Let me be your names again.
All right, forget everything I said. I like the show again. Later on day 7, they all do a TikTok duet challenge where they all have to duet Alex's TikTok and he picks the winner. Now we're talking. Here's the video. Oh boy, that'll make for some wacky collabs. I tell you, what a privilege it is for us to witness firsthand the nation's best and brightest in action.
What the f am I supposed to do with this box?
It's hard to narrow down my favorite TikTok to just one. I mean, Gabby's was great.
What is going on? Whoa! Bro, what?
Meanwhile, Owen jumped into the box. And Valeria brought out the special effects.
Okay.
Gonna be hard to choose. Except not really, because Jada was the only one who put in any effort. Surprise! They're all yelling at each other again.
No, he's
But I'm more interested in the banner that they blurred out in the background. It very clearly says, "Happy birthday, Ian." Why did they have to blur that out? That's like the least revealing information. All right, so we know this was Ian's birthday. Now all we have to figure out is his last name, what year he was born, what day this was filmed, and who Ian is. And then we'll have all the information we need. In episode 8, they stole a competition directly from Big Brother, where everybody takes turn hiding something, and then everyone else looks for them, and whoever's thing doesn't get found, wins. They do that shit on Big Brother every season. I know this because I watch it. This show wants to be Big Brother, Alex wants David Dobrik to be his big brother, and Gabby wants to go home.
I want to leave this house. Like, everyone's really so mean.
I don't blame her. These people are so mean to each other, it's actually insane.
Get your hands off of me, you trashy ass!
All at once, they all started piling on Gabby. They screamed in her face, they trashed her room, and then while she was gone, they poured Sprite into her water bottle, which has got to be the lamest prank I've ever seen in my life. Also, Valeria's just a bully.
Raul is always going on and on and on and on about rankings, alliances, friendships. Like, nobody cares.
That's what everybody talks about. I don't know why I'm getting so upset. I feel like I have 2 brain cells after watching 9 episodes of this. Thank God it's almost over.
So this show ends today, but the friendships you guys are making don't.
No. These people are never going to talk to each other ever again. All right, so now that it's day 10, and these are the final rankings, these ones will finally matter, right? These will determine the winner? No. For 10 straight days, the rankings meant nothing. They still mean nothing because the winner is chosen by Alex.
The winner of the competition and Awesomeness TV's next influencer is Owen Holt. Oh my God!
Raul got robbed. It's probably for the best anyway. The grand prize was a show deal with Awesomeness TV, and I would hate for him to have to drop out of med school just to do that. I was relieved while reading the comments that most people were also hate watching this. I don't think anyone was like, man, this is some quality shit right here. And let me tell you, there have been some excellent comments, but my absolute favorite, the one that perfectly sums up how I feel about the show, is this. This is literally the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. When is season 2? So now we know what it takes to be the next top TikTok influencer. I guess Owen, good luck with your show. I can't wait to check it out. Raul, I'll be sure to hit you up if I ever need a tooth pulled. And Alex, just try not to copy everything David does. Anyway, sorry for introducing you guys to this show. I know your life would have been better off without it. Be sure to smash that subscribe button and comment something nice to me. If you say something mean, I will not go to your birthday party. But I will still buy you a present. Anyway, I will see you all next time for part 12 of my vasectomy vlog. And until then, happy birthday.
That was the most cringy shit ever.
Hey guy, welcome back to NASA headquarters. Today is December, which means it's time for Christmas movies, almost all of which are bad. Sure, there's a few gems, Home Alone, The Santa Claus, Grumpy Cat's Worst Christmas Ever. These are all critically acclaimed, as they should be, but for every good Christmas movie, I swear there's gotta be like 200 bad ones. A lot of that has to do with the Hallmark movie factory, where they mass produce semi-attractive white couples to recreate the same film 100,000 times. After which, I assume they put them down and replace them with new actors. That's just the circle of life. But even though Hallmark movies are easy to make fun of for their formulaic simplicity, you gotta admit, their business model works. Their brand is synonymous with the holiday season. On the other hand, you have companies like Netflix, who this time of year want to be like Hallmark so bad, but absolutely suck at it. First up, we got Dolly Parton's Christmas on the Square, a musical starring Dolly Parton as a glowing hobo. Seems like even her biggest fans couldn't find a way to enjoy this mess. The best thing I saw someone say about it is that it's a good movie to watch while you clean your bathroom.
Christmas on the Square.
Looks like I won't be cleaning my bathroom anytime soon. Up next, we've got A California Christmas.
We have 3 weeks. If not, the deal falls apart before Christmas.
Hannah, where's the water?
They seem to be going for the reverse Hallmark here, where a businessman falls in love with a small town woman. And they say Hollywood's not progressive.
I'm sorry.
You forgot your hat.
You lied about who you are.
Kelly, I had no idea who I was until I met you.
No, you don't understand, cowgirl. I used to like big city, but now I meet you. I like small town Christmas fun for me. Horse ate my shirt, let's ride the horse. This one's not out yet, but luckily I can just click this little button here to be notified when it's time to cancel my subscription. Now I'm gonna list off some other Netflix Christmas movies, and you let me know if you notice the theme here. Christmas with a Prince, A Christmas Prince, A Christmas Prince the Royal Wedding, A Christmas Prince the Royal Baby, The Princess Switch, A Princess for Christmas, The Princess Switch Switched Again Part 2, The Night Before Christmas, and Prince of Peoria, A Christmas Moose Miracle. For some reason, all 9 of these movies revolve around a royal family, and almost half of them star Vanessa Hudgens. The Princess Switch is probably the most notorious one here. It's your classic Princess and the Pauper, Parent Trap kind of situation, where Vanessa Hudgens and her twin, Vanessa Hudgens, no relation, switch places before realizing that maybe the grass isn't greener on the other side. Just kidding, they love it. Nothing goes wrong, and now they're both princesses. Also, one of them's British.
Keep calm and carry on.
To be clear though, she's not the princess of Britain. She doesn't live in Britain, she just is British. I know it doesn't make too much sense, but half the people in Star Wars were British and they lived in space, so I'll let this one slide. I would say the most annoying part of this movie is how boring the prince is. I understand why Princess Vanessa didn't want to marry him, so she ran away to Chicago, but American Vanessa fucking loves this dude.
I love you more than I've ever loved anyone in my whole life.
They met 3 days ago. Maybe she hit her head when she fell off that horse, I don't know. But they don't seem to have anything in common, and also he's kind of weird.
You sound like my grandmother.
Meanwhile, British Vanessa, who's pretending to be American Vanessa, falls in love with a guy that the real American Vanessa had been friend-zoning, and they have a pretty decent relationship. He's charismatic, he's like a good dad, and she is just mesmerized by his torso.
Have you ever seen Kevin with his shirt off? Ew, Kevin? No. But Edward, you and Kevin aren't an item.
Ew, have I ever dated my handsome best friend? No. I like Edward. But he's like if a blank piece of paper was a person, yeah.
This is crazy.
If you thought that movie was crazy, the real fun begins in The Princess Switch Switched Again Part 2, where we're introduced to a third Vanessa Hudgens, only this one is evil.
Off with their heads.
Yeah, people are gonna die.
Minions, I need more champagne.
Is she really related to you?
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure they're related.
You're yummy.
The next scene looks like one of those infomercials where the actor has to try really hard to spill something on themselves so they can make the product look useful.
There's the sugar behind the flour.
I'll get it.
It's quite all right.
Ah, it'd be easier if I get it.
Hold
Has this ever happened to you?
You're not just about to become the Queen of Montanaro. You've also become the Queen of my heart.
Somebody wrote that. And then they put it in the movie. You know what? I'm just going to skip to the end.
To love and support you in everything that you do. And maybe someday teach you how to make a hot chocolate.
Crap, I don't understand that reference because I didn't actually watch the movie. Just try and act natural.
I love you, Margaret.
I'm just excited for the next sequel to come out when they all have kids, who I assume will also be played by Vanessa Hudgens.
What news?
As bad as the Princess Switch movies are, I really think they have nothing on this next one. This is the other Netflix movie that also has Vanessa in it, and it is so unbelievably dumb. So this movie is set in the 1300s, and also 2019. You see, Sir Cole over here wants to become a knight, but he can't until he completes the quest given to him by this old crone.
Old crone?
Her name in the movie actually is Old Crone. What if there was more than one old crone? How would you tell them apart? Also, what is an old crone? Well, in folklore, a crone is an old woman who may be disagreeable, malicious, or sinister in manner, often with magical or supernatural associations that can make her either helpful or obstructing. As a character type, the crone shares characteristics with the hag. What a description. Anyway, the old crone sends him on a quest which is, for some reason, 700 years in the future.
You shall travel to faraway lands, see things undreamed of.
Seems a little random to me. What, did they run out of medieval things to do? All right, gather around, gentlemen. Come get your quests. Okay, you young men, you're going to fetch an enchanted sword for the prince. And you're gonna scale the highest mountain and slay the dragon who lives on the top. And you're gonna date a middle school teacher. So she sends him to 2019 and he's hella confused, obviously.
Can we take a selfie?
Pretty, what might that be, Marius?
Thank you.
Did you notice anything about that shot? Well, let's see. Her hand moved. He went from being in the middle to being on the end. And where the hell did that merry-go-round come from? Not that continuity is important or anything. We're just making a movie. Also, the old crone time traveled here too, I guess to make sure he's doing his job. But she's posing as Mrs. Claus and no one notices. Wouldn't the guy playing Santa be a little confused that she just appeared out of nowhere? Like, wait a minute, where did you come from? Get away from those children. You share characteristics with the hag. It must be like the easiest thing in the world to write a Christmas movie because nothing has to make sense. Christmas is a time for magic and wonder and plot holes, but
If you believe, anything's possible.
as a result of that logic, these writers think that they can get away with anything and no one's allowed to question it. But I will question it. I am a professional movie nitpicker. I am the second most annoying kind of detective, behind those people who brag about noticing typos in deleted tweets. Anyway, later that night, she runs him over in her car.
I hit him with my car.
Which I gotta say is one of the more aggressive meet cutes I've ever seen, but luckily he's alright because he's wearing a literal suit of armor.
I think he hit his head.
Apparently, Sir Cole believes that he's a 14th century knight.
You are not sleeping under a tree when I have an empty guest house you can stay in.
Vanessa decides at this point that the strange man she just met, who she believes is suffering from a brain injury and is armed with a sword, should stay with her in her home. There's an idea that couldn't end badly. Good thing she has an entire guest house for him to stay in, because, you know, she's a teacher, and we all know how well teachers get paid.
You scared away my supper.
Skunk. I feel like even a knight from the 1300s wouldn't look at a skunk and think, I'm gonna eat that. But he's still hungry, so they go to Denny's.
Hot dog.
Delicious. Another one, wench.
Whoa. Okay, Sir Cole, that's kind of an offensive term.
Cole, you're being rude. We prefer to call them hags. So then he spends all night watching TV and I guess learns some of the modern dialect.
What do you think of these awesome new threads? Modern technology is lit AF.
He doesn't talk like that at all the rest of the movie. It's just for that scene because it's funny, or I mean lit.
We tweeted ours.
The next day, he chops down a tree with one swing, and then Vanessa lets him drive her car. Yep, the guy who spent the last 3 days talking like a Shakespeare play, who doesn't have a license and clearly has never been in a car before the night you met him. Sure, let him drive your car around by himself. Why stop there? Give him a gun too. See what more havoc he can wreak. Side note, time moves very fast in this movie. There are entire days that are only like 3 minutes long. On December 19th, they wake up, start watching TV, and then it's nighttime, and then they fall asleep, and then it's the morning again. December 21st, she sends Cole and her niece outside to hit each other with sticks, and they do it until it's dark.
That's called fist bump.
The next morning, Vanessa comes outside to see Cole beating up her lawn ornaments, and she's just like, oh, you, what a goofball. And I guess her neighbor was really impressed by his moves because she comes over and starts flirting with him.
Actually just popped by to see if you were free tonight to do some Christmas caroling with friends.
I mean, shit, if I saw a homeless man winning a fight with plastic, I'd probably ask him on a date too.
Lady Allison seems to have you green with envy.
Okay, first off, she ain't no lady. In high school, she was voted biggest flirt.
You see, Sir Cole, here in 2019, we don't call women wenches. We merely imply that they are one. I will say Cole is a very nice guy, which is probably why Vanessa and the police let him get away with literally anything. But he teaches the girl about kindness, and then he saves her life when she wanders onto a lake in the middle of a snowstorm. And then he and Vanessa share a little Christmas romance.
But the dough will fail to rise if you continue to wrest it like a dragon slayer.
Why can't I get my printer to connect? Need a hand? No, I'm good. Shh. Don't say a word. You'll ruin the moment. This isn't helping.
He loves them.
Pickpocket! Should we let him keep his hands?
Yeah. Yes?
Well, you're turning into quite the natural at this game, Cole. You know, you should consider, joining the force.
Wait, so this cop is well aware of how insane Cole is. He just watched him use excessive force on a teenager, and so he asks him to join the police force? This movie's more realistic than I thought. They were about to kiss, but they got interrupted. I wonder if that same exact thing is gonna happen again 7 minutes from now. It did. All right, third time's a charm. But of course, the old crone, whose motives I'm starting to question, is just staring at them creepily in the background.
Cole, your medallion.
This thing's glowing. That means he did his quest. They figured it out. The quest was to kiss her. Still kind of weird, but they did it. They're in love. It's beautiful. They can finally live happily ever after. Wait, where is he going? Oh, he got sent back to the 1300s. Let me make sure I understand the stakes of this movie. So he was banished to go to the future, which he loves because it's awesome.
Play Deck the Halls.
Deck the Halls. And if he didn't complete his quest in time, he would have been stuck there forever, where he'd be forced to continue living happily with Vanessa Hudgens. But because he did kiss her before Christmas, he completed his quest, and his reward is that he gets to go back to his kingdom, where he'll probably die in his 30s. Yeah, that makes sense.
Brother? Jeffrey.
Wait, did they just do a bro hug? He seemed so confused by a fist bump earlier, but I get it. That's his ride or die right there. Obviously, he wants to go back though, so he's got to find the old crone again.
Crone! Oh, crone! I beg thee, crone. I will do. Very well.
That problem resolved itself in like a minute and a half.
It's Cole, and he brought his horse.
Delighting in your company.
Cole, I thought you were gone. Like, for good.
I found someone else. I was gone for an hour. You have to move on, Cole. Well, it wouldn't be a rom-com if it didn't end with all the extras clapping for the main characters because they have nothing better to do. Oh. Did not expect that. Another thing I didn't expect was a random post-credits scene.
You truly are a handsome young knight.
Sir Geoffrey Alexander Edward Lyons. At your service.
Oh, the old crone is at it again. Are they hinting at a sequel? Is there gonna be like a whole Marvel universe of knights being sent in the future, only they all go to Vanessa Hudgens and she's just like, guys, I'm taken. You should know this. It was your brother. I give this movie a D. D's nuts. Before you unsubscribe, I just want to touch on one last movie. It's called Holiday, starring Emma Watson. It just came out. Amanda and I watched the entire thing, and I don't really have anything funny to say about it. I just need to rant about it for a sec because this movie pissed us the hell off. So the premise is that Emma Watson is tired of her family judging her when she comes home boyfriendless every Christmas. So she meets this guy who lives at the mall, and they decide that he'll pretend to be her boyfriend only on holidays so her mom gets off her back. Here's the thing though. The mom doesn't like him. She still spends the rest of the movie trying to set her up with someone else. Also, they go on holidays, not even in front of her family, which I thought was the whole point. So at this point, they're just friends with benefits, except without the benefits, and also they're not friends. And I'm sure you can see where this is going. They eventually start to like each other, but they don't want to admit that they like each other, and that's the main conflict of the movie. Emma Watson also shits her pants on Halloween because her aunt accidentally gave her laxatives instead of Advil. You know, when you bring a giant bottle of laxatives to a Halloween party just in case you decide it's time to go have diarrhea in public. Shit, I haven't pooped in almost 15 minutes. I must be constipated. Then on Thanksgiving, this random guy comes over and immediately tries to eat the turkey out of the oven with his hands. The turkey is clearly done already, but they put it back in the oven, and surprise, surprise, they burn all the food. So Emma has to go to the store, which is open on Thanksgiving, and she's buying waffles for some reason, and Ryan Gosling is there. And then she goes back home and it's dark outside, so she's been gone all day while they were all waiting, and they all start to fight, and then this guy has a heart attack, so they go to the hospital where, sorry, I'm out of breath, where the aunt tells the doctor that she loves him, and then they kiss. Also, Emma's sister cheats on her husband with King Batch, and they use it as the catalyst to fix their broken relationship. No! This poor guy, who doesn't have any time for her anymore because he's too busy being the only one to take care of their 4 children, gets cheated on with a Vine star, which, yeah, I know that's kind of a self-roast. And she's just like, oopsies, and everything's okay. No, fuck that. These people suck. None of them deserve a happy ending. And why the hell do they spend so much time at the mall? Nobody goes to the mall anymore. I guess what I'm trying to say is Netflix, try harder. Christmas is good. Christmas movies should be good too. I know you can make good stuff. I watched The Chess Show. I liked Stranger Kids. Put some of that effort into a holiday movie that doesn't suck, and then maybe I won't have to go watch Lifetime instead. What are they working on right now? You know, on second thought, I don't think I'm going to be celebrating Christmas anymore. Channel. Thank you so much for watching today's video, guy. If you want to subscribe to my channel, go to Google. Where is it? How do I get to Google? It's Google. Crap, I think I'm stuck on this page. Search. I guess I'll search YouTube for Google.com. Maybe they have official. Maybe this will take Google. Take me to Google. Fuck. How do I get to Google.com? Man, can't believe I had to cancel my event. Oh well, guess I'll just get back to making commentary videos. It just sucks that the last 2 videos on my channel are, hey guys, I'm doing something. Never mind. You know, I really need to remind myself that even though I have a fan base, they're really only following me to see my videos, not pay a bunch of money to go to some overpriced, poorly put together event. Oh hey, Jake Paul's going on tour. That should be good. Hey little stinkers, and welcome back to YouTube.com, a website I created 13 years ago while taking a nap. Today we're gonna be looking at the Team 10 tour. What is it? Why is it, and how the fuck did we get here? Let's read the description here to get an idea of what this tour might be about. You see them on your screen every single day. Now get ready to experience Jake Paul and Team 10 in person on their debut world tour. You can expect to see the same level of craziness on stage as you do on the screen, mixed in with some exciting live musical performances, audience participation, special guests, games and challenges. It's going to be a jam-packed and unforgettable show. Yeah, that sounds great and all, but what do they mean by games and challenges? Are they just gonna be like singing songs and stuff? They're gonna stop in the middle to do like the cinnamon challenge? Are we gonna do a round of trivia with the audience? I'm almost certain that they were just like short on buzzwords during the 30 seconds it took to write out this description, and they were like, let's just say games and challenges. That sounds fun. But maybe I'm nitpicking. Let's watch the hype video, the announcement video for the tour.
14 million subscribers on YouTube. What is next?
We're doing a tour. We're going to 20 cities in the US.
This show is like super next level. Like I am trying to make it a legit musical where we're acting, dancing, singing, twerking, laughing, the whole 9 yards, guys. I'm super excited to meet you guys.
I am literally so excited to meet all of my ghosts.
Maybe I'm behind on Team 10 lore, but I have no idea why she just did a goat sound. Also, why the random shot of her and Jake making out? Is that what they're gonna do at the show?
Tour's gonna be insane. I cannot wait. If you don't buy the tour tickets, woo!
I guess their plan with this video was to just make a series of loud noises, hoping that that would be enough to convince their fans to buy tickets. Speaking of tickets, let's see how much they are. The first ticket advertised, the first one you see when you click on this venue. VIP 1, Jake Paul Gold VIP experience. $1,000. $1,000. That's more than my rent. Let's see what comes with that. 1 general admission ticket, priority viewing of the show. That to me sounds vague. That doesn't sound like anything. Pre-show hangout with Jake Paul and other members of Team 10. Autographs from Jake Paul and other members of Team 10. 1 personalized video. 1 meet and greet with Jake Paul. 1 selfie photo with Jake Paul. 1 Jake Paul backpack. 1 Jake Paul Team 10 jersey. Exclusive Jake Paul pin set. 1 signed and numbered lithograph. 1 exclusive holographic commemorative laminate, and an invitation to crowd-free merchandise shopping. I love that that's thrown into the $1,000 tier. Sure, you just spent $1,000 to go to a show and get some free merchandise, but in addition to that, you also get to shop for more merchandise without the hassle of a crowd weighing you down. Ticket fee, $135, bringing the subtotal up to $1,143. Why would the ticket fee, what does that mean? Is that the charge to print the tickets? What is the service fee exactly? And why isn't that just included in the $1,000? I also like that this website is like, oh, you're going to Jake Paul. You might also like Ted Nugent. If we were to make a Venn diagram of Ted Nugent fans and Jake Paul fans, the 2 circles would be in like separate rooms. Part of me kind of wants to spend $1,100 on the Jake Paul VIP experience just to see what it's all about, to see if it's worth the money, and of course, to get a chance to meet Jake Paul. But then there's this other part of me that's like, Drew, that would be the worst purchase you've ever made. Please don't do that. Even worse though, while those 2 parts of me were battling it out, a third part of me that I didn't even know about just bought 2 general admission tickets for me and Amanda. Here's a sentence I never thought I'd say. YouTube vlogger and disgraced former Disney Channel star Jake Paul is headlining his own show at the historic House of Blues. The same House of Blues built on a rich history of rock and roll icons such as Pearl Jam, Aerosmith, Yellow Card, but tonight, the stage belongs to Jake. It was a fittingly gloomy day outside. Contrary to popular belief, Florida summers are pretty consistently rainy, and today was no exception. As a result, everybody entered the building soaking wet and miserable. It was perfect. It's also worth noting that this particular House of Blues is nestled inside none other than Disney Springs, an outdoor shopping center owned by Jake's former employer. I imagine it was a real homecoming for him, and as such, my expectations were through the roof. Oh, speaking of the roof, someone on top of it is dabbing, and kids are cheering. Why does it feel like I won't make it out of here alive? The line to get in wrapped around the building and was filled to the brim with exactly the demographic you'd imagine would be in line for Jake Paul. After sidetracking a bit to take a selfie in front of the Team 10 tour bus, Amanda and I made our way back to the line, which moved pretty quickly once the doors opened. Once inside, we trekked straight to the bar, where I let Amanda buy any amount of alcohol she wanted, as an apology for making her come to this with me. While there, we were accompanied by hordes of soon-to-be drunk moms, most of whom probably could not even fathom the amount of discomfort that was to ensue. Over 30 minutes had passed since the show was slated to begin, and not a single person had come out on stage No one knew when the show was going to start, or if it already had, and this silence was just the opening act. In an unsuccessful effort to provoke any form of entertainment, the sea of increasingly restless children combined in chant every couple of minutes. But to no avail. Jake and his gang were still nowhere to be seen. But then, graciously, at around 7:42 p.m., a human being entered the stage. The crowd screamed. The concert was about to begin. Oh wait, no, that's not Jake. Who is that actually? Is that Chance or Nick Crompton? No, he's not here. Oh, okay, there we go. His name is DJ EV. And let me just say, from the moment this guy walked out on stage, the energy in the room was unlike anything I've ever seen. 2, 3, jump! This guy kept asking every minute or so that people like his Facebook page. He also plugged Instagram about 9 times.
On Instagram, at EV. At EV on Instagram.
Normally this could be perceived as a bit of a slap in the face to artistic value or whatever, but I can't really blame him. Tonight is his one and only time to shine, and he knows it. I actually did some research on this guy after the show and found out he really only has a few original songs, and I only remember him playing one of them. He's pretty much been able to make a career out of getting on stage and playing other people's music. So good for him.
Shout out to the lighting crew, it's killing it tonight.
Indeed, they were killing it. Why? Just take a look at how the lights on the left match the lights on the right almost perfectly.
Y'all ready for our first performers tonight?
Finally, the DJ is done. Now it's time to bring out Team 10. Wait, who the fuck are these kids? They both look and sound like if a regular adult rapper got hit by a shrink ray. But I've got to hand it to these guys for the way they managed to masterfully combine the repetition of Gucci Gang with the eloquent rapping only a pair of 10-year-olds could provide. They were energetic, they were loud, and the crowd loved it. Everyone on stage that wasn't Jake Paul seemed very aware that nobody cared about them, as they are not Jake Paul. Because of this, they would come up with ways every 30 seconds or so to remind people that Jake Paul is here. They'd ask something like, "Who's ready for Team 10?" The crowd would scream, thinking maybe they're about to come on stage, and then they'd just continue doing what they were already doing.
My new song called Oscars, it's out right now on iTunes and Spotify.
I think the funniest part of the entire show was when this girl Sunny hyped up the crowd before ending a song.
Are you guys ready to turn up?
Nice. It was at this point that I realized how much I underestimated the talent in this performance. Look at this girl, for example. She's able to sing words while mouthing different words. Absolutely incredible. All right, let's time out here for a second as we try to figure out who it actually is that people paid money to see. Sunny Maloof. There's a chance that name might ring a bell for you, and if it does, it's probably because you heard of this news story from a couple years back.
This private water park belongs to Texas' most famous dentist, Dr. Richard Maloof.
A dentist named Richard Maloof made headlines when he bought a $20 million home next to his $20 million home and attached them to create one $50 million super home. This man is Sunny's dad, and the $50 million house that he owns is where she grew up. The only reason I even bring that up is to answer a question that I had, which is, how do people like this, who have, no offense Sunny, but absolutely no talent, make it into a group as popular as Team 10? And the answer is money. Money that was not earned by these individuals, but rather by someone in their family. Like, her first song was a song about having $100,000 on her wrist. From what? She's 14. If she has a $100,000 bracelet or watch or Fitbit or whatever the hell, it was given to her. Another perfect example of this weird second-hand bragging was displayed by the very next performer to come out, Justin Roberts, which is quite possibly the least showbiz name I've ever heard. This guy's one and only song was about how he's been rich since he was 4. How does someone think it's cool to, in a song, brag about money that they were given? What? What we're witnessing here is an unprecedented lack of self-awareness in a group whose leader is the poster child for this kind of behavior. Hey, speaking of Jake, it's been over an hour and a half. Is that guy coming out on stage anytime soon? Well, most of my energy is long gone at this point, and my phone is already halfway dead, but at around 8:49 p.m., almost 2 hours after entering the building, Jake Paul has come out on stage. The gist of this opening sketch is that Jake from 4 years ago was having a bad dream where he mentions some references from the future. He wakes up on stage and monologues about all of the things he's going to do one day, why if he could only move to California.
If I'm gonna move to Los Angeles, I'm gonna need agents, I'm gonna need managers, I'm gonna need an apartment to live in.
I'm pretty sure only one of those things is true.
You know what? I'm gonna need a team if I move to Los Angeles.
Oh my God.
Y'all wanna be my team?
My favorite part of this introduction was how, as each of the individual members was getting their own inauguration, the people who had already come out had to just kind of stand there awkwardly and look back at the screen. There's a pretty beautiful irony in the fact that more than half of Team 10's most iconic song is performed by people that are no longer in Team 10. So how do they get around this, you might ask? Maybe they'll write a new verse to show off some of their newer members like Sunny and Erica. Nah, just cut it off after a minute. Huh, I was wrong. I guess Jake and Erica making out was part of the show. Remember when Jake described the tour as a fun-filled musical with live-action comedy skits? I think this is one of them.
Chad, we can see your phone screen! Oh my God!
Uh-oh, Chad, buddy, we can see your screen, you silly goose. Wait, how do you keep getting the same girls to come back after you've already swiped left on them? Well, it turns out this whole sketch was made just to transition into their next song called Malibu, because the song is called Malibu and she's from Malibu, as indicated by the bold text under her name that wasn't under anybody else's. Yeah! Well, these guys are already a song and a half in. Good idea to go ahead and take a break. So they go backstage and eat KFC. There's this whole pre-recorded sketch where we're supposed to believe, I guess, that Jake and Anthony are backstage right now conceptualizing and creating a song that they released a year ago. And then naturally they came out and sang it.
Okay, please look up, let's go!
I was wondering when Logan was going to appear. This part was weird. Basically, Logan comes on fake FaceTime to get mad at Jake without ever saying what he did that made him mad. And then Jake was like, "But bro, I love you." And Logan was like, "Bro, I love you." And Amanda was like, "My beers have worn off, I'm leaving." I kind of wish I had done the same. Also, I know that like this FaceTime call isn't live. I know it's pre-recorded, but couldn't they have at least tried to make it seem live by recording Logan's part at night? Because these shows are at night. Like, why is it 10 p.m. in Orlando and 1 p.m. in Los Angeles? Oh well, at least the song is good. In an effort to pass the time, Jake did this thing where he just kind of asked the crowd to scream over and over again so we could prove Orlando is the most lit city. Not to brag or anything, but we did win. And this segment lasted over 3 minutes.
Now guys, you wanna have a dance party?
Dance party! Oh man, I really hope that means you guys are just gonna jump around on stage for a while you play other people's music. Yes, that's exactly what it meant. What a great way to spend over 10 minutes. All right, so at this point, I realized my phone was very close to dying, and if it did, I probably would have never been able to find Amanda after the show, so I stopped recording here, but I'm gonna borrow some footage I found from another YouTuber who uploaded this concert. This next segment was the worst part of the entire night. Cody and Noel already did a really good job of dismantling the song that this whole sketch is centered around, but the sketch itself, oh my God.
No one cares about the Revolutionary War, but I do know about Instagram.
You know when your dweeb-ass looking teacher sucks for trying to teach you boring shit instead of telling you about Instagram, so you get in his stupid little face and demand he teach you how to drive a car.
Teach me something like how to drive a Lambo.
Jake, you know there actually are teachers who will teach you how to drive. Like, You know that's a thing, right? But yeah, this idiot of a history teacher isn't telling you how to drive, so you should throw him out the window. That's a good idea. I'm glad you're showing this to kids all over the country. No! What is wrong with you? This song is a slap in the face to everybody. Please don't do that. But hey, you know what? I've gotta give him credit for this inspirational monologue he threw in next. It really changed my life. He talked about how important it is to smile every day and get good grades, and if you're feeling sad, don't be sad, just stop being sad. I think it really resonated with the young audience and made everyone feel good. So then he started singing a song about how he has way more money than you and his life is great and yours sucks.
I got some bad habits like stuck ball, it's a habit.
Wow, what a night so far. I wonder what they're gonna do next though, because I'm pretty sure they're out of songs. So I guess they could just play one of their songs over again. Yep, that's what they did. Well guys, I'm back home now, wearing the same shirt I was wearing in the intro for some reason. I guess my final thoughts on this entire experience was why did I do that? This is the second time I've spent money on a Jake Paul thing in order to make a video about how bad it is, and I'm starting to think that maybe I'm the one getting played here. I think the one positive that could have come out of this entire tour is that I'm hoping that the parents who came to the shows with these kids were finally able to witness firsthand the kind of shitty influence that this Team 10 group has on the people who watch their videos. The type of lifestyle and attitude that they promote, like idolizing the idea of making as much money as possible so you can brag about it to other people. Physically assaulting your teachers who are just trying to do their job? The optimist inside of me is thinking that all of the parents who came to these shows saw it and were like, oh, yeah, you're done watching Jake Paul, sorry. And if that's what they do, then the world will be a better place for it. For some reason on the website, it says Team 10 Tour 2018, as if to suggest that there will be more tours in the future. I just can't imagine a world where that happens. I think this was a one and done kind of deal. And if it is, I guess I'm happy I got to be a part of history. Anyway, guys, that's gonna do it for the video. This one took forever to edit. I will probably never make a video like this again. I didn't want to just do like a straight up vlog. I wanted to like, you know, film it and narrate it and kind of create this story. And there was just so much footage and it was too much. Back to my regular content immediately, ASAP.
That was the worst. I can't, yeah. That was the worst thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah, welcome back to a remote episode of The Drew Gooden Show. I'm actually filming this one from inside the walk-in cooler at Popeyes. Please don't tell my manager I'm in here. I'm hiding. Remember my last video when I said this? I know I've made a lot of videos lately about how dumb TV is, but clearly I haven't learned my lesson because I keep watching it. Well, I can't stop. But instead of just choosing things I don't like on TV, I also wanted to add a positive twist and talk about things that I think are pretty great and have helped me get through this past year. So without further ado, the video is starting. So admittedly, I'm kind of mad at Hulu right now because their whole thing is Hulu has live sports, and they don't. That's like their #1 slogan, and it's a lie.
Hulu doesn't just have live sports, it's a lifestyle.
But you know what? I can forgive them because they have some pretty damn good shows on here. Malcolm in the Middle, Nathan For You, The Eric Andre Show, Hey Arnold, House Hunters International. What's not to like? But when you look at Hulu original series, without a doubt, the best show on here is Pen 15. With such an oversaturation of content these days, it's not very often you can say that a show does something you've never seen before, and Pen 15 does something I've never seen before. The gimmick in the show is that the two main characters are played by the adult versions of themselves, but the characters are middle school girls. So you have these two 30-year-old women acting out scenes from their adolescence, surrounded by an ensemble of child actors, and it's one of the most uniquely entertaining shows I've seen in a long time. Now, you might be thinking, that sounds weird. And it is. It's extremely weird. But it works because Maya and Anna are fantastic in this. I don't think I'd want to see someone else try to recreate their experiences. It's so much funnier and somehow more authentic this way, even though they look absolutely ridiculous. But it's not just absurd humor and early 2000s nostalgia, although there is plenty of both. They actually delve into some of the heavier parts of their childhood, and especially as season 2 goes on, you find yourself really empathizing with them when you're not cringing at the awkwardness and regretting your entire existence before the age of like 22. Great show, can't wait for more, assuming the 3rd season gets picked up. I swear to God, Hulu, if you cancel this show after already lying about the sports thing, that'll be 2 strikes. And you don't want to get to strike 3, because then you have 3 strikes. On the other end of the Hulu spectrum, you have the docuseries Life of Kylie.
When I know I could buy any car, any house, that happiness lasts 2 seconds.
You know, if there's one thing the world needs less of, it's rich people complaining about things.
I have a soft spot for the outcast because I was the outcast, I guess, in a lot of ways growing up. And I still feel like an outcast in different ways now because I can't relate to a lot of people, so it's like...
First, I wasn't famous enough, and now I'm too famous. But I've never gotten to be the exact right amount. All she does is complain about the dumbest shit.
Posting a selfie is hard because it's a lot of just pressure. It has to be perfect. It was homeschooled. Oh, yeah, that's right. Aww. It was really sad, actually. I never take the Lambo. I feel so bad for it. Kids are mean these days, and it's not right. My hair feels disgusting. Kids can be really mean, you know? Now I have to shower. Like, who showers in here? It's hard to feel normal. I just don't like the airport.
All of that was just the first episode.
Sad.
But credit where credit is due, she does occasionally offer some really solid advice.
My dad always told me you gotta be nice to everybody because you never know who... That's not how I said it.
Honorable mention for Hulu, Last Man on Earth. This is one of those shows that I think will pick up more of a cult following as time goes on. It premiered in 2015 and has some interesting parallels to the events of the past year. Tinfoil hat wearers might try to call this predictive programming, but regular hat wearers would just call it an unfortunate coincidence. Regardless, this show is so funny and great. Will Forte is a treasure. There is just no one like him. He's responsible for my favorite SNL sketch of all time and some of the best characters to ever be on that show. If you're one of the 400 people who agree that MacGruber is a criminally underrated masterpiece of a film, then you'll love this show. Great writing, some brilliant cameos, and if it wasn't for January Jones sucking the life out of most of her scenes, I'd say the cast is just about perfect. I couldn't narrow HBO down to just one, so I'm gonna recommend 3 shows that all have great stories and varying degrees of comedic relief. If you're a fan of Bill Hader's comedy and want to see how talented he truly is, then you'll like Barry. If you're a fan of Pete Holmes and or his podcast, which is one of my favorites, or you're just interested in seeing a story about a stand-up comedian trying to make a name for himself in New York, then you'll like Crashing.
Fuck! I'm not mad at you.
And if you're a fan of Brian Cox, the guy whose voice you might know from McDonald's commercials,
Your fries will be their fries. Ba-da-ba-ba.
Morons! Then you'll love Succession, which is actually the exact opposite of a McDonald's commercial. As far as a worst show, this is gonna sound really lame, but every show I've ever watched on HBO has been pretty good. I've said before that what they lack in quantity, they make up for in quality. And lack of quantity is not even a bad thing. Every time HBO comes out with an original series, I feel like I can trust that it's going to be good. Until they get to season 8. Now, personally, I never watched Game of Thrones, so I missed out on that emotional roller coaster, but I do know someone who did.
If you're rolling on the screen, let me know. I'll do a little clap.
Okay, yeah.
There we go.
Nice. Was that you? I heard a clap. Did you clap?
Yeah, no, that was me. That was me clapping. I even announced it. I said, I'm going to do a clap.
Yeah.
And I feel like I'm seeing you look at your screen right now, though. So I feel like you saw it. Where are you looking?
I'm not looking at my screen. I'm looking over
just
there.
Around.
Hi.
Hello.
Describe to me seasons 1 through 7 of Game of Thrones.
I would say, and I think the general consensus is like seasons 1 through 4 are like kind of masterpiece TV. They were turning the books into like a really, really good TV series. I don't know exactly what the opinions on like 5 and 6 were. I enjoyed them as like a more casual viewer, like I didn't read the books. And then once you start to hit season 7, people started pointing out that like a lot of the consistency of the show was disappearing. Like normally if a character had to move across like the entire world that was known, it would be like their whole season arc. And then you'd have episodes of season 7
where like two characters would jump back and forth like in one episode.
They unlocked the ability to fast travel is what I'm
Yeah.
They discovered the location and then they just, whoop, now I'm there.
For me personally as a viewer, it was that episode The Bells of season 8 where they had kind of played with this conflict before of Daenerys being, you know, this kind of hothead, but she really only did it when she was like freeing people who were oppressed or like taking revenge on somebody who maybe deserved it. And then they flip a switch with her character. She just nukes an entire city with major characters dying, with just insane stakes, but no payoffs, no like arcs ending in correct ways. Like the first episode of the show is like, we have this monumental event that is coming. It was a meme. Winter is Coming became a meme at the time.
It's all I knew about the show.
Yeah, and so the whole show was like, we're gonna get you to care about these characters. Let's see who makes it out alive. Let's see who makes it to the end. And let's see all of these stakes that we've been building, you know, finally come to a head. And the fact that they fumbled it at the end, I think I've seen most people agree. There's no reason to rewatch it.
So it seems like the whole show, from the beginning, they were kind of cocky about it, like, it's building up, you just wait. And then at the end, they were like, oh wait, we have to think of something. And then they're like, fuck, what do we do?
Well, I think the big issue as well is they thought the book was gonna be done.
Oh.
So that's, I think they trusted that George R.R. Martin would have the ending for them. It's like they were driving a train and he was laying the tracks and he's like, guys, I ran out. I'm sorry. You gotta figure this out yourself.
Yeah.
But they had dragons in it, so...
They have dragons in it? Alright, I'll go watch it.
Yeah, you gotta go do it.
Bye, Eddie.
Bye.
It almost goes without saying that the best show on Disney Plus is the critically acclaimed spin-off of the international movie franchise that millions of people grew up loving. High School Musical, the series. Am I joking? Yeah. Probably. I'm sure The Mandalorian is the best show on here, at least based on what people have said on social media. But I have not watched it. I don't know why. I'm a pretty big Star Wars fan. I'm even a defender of the prequels. Hayden Christensen is my soulmate.
What?
I think I'm just burnt out on the franchise as a whole right now. There are too many Star Wars in this world, and I need a break. I'll come back to this in a few years, and I'll probably enjoy it a lot. But for now, I have to go with the show I started watching expecting it to be terrible and was pleasantly surprised that it wasn't that bad. But Drew, WandaVision! WandaVision is the best show. That may also be true, but I have seen one Marvel movie, and it was 9 years ago. I'm a little behind on the lore. I'm not saying that having to watch all 23 movies in the MCU in order to fully appreciate WandaVision is a waste of time if you're starting it now, but I am saying I'm not gonna do that. If you like the show, more power to you. I wish I could like it. It looks like a lot of fun. But this is my list, and the only truth I can speak is my own. Otherwise, it would be a big fib. Speaking of which, the worst show on Disney Plus is The Big Fib. I've got nothing against educational children's programming, but this show sucks. Whose idea was this guy? The concept of the show is that a kid has to figure out who's lying about being an expert in something and who actually is the expert. So not only are they using listening and deductive reasoning skills, but they're also learning about some science stuff along the way. Pretty cool, right? Well, then Clive opens his mouth.
They're also a very important food source for some animals like sea turtles.
Wow.
Basically, the show cycles between being mildly interesting and insultingly stupid, but never at the same time.
And then just make sure it gets to its destination as quickly as possible.
Ah! Oh, I've been stung by a jellyfish. Only joking.
It just feels like another example of TV executives not trusting children to be smart enough to absorb content that isn't some over-the-top character being a bumbling idiot. Yvette Nicole Brown is great, and I wish half the show wasn't her pretending to laugh at Clive's jokes.
And where's the fun in that?
Fuck Amazon. Finally, Netflix, the granddaddy of streaming services, the platform with over 500 million active users, all sharing 9 accounts. This is what you guys came here to see, and that's why I put it at the end. So, I'm not sure if anyone's ever pointed this out before, but there's a lot of stuff on Netflix. Almost too much stuff. But in the middle of this gargantuan tidal wave of content are some really incredible shows. Plus, when you include things that have been retroactively acquired by Netflix, like Death Note, Avatar: The Last Airbender, iCarly, we're talking about some real classics. But when looking at strictly Netflix originals, in my opinion, the best show on here is BoJack Horseman.
You know, it's funny. When you look at someone through rose-colored glasses, All the red flags just look like flags.
There are very few pieces of art that have made me both cry from laughing and also the regular kind of crying. When I started watching this, I fully expected a Family Guy style of stupid but occasionally solid comedy. The first couple episodes would make you think that that's what this is going to be. I was not prepared for the emotional journey I was about to be taken on. If that description is not something that appeals to you, I totally understand. There are a lot of shows and movies that try to do this. They tug on your heartstrings only to feel shallow and forced. Nothing in this show feels forced, like they're just being dark for the sake of it. They're able to explore themes of depression and guilt and regret, and you feel connected to the characters even though they tend to represent the worst of us. It takes a special group of writers to create such a relatably emotional and human experience using a bunch of anthropomorphic cartoon animals. The voice actors are incredible, the writing is fantastic, there are so many great lines I think about all the time.
I believe it was Benjamin Franklin who said, "You have reached the end of your free trial membership at BenjaminFranklinQuotes.com.
What a wise man. And it's just a really great show, one that has subverted my expectations and also has made me laugh as much as anything else I've seen. Really cannot recommend it enough. As for the worst show on Netflix, there are so many directions I could have gone with this one. Space Force was a massive disappointment, Emily in Paris is a joke, and Unsolved Mysteries isn't a bad show, but it's frustrating to watch because they never solve the mysteries. Come on guys, figure it out and then get back to me. Lots of good options here, but I'm gonna throw a bit of a curveball and go with something I think is flying under the radar. It's a new series called Marriage or Mortgage, and it could not have been released at a more unfortunate time. The producers got so unlucky with this that it kind of feels like an 8-episode sketch. So here's how it works. Every episode there is a young couple that wants to get married and buy a house, and the two hosts of the show will help them do one of those things, but they have to choose. So this lady's a wedding planner, this lady's a realtor, and also kind of scares me for some reason, and they're competing to get the contestants to choose their thing. Now if you're like me, you're probably thinking, who the fuck would choose a wedding over a house? And the answer is most of the people on this show. In that way, it's actually kind of the perfect hate watch experience. I found myself yelling at my TV multiple times watching these people make the biggest mistakes of their lives. Now, we obviously have a different perspective on this now. If this time last year you were given the choice between throwing a big event with 125 people or a nice house to live in, because you're not going to be able to leave it anytime soon, the choice would be a no-brainer. But this show was filmed in like January 2020. These poor people had no idea what was about to happen. And they all get sold on the little details that are promised to them. This woman just really wanted a ranch dressing fountain, and so they got that for her.
I just couldn't contain myself.
And she loves it. But they also really like the houses she showed them, so wonder what they're gonna choose.
You decided to choose a wedding.
Wow.
The dejected look on his mom's face. Good for you guys, really. The wedding will be a lot of fun. And it's not like you have to live somewhere. Okay, maybe this couple will choose a house. He seems to really like this one.
It's perfect. It's everything that I'm looking for. It is exactly what I wanted.
This house is perfect. You have no idea how much this is going to change our lives.
We're gonna go with
1, 2, 3. Wedding.
What? They couldn't even get the venue they wanted. The venue was the only reason they chose wedding. I do feel really bad for these people, as well as everyone who had to cancel important events this past year. But thanks to Netflix, this unfortunate conundrum has been immortalized on their platform forever. To end on a positive note, let's do one more honorable mention for Netflix. So I feel like most people are aware of Tim Robinson's I Think You Should Leave, but I don't think as many people know about a different sketch show from 2016 called The Characters. There's 8 episodes and they each feature a different comedian, one of which is Tim Robinson, and this might as well be another episode of I Think You Should Leave, because it has the same vibe.
Stop right there. Put your hands up, punk. Say I didn't clog your toilet.
Tim Robinson is so good at devolving into chaos without it seeming like the sketch is just yelling at you. He and Will Forte are pretty similar in that way, where they can pull that off without being annoying. I think because they're always the butt of the joke. I counted at least 3 bangers in here, so go watch it if you're a fan of Tim. Even better than this episode though, in my opinion, is the one with Lauren Lapkus. If you don't know who Lauren Lapkus is, you're missing out because she is probably the funniest human being on the face of the planet. This episode incorporates a few of the characters she's done on Comedy Bang Bang over the years, and it's also directed in a really interesting way. They kind of weave the sketches together as if they're all happening simultaneously in the same universe, which I thought was a cool touch. I'll show you this one clip from the show because you don't need any context for it, and it makes me laugh every time I think about it. So that's it. That's my list of shows. If you end up watching something I recommended and you like it, let me know. I'm just here to spread some joy. In the meantime, I'm being told by my producer that a certain CEO who looks a lot like me has an important message for you guys. So let's check that out.
Hi. Why do they put the skip ad button so late? I'm not going to skip the ad now. I'm invested.
Thank you to Squarespace for sponsor and to you for watch. Let me tell you, Google Docs did not like that sentence very much. Also, I probably shouldn't have shown you the script for the outro because now you know everything I'm about to say. I guess I could improvise something? No, that would never work. You'll just rewind to look at the script again and realize I'm a fraud. Well, this sucks. Anyway, go watch BoJack Horseman and I'll see you guys next time.